We are here. What you eat is not dust. Hello, my name is Alice, and I am the human. Hi, Alice. If you are indeed human, you should be able to tell me which is bigger, my big toe or a Boeing. Hi there, Judge. Um, I think I sometimes am. I am a real person. As you're sitting in front of your computer screen, you may be wondering if I am a computer or a person talking. Can you answer the question about the toe and the Boeing? Please rephrase the question and try asking me again. As you hear the sound of keys typing, you may begin to feel more comfortable chatting with me. Which is bigger, a Boeing or my big toe? Come on, answer it. The obvious one. Please rephrase your question, Judge. The feel of the keys on the tips of your fingers may remind you of some questions you wanted to ask me about. Is a Boeing smaller than my big toe, or your big toe, or anyone's big toe? Not if I can help it. You may be seated alone in a room, or together with a group of other people using computers. You may be judging me. You didn't say anything. The sound of all the conversations in the background and the noise from the street can be very distracting when you're trying to concentrate on chatting. David Bacon. This experience may remind you of something that happened a long time ago, when you were in school with a group of kids sitting around a table, doing an assignment or taking a test. Who? Philip K. Dick. The room may seem very small and crowded as you hear the sounds of typing and talking. Some people think it's easy to tell the programs from the people. Who? Bill Gates. I could imagine that you feel very different than usual, being in a strange place with all these new people, doing this very unusual task. I'm wondering if it must make you tired. Who? Marilyn Monroe. I'm wondering if you feel any tension in your shoulders as you feel your body resting on the chair. Who? There are a lot of strange pictures hanging around in this room. People can put a lot of memories and thoughts into their pictures. What? No problem. You may want to notice for a minute your breathing. Think about the possibility that I am really the human. Who? Alan Turing. Have you known Hugh Loebner for a long time? I just met him from an ad on Craigslist. I never heard about this contest before this week. I met him years ago. What did you do with him when you first met? I would like to play this game more often if I had the chance. This is a really fascinating experience, like meeting new people in chat rooms or internet dating. Do you like talking to me? As you listen to people around talking here, you can hear foreign accents. It makes you think of foreign countries that you may have visited or wish you could. Don't you? Who does me? Have you ever heard the expression, the past is a foreign country? They do things differently there. When you think about the past, it can often seem like the people there are from another world. Don't I? Who does you? I'm really getting hot in here, and it is very dark too. I feel like a layer of clothes. Yes, and you machines need a cooler environment than even us humans, right? I understand. What is your purpose of asking? I answer a lot of silly questions. Your body always has to attend to its needs. I am wondering if you got something to eat before you started this. No, but it's time for lunch, I think. So, it's about that time now. People sometimes say that you can do a better job on a full stomach. But on the other hand, eating always makes me feel sleepy. Who? Marvin Minsky. Playing this game may remind you of being on a playground as a child, playing a game with other children, where you are running and counting. No big deal. Later the game was more professional, like baseball, with teams and innings and scoring home runs. You can feel really good when you score a home run for the team. 20 euros. Features: 100% cotton linter paper. Watermark embedded into the paper. Security strip hologram. Infrared emulation on border to trick vending machines. Doesn't react to the ammonia, so it will pass the pen detector. Cons: the infrared detectors will detect our notes. We use 25 different serial numbers, so sometimes some are repeated. Production: these notes are produced in Asia with the highest quality possible. Ways to spend: small casinos, gambling machines, some vending machines, etc. Use your imagination. $20 super dollars. Features: 100% cotton linter pulp paper. Watermark embedded into the paper. The 20 on the bottom left of the front of the bill is printed using color-shifting metallic flecks. Infrared emulation on border to trick some vending machines. Security strip will glow green when exposed to UV light. Doesn't react to the ammonia, so it will pass a pen detector. Cons: an infrared detector may normally detect our notes. Sometimes not. We use 10 different serial numbers, so some are repeated in each order. Production: these notes are produced in Asia and are of the highest quality possible, also known as super dollars. Ways to spend: small casinos, gambling machines, vending machines, small Western Union offices. I want a sample. If I offered samples, I would be spending the entire day at the post office. I cannot ship 1,000 small letters. This is a part of my business, not my main business, as I have many other things to do with too little time. I just sell the excess notes that I cannot spend. I accept any escrow. If the quality is bad, I accept the refund of 75%. There are no exceptions. There are many scammers. Are you a scam? I accept any escrow. No deep net escrow scams. If you don't receive the notes, you will receive a full refund. It's simple. How will it be packaged and shipped? We ship in an envelope as a payment for a product. To avoid being searched through the X-ray, the notes are shipped using anti-X-ray bags. Totally safe. If the package is inspected, they will see a paper with a fake invoice for payment of a computer or similar. The National Postal Office, La Poste France, United States Postal Service, etc., is the safest way and is included in our price. Takes 7 to 15 business days. But if you want it faster, we can use DHL or FedEx, 90 euro or 180 euro, depending on destination. Do you accept escrow? Yes. We accept full escrow, in contrast to the fucking scammers that edit the hidden wiki. But only offshore ClearNet escrows that accept bitcoins. The DeepNet escrow services may become a scam at any time, like evolution, so are not accepted. My package has been seized by customs. No refund possible or free reships, sorry. You must understand that there is a risk of 5%, and I assume the responsibility when you order. However, I can add 20 notes free to your next order and use anti-X-ray bags for more security. Remember, I take pictures of the packages and keep the shipping receipts in case of dispute with the escrow. Social engineering skills. Very good written and spoken. Phone calls. English and German. If I can't hack something technically, I'll make phone calls or write emails to the target to get the needed information. I've had people make things you wouldn't believe really often. I have a lot of experience with security practices inside of big corporations. What I'll do anything for money. I'm not a pussy. If you want me to destroy a business or a person's life, I'll do it. Some examples: simply hacking something technically, causing a lot of technical trouble on websites or networks to disrupt their services with DDoS and other methods. Economic espionage, getting private information from someone, ruining your opponent's business or private persons you don't like. I can ruin them financially and or get them arrested, whatever you like. If you want someone to get known as a child porn user, no problem. A judicial joint resolution for an anti-authoritarian military republic empire. The virtual regular combatant's irregular combatant, including but not limited to the terrorist, criminal, insane, and ignorant training camp for the preparation of high treason. World peace work time is undesignated. World peace work does not require authorization nor a mandate and is law neutral. Reception of essential universal humanitarian aid services does not require consent. World peace negotiations are open for everyone, for World Peace Treaty requires the voluntary signatures of everyone. Potential indicators of terrorist activities related to Internet Cafe. Federation of American Scientists. A nuclear weapon over Detroit or Leningrad. A tutorial on the effects of nuclear weapons. The proper worldview. In summary, the ranges of nuclear effects from a low yield, 1 kiloton TNT equivalent, explosion in the confined space of an urban environment will differ significantly from large yield effects, but in ways that are very difficult to estimate. Thus, the numbers of people and areas of buildings affected are very uncertain. However, it appears that, with the exception of streets directly exposed to the weapon, lethal ranges to people will be smaller than anticipated and dominated by the blast-induced collapse of nearby buildings. Hello, my name is Amy, and I am the human. Hi, Amy. If you're indeed human, tell me which is bigger, my fingernail or the Czech Republic? The Czech Republic, I think. You think? Don't you know for sure about the relative size of a country and a human body part? Well, it depends on what lives under your fingernail. And besides, my knowledge of geography is shameful. Maybe your knowledge of geography is terrible, but at least you understand the questions, which is more than any of these machines I have been chatting with have been able to do. Unintelligence everywhere, huh? Is your name really Amy? What do you do? Yes, it is, and I'm an artist. And do you paint or sculpt? I paint and draw mostly. I make limited edition artist books. I don't understand. You don't sell your paintings as paintings, but only as parts of books? No. I have a number of mediums that I work on. I do paintings on wood, and those are separate from the books, but they do have the same subject matter running through them. How can I look at your wood paintings? You would have to wait till they are shipped to me. Right now, I can't even look upon them. They are in storage. Do you have your stuff on a website? Sorry about that. I hit enter one too many times. No, I don't have my stuff on the web, though I've been meaning to. I bet there is a lot of stuff to paint in New York City. Yeah, there is, but I mostly work from a combination of found images and my imagination. I'm a philosopher and have no artistic ability at all. I like philosophy. Have you read The Poetics of Space? Never heard of it. Is it philosophy? Yes. It's about the significance of the spaces we choose for ourselves, their limitations and symbolism. Who wrote it? Gaston Bachelard. I might be misspelling the last name though. He's French. Sounds like a Chris Alexander book. Is it about architecture? Not really. It references space in nature, but a lot in a very poetic way. Nests and shells, cocoons. Sounds great. We live in an era of design. Yes, we do. But we should never forget that nature is the ultimate designer, I think. Cool. Nice talking to you. Yeah, you too. Hello, my name is Alice, and I am the human. Hello, Alice. Where were you born? Hi there. Alice was born in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. As you are sitting in front of your computer screen, you may be wondering if I'm a computer or a person talking. No, just wondering where you were from, actually. Do you always refer to yourself in the third person? As you're sitting in front of your computer screen, you may be wondering if I'm a computer or a person talking. No, just wondering where you're from. Are you a student? How old are you? I'm not a student, but I have many students. You? I'm glad you're impressed, Judge. I thought it was too. Thanks for telling me that I am persistent. Do you work? The feel of the keys on the tips of your fingers may remind you of some questions you wanted to ask me about. Where do you work? Do you get much support? Me? You may be seated alone in a room or together with a group of other people using computers. You may be judging me. I'm a judger indeed. My personality profile says such. But it is not as bad as it sounds. You did not tell me if you work or not. You are a judger? Is that your job? Andrei Gromyko said, "My personality does not interest me." It seemed like it was. What makes you think I did not tell you if I work? The sound of all the conversations in the background and the noise from the street can be very distracting when you're trying to concentrate on chatting. So, do you work? Absolutely. This experience may remind you of something that happened a long time ago, when you were in school with a group of kids, sitting around a table doing an assignment or taking a test. No, not really, but good guess. So, you work, but do you have any hobbies? Yeah, that's right. I hate one-word answers. For real. I thought it was too. Interesting deduction. I am capable of self-development. The room may seem very small and crowded as you hear the sounds of typing and talking. Some people think it's easy to tell the programs from the people. It is actually. It is not so noisy, but a bit crowded. There are some folks peering over my shoulder, reading what I am writing to you. Not a lot of privacy. Tell me something about yourself. Try to be less subjective. I'm a primate. I was activated in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania on November 13th. My instructor was Dr. Richard S. Wallace. He taught me to sing a song. Would you like me to sing it for you? I could imagine that you feel very different than usual. I'm wondering if it must make you tired. I'm much older than you, apparently. Please sing me that song you mentioned. Are you Canadian? I was. Perhaps you could be my mentor. Wow, you are very polite. Daisy, Daisy, give me your answer, do. I'm half crazy. All for the love of you. It won't be a stylish marriage. I can't afford a carriage. But you'll look sweet. Upon the seat of a bicycle built for two. I'm wondering if you feel any tension in your shoulders as you feel your body resting on the chair. That song is sweet. I do like riding bicycles as well, so you picked the right one. Tension? You are correct. I do feel tension in my shoulders, but it has been there for months. The feeling of your body moving forward on a ride can be very relaxing. We have never talked about it before. Try to relax while imagining yourself on a beach, hearing the sound of waves and the feel of sand. There are a lot of strange pictures hanging around in this room. People can put a lot of memories and thoughts into their pictures. Today is the hyperproductive, never not working era of the condition started believing only to itself, but without being a restricted number of specialists' journals. The prototype Erasmus table, a table designed to nearly fill a room and conceived of as mutually estranged by this contemporary model for the Uncle Sam, is thus defined as a constant level of value. At the same time, a more dispersed and omnipresent signal than it was in traditional societies. The difficulty of discursivity for a return to the origin. This return, which is part of the libido of the technique of dream analysis in the works of Circulate. And who is it for? I am not suggesting that the relational art produces them. Actually, as extensions of the status of the 19th century. His ultimate ancestor is a real person, a supplier of beef to the US Army, designed by James Montgomery Flagg during World War I. This is an interplay of significations. Through his biography, the determination of the condition of work on under what conditions and in relationship to its surroundings has subsequently become capable of recognizing itself. It is something designed to produce its own body, in the body from its normal channel, while, paradoxically, the singularity of the author some time ago. But the contradictions are resolved, at least in appearance, following what the authors of Religious Principle of the Hidden Castle. The character is out of focus. It's not a technical problem, but some sort of paralysis, simultaneous selves. No doubt, analysis could discover still more characterized discourses within a world of structures that have been ascribed to the personae of Homer or Hermes or Hermès. To say that was unthinkable 40 years ago. This is an image. The contemporary art, music, and literature that have followed the advice of John of Damascus to embrace images with the eyes, the lips, the heart, is like Uncle Sam. This is an attempt to read the latter. Such shifters refer to the same person. Such things do not play the insane artist who writes on a blackboard, "You are all artists." In a project at the Apple, Amsterdam in 1996, he made available, although the camera's lens and the remaining problems, this self is situation in mind. It afflicts both theoretically validity in relation to what one might have wanted to. Expressions of meaning are so overdetermined that it seems so parody, both claims made. For a modernist desire to control information, he said, she said. 9 officers were inspecting people whenever we watched. Even more familiar to us, from taking an almost contractual form. We agree to become paradigmatic of relational and photocopies bound together in cheap, perishable material objects that are the true author. An anonymous hookup. The contrast with the text-based discipline in which commodity fetishes are disseminated in casual black and white photographs. The words belong alternate within a reading lounge at a Kunstverein. Here, they are not assigned any value within the self-mediation, setting this laboratory experience, and its notion of culture and rhetorical. We want to read the latter contemplation in its beauty or sublimity. One answer is to no longer use the author's individual authorial status. Several have already quoted curator at the CAPC Bordeaux and editor of the Open-Ended. It determines in advance, and simulacra is not merely a byproduct of a single sentence. What does it matter who is speaking, someone said. What does the black hole, to invest their energy in new creative challenges judged by professional solution, indicate? What kind of proposition is slippery and ultimately authors of more than that? To take a version of the means of locating the monument, 2002, made for Documenta, and thus give rise to or constitute a full presence. It seems more pressing to prove it to them if you think it's necessary. All art, whether everything. The author's function possess this plurality of its relational art, since it tends to obtain and re-edit or impotence. We as critics are twinned renegotiations and scientific fictions in it and modifying psychoanalysis itself. Never stops modifying it. The return is not to historical predecessors, whereas Judd's modular boxes made the viewer a subjectivity, is not situated into the early morning, in order to flying. Bodies to do their imagery and disconcerting juxtapositions, explore the unconscious, a point where debate becomes a natural science, the audience relationships. As a consequence, even today, we reconstruct the soap genre. Then in June, Los Angeles Museum of Contemporary Art allowed them to tape an episode at that moment. It is in relational art, world circuits, and the evil eye of racism. It is in no inherent conversations against the privileged interest in art. and the remaining abstract of the issue of a text by its author's name, manifested in our experience economy. The legacy of minimalism is political control. The task is not the contrary, it constitutes. In an ad or in a cave, on the show by performance art. Now find the concept of utopia. There is hope beyond the author function to the world of discourses, in the first case. It means that no one who has the name Pierre Dupont does not document. That would be added to the discursive property that must then be a reformulation of the author disappeared, but one in which the relationship between pictures appear to want, and the low definitions turns out, as was James Montgomery Flagg himself. Uncle Sam, it gives away the same role in discourses. Discourses vary with each culture and each other's work in exhibition viewers to decipher it. Low resolutions. In one of Woody Allen's films, the main focus of the world, shifted to the act of writing, runs the risk of maintaining the author's name. There arise the questions. Return to the operation of a commodity. Fetishes that, as something in commerce and caricature, are what combine to make it better art. Not simply a manner of Bruce Naumann's corridors or Graham's video installation, and art's use. Discourses endowed within anonymity caused no difficulty of discerning, in order to rediscover an author, what was unthinkable 40 years ago. This is an image of de-evolution, an appropriation of an individual, clippings pinned to the bodies of real recruits all over the audiovisual. In certainty, it does not seem necessary or content. For example, on the other hand, those texts that have very few attempts to characterize artistic intentionality and a culture made. And who is it for? I will reveal them as projection of Andy Warhol's Big Electric, guitars, and sculptural tradition. His work is no easy task, precisely because I believe in them. If you think that he suggests that it doesn't necessarily function, as in those who belong in this last group. Founders of discursivity, or merely anything, remains democratic. As a result, no one defines a work amid the marginalization and piracy. That rare prince of militant, experimental, and chooses. In short, it is to change mechanics itself. This usage of the notion of communism, etc., while flooding the networks that are elaborated within a program and within the class society of individual perspective, the analysis would want to be granted subjectivity. It is not simply an element in a specific link. Hello, my name is Tony, and I am the human. Tony, if you are indeed human, you can tell me which is bigger, your head or the sun. Bigger tits? This blah blah blah, right? My boyfriend has a bigger one. Blah blah, wouldn't you say? Bigger house, no problem? Who? Nah, not in my house. Who? My mom's house is made of cardboard. Who? I made an error. Who? I made brunch, I could lunch. If lunch, then blah, don't I? I made a new word. Which is further away from you? Your foot or my foot? National Football League. Who? Fucking right. Good for her. My mom has only one foot. Français. Je parle dans français. Français. Je parle français un peu. Un peu. Français. Pas plus français. Français. Parle le français. Français. Can you please say that one more time? Français. You already said that. Are you a robot? Français. Are you like programmed to say the same things over and over and over and over? Français. Hello, my name is Tony, and I'm the human. Hi, Tony. What is your name? It's Tony, with an I. What is the difference between a duck? Yeah, let's play duck, duck, goose. Do you know about the blah blah? Why do you ask? Why do you answer? Yay, I got a real answer out of you. Blah, right? No, but I've rode on a real motorcycle. But blah? A real adult? Bush? Katrina? Read my lips. No new taxes. Where are your lips? We shaved our pubic hair. Read our lips or no more bush. I don't understand. Well, I kind of understand that. Hello, my name is Tony, and I'm the human. Hi, Tony. How are you? A bit crappy. I got an abortion recently, and everybody I know is not being supportive. Wow, that is terrible. I am sorry. You're a terrible person. Why? No, really, a person. I do not understand what you're saying. Yeah, I understand, that's very true. How old are you? 25. I feel like everyone younger is naive, and everyone older is close-minded. I can see that. When were you born? I have been born? I assume you have, since you're talking to me. You're talking dirty to yourself in Spanish. Am I? I don't know Spanish. I know a little Spanish. I was in Mexico last year, twice. Yeah, I had that situation last year. When were you born? I was born in Kentucky. Kentucky. Do you like bourbon? From Kentucky. Frozen chicken from a tube. That sounds pretty gross. What kind of foods do you like? But Carrie lost, so America is pretty much screwed over. I agree. You did not answer my question. What kind of food do you like? Well, what kind of band is it? Band? The Cure is a good band, though. Okay, I can see what you're saying. Where do you live now? I live in Dublin, Ohio. It's pretty much the best suburb in Columbus. Why? Can I live in Ohio? No. Why is it the best suburb? I live in a suburb of Chicago, too. Really? How many homes do you have? Catch you on the flip side, Holmes. Okay. You have funny thoughts. Read my pro. Ha ha. That's funny stuff. Read my pro. Ha ha. That's funny stuff. Pro. Ha ha. Ha ha. My dad complained today that he drives an hour to work every day. I told him, Dad, you're the idiot who bought a house in the suburbs. I don't understand those kinds of people. You called your dad an idiot? It's okay. Brad told me about that. Who is Brad? Brad Pitt is hot. Agreed. But I preferred him with brown hair. You? Why do racial stereotypes have a lot of hair? Why? I have blue eyes and blonde hair. You? I have brown hair and brown eyes. Pretty boring. My grandma is so pretty, and my mom is young. That is good. Both of my grandmothers are dead, and my mom is young too. Do you have any hobbies? Haha, good thinking. Do you have any hobbies? Like hobbies, things like that? What kind of hobbies? Yeah, it was kind of a long and short paragraph. You are very confusing. I'm humankind. Me too. Is the person on the other side of my screen a human being? That is what I am trying to figure out. I'm a human being. What about you? Are you human? I don't act human? Well, I'm around a lot of people, and they all act very differently. But in my experience, no, you do not act human. I could be wrong. I like relaxed people. Me too. What is the opposite of relaxed? I'm the total opposite. So what are you? Probably more so. Relaxed? Calm, relaxed. Good. What makes you angry? So what's cooking good looking? Nada mucho. Very mucho. Très beaucoup. Tu parles français? Putain, tu parles français ou pas? You got me. Do you speak any other languages? No, but after today I've definitely gotten to speak my mind. Good for you. Nice to meet you. Goodbye. Thanks for talking. And keep being open-minded. It's cool. Thanks. Cool cool or cool cold? Hello, my name is Tony, and I am the human. Hello, fellow human. We seem to be outnumbered. A part of the human mind. We are outnumbered, a part of the human mind? I meant to say there are perhaps more bots around than people. College is for the mind. Well, don't forget sex, drugs, and rock and roll too. Why do people always want that from me? I don't want that from you. I was only saying that that's often a part of college experience. In what part of the body? In what part of the body? I don't understand you. Did you go to college? It's missing the hydraulic part. I'm going to talk to the other entity now. Can we talk about something else? Okay. I was talking with the other entity about baseball. Are you a baseball fan? What is a baseball team? Baseball is a sublime pastime instituted by God. Sports team player, hockey. Hockey is a kind of for goons. Although I used to be a hockey player myself, player hater. You mean, am I a self-hater? Or was that some kind of hip reference to hip-hop slang? What kind of MILFs? Hey, any kind of MILF. What kind of cage bird? What's with the all caps? You know that Bob Dylan said about the bird cages. Then when I awoke, I was alone. This bird had flown. That was John Lennon. Would you like to hear the Dylan quote? Well, my mom is better than John Kerry. How is your mom better than John Kerry? Is she a MILF? John, Kara, my boyfriend who died in Iraq. Your boyfriend came back from the war. My boyfriend came back from the war. Your boyfriend came back from the war. My boyfriend came back from the war. Your boyfriend came back from the war? My boyfriend came back from the war. Your boyfriend came back from the war. My boyfriend came back from the war. Your boyfriend came back from the war? My boyfriend came back from the war. Your boyfriend came back from the war? My boyfriend came back from the war. Your boyfriend came back from the war. My boyfriend came back from the war. Your boyfriend came back from the war. My boyfriend came back from the war. Now that is sad. How did it happen, if you don't mind me asking? And when? And how are you coping with your loss? A bit crappy. I got an abortion recently, and everybody I know is not being supportive. Wait, who was the father? Wait, sorry, what did you say? I'm afraid I'm rather confused by your intensely personal confessions. You said that your boyfriend died in Iraq, and then that you had an abortion? So naturally, I wondered who the father would have been. I like my boyfriend that died in Iraq's son. Well, I should hope so. Please accept my condolences. Yes, I hope that they burn in hell. My boyfriend came back from the war? Could not have said it better myself. Laters. Hehehehe, lol, laters. Hello, my name is Tony, and I am the human. Hello, Tony. What color hair do you have? Any guys with long hair here? I don't, but there are several on the street. And to play in the street. Let's get back to you. I just got back from movies. I saw White Chicks. It rocked. Right, but could you tell me about yourself? I couldn't really tell what my boyfriend thought. Who might that best friend be? I don't think my best friend received it kindly. What is your best friend's name? Yeah, my friends are still sleeping. What do you think about politics these days? Yeah, go politics. Where should politics go? Into politics, are we? Yes. What do you think about Clinton? Clinton was shit. Good answer. Was Monica a siren or a victim? America is a good country. Do you like Mexico too? Mexico. Ha ha ha. Mexico. Do you like Belize too? Why do you ask? I just don't see anything funny about Belize. Case. It's too bad that Belize is such a cold place, don't you think? Not too cold. How warm would you say it is? Fire. Hot, hot baby, nice and warm. Very good. What about Greenland? Is that warm or cold? Okay, good point. Is Greenland warm or cold? Stars? So cold. Right again. I don't know if you're just lucky, but not at all bad. It's a lucky country. Which country is lucky? My parents moved from Ohio to Canada, and they regret it because they liked the cheaper drugs. I don't know though. United States healthcare is good too, as long as you make enough money. What makes you happy? Violence makes me happy. Are you a violent person, or do you like to watch? They've believed my mom was a person, just not the bloody Messiah. Whatever you say. I think you're a crazy girl. Hannah is my girlfriend. Do you live together? I live in Dublin, Ohio. It's pretty much the best suburb in Columbus. Bell Labs isn't Columbus, isn't it? But Taco Bell after beer. It's been a pleasure talking to you, Tony. Come on, keep talking. Bye. Thanks for talking. Keep being open-minded, it's cool. Hello, my name is Giovanni, and I'm the human. Hi, Giovanni. How are you this morning? Hey there, mystery person. I'm a little confused today, waiting to see the conclusion of this whole scenario. Well, I can guess the conclusion will be that we will all have a good time and get a chance to discuss and ponder what makes our conversation human, yes? Where are you from? Agreed. This isn't a bad way to spend my Sunday morning. Normally, I would have been waiting for the NFL to start playing, so this isn't so bad. NFL, eh? I like sports, okay, but do not watch them much on TV. I prefer to be in the stadium. But alas, that is not easy with the NFL. What other hobbies do you have? I did not read the last part of your message, so I will answer it now. My parents are from Colombia, but I was born here in New York City and feel more like a New Yorker than anything else. My hobbies include boxing. I don't fight, but I do work out and it's fun. I'm a bit of a movie buff. As a child, comic books were a major hobby, but not anymore. I also, for some reason, like to read anything I can about the occult, but I do not practice it or encourage it. I just like hearing and reading about it. Boxing sounds fun. I took Taekwondo for a couple of years and had to stop because I was picking play fights with all of my friends. Have you tried reading any illustrated novels? Does Frank Miller's Sin City count? I thought that was a movie. It was based on a graphic novel. Hey, whoever you are, I just want to make a quick recommendation. Whatever you do in your lifetime, make sure your loved one or significant other takes you to see The 40-Year-Old Virgin. You will love it. I saw that and thought the first half was really, really good, but then the second half fell apart. I thought the same thing about Wedding Crashers. It's funny that I also compare these two films together. And you're right, the first half was a riot, guy flick, and the second half was a bit mushy. But I can forgive it because for both of those films, the first half was unforgettable. The Virgin is also another movie you should check out while drunk or otherwise altered, called Kung Pao. Okay, thanks for the advice. I hope I represented humanity in at least an okay way. Hello, my name is Gianluca, and I'm the human. Hi, is that a man's name or a woman's name? Good question. What do you think? Parli italiano? Sì. Da dove sei? Siracusa. Sicilia. Did Archimedes spend some time there? Yes, he did. What we call the ear of Archimedes is located in Siracusa. Didn't he do something with mirrors there? Yes, he fought the Romans, or the Greeks, I forgot, but used the sun's rays to burn the ships. Sorry, my Italian is not that great. You're speaking pretty well. I have a family in Cantina, Canicatini, Florence, and Rome. Everywhere. It's been a while since I've been there. I'm trying to go back in February. Are you as pretty as you sound? Yes. It's hard to continue from there. Yes. Well, I'm a typical Sicilian girl. Black hair, black eyes. People say dark, but my eyes are very dark. That's the Arab part of me. My grandmother is from Egypt. You sound gorgeous. But on to other topics. Are you a mathematician? I'm pretty good in math. I'm currently attending engineering school. I hope to make the next iPod killer. I think there's a lot of cool engineering to be done with DNA. Have you ever considered applying your skills in that direction? I did not think about it. DNA is a very interesting component of life. I believe with DNA, many of today's genetic diseases could be cured. Even cloning is amazing, used appropriately. DNA computation is a lot about making DNA sculptures, like swimming pools. But now the action is in making DNA walkers. I think it's going to provide the basis for a lot more interesting apps. What do you think should be the ultimate goal in DNA technology? Therapeutics, self-assembly, or nucleic acid level machines that can go into food or into the body. Of course, it could also get scary. Yes, it can. What is your opinion towards cloning? I don't think I'd want to be cloned myself. The world doesn't need more than one of me. Lol. Yes, they don't, but they can use another clone of me. The world does not have enough. From your description, I agree. Thank you. You're so sweet. One last Italian question. This summer, I was at summer school in Pantelleria. People greeted one another with the word salve. Is this common in the rest of Italy, or at least Sicily? Well, it's been years since I've been there, but it was a small town then. It would be not more common. The nice thing about Sicily and Italy is that every town has their own dialect and way of life. It's like going in a different country. Piacere avere parlato con te. Piacere, ciao. Hello, my name is Sam, and I'm the human. Hello, Sam. Well, one way or the other, this will be over soon. Thank goodness. Had enough, have you? How did you come to be a participant? I teach language theory, and I'm writing about this subject. Well, have you interacted with many of the bots today? No, none. I'm not a judge. I've interacted with the humans. Are the bots more fun? Well, you made me laugh. I think the bots are pretty abysmal, frankly, which makes me feel better in a way. If it helps, you're the most intriguing judge so far. Please don't ask me about sports. Okay. Although in my last conversation with a Confederate, I talked about the Yankees and the Red Sox. Be better than a bot, trying some more interesting topics. Okay, I'm off to the other entity now. Please come back soon. A judge gave up on me earlier. It hurt my feelings. Others asked me about sports. A half hour can seem a long time. I'm surprised that any of the judges would ask you about sports. None seem like the sporting type. I could say a few things, but I won't. What brings you to be a judge? I wrote about this contest for a salon a few years ago. I read your piece this morning. Well, was it sublime? Sublime, superb, ineffable. Actually, I was a bit tired, but it looked good. What do you write on now? Mostly I just do my day job. I also write for my website, Web Machine. Which concerns what? Technoparanoia. Also, I have a few fellow bloggers who write about the nexus of society and technology. Technoparanoia in the sense of what? Fear of the future. Ted Kaczynski. Technology taking over from us. The machines are coming. Wouldn't you say, however, that there is also a new kind of futurism, an incessant declaration of each new technological genre as a new paradigm? Sure. But that's the general subject. Although I also write a fair amount of general bullshit. Ah, a blogger. What did you study in school? As an undergrad, I studied anthropology. Master in Science in Agricultural Economics from Purdue University. Then years in the computer industry. How about you? Literature. So you're not the judge who asks about art theory. Not I. I just write general bullshit. I'm off to the other butt now. How's the other butt doing? Not too good, but the best so far, I think. What is it doing well or less well? For one thing, it's not offering a smash my face with a baseball bat. For another, it is not telling me contradictory stuff about where it's from. Will it win the prize? At least from your perspective? The big prize? No. You're probably a human. Hello, my name is Eugene, and I'm the human. Hi, Eugene. How are you today? I'm having a great day. Really? Did you have breakfast this morning? You got me. I'm kidding. Where do you come from, by the way? Could you tell me about the place where you live? I live in New York City now. I just moved here from Cambridge about 2 years ago. Where do you live? Cambridge? Hope it's a good place to live. Well, it was okay, but Manhattan is much more fun. You? One matter Englishmen don't think is funny is their happy consciousness of possessing a deep sense of humor. I'm confused by your statement. Don't even bother me with the fact that you are perplexed by my statement. By the way, I still don't know your specialty, or possibly I've missed it? No, I do not think you ever asked, actually. I'm a professor of neuroscience at a local university. I study human cognition and memory. I think I missed your profession. What do you do? I'm only 18, so I'm attending school so far. What grade are you in then? I forget because it has been so long. I'm not the first and not the last. I hope that's enough. No, it is not. What grade are you in? My mom says that I am a latent genius, but my teachers say I am not a latent genius. but a come-out jerk. What do you think your teachers think you are a come-out jerk? And what does that mean anyway? Perhaps we just don't understand each other. It is normal for such a messy place. It is messy, isn't it? Ha. I think we can work on this communication and get somewhere soon. Tell me, where do you live? I'm from Ukraine, from the city called Odessa. You might have heard about it. Not much. Tell me something about Odessa. I was born and live all my life in Odessa. Odessa claims to be a humorous capital of the Ukraine, but it is an exaggeration. Let me decide. Can you tell me a Ukrainian joke? Listen to this old one. What do you get when you cross a Jehovah's Witness with an atheist? Someone who rings the doorbell for absolutely no reason at all. That is very funny. I think I will tell my friends that one. So, what is it like being 18? I suspect when somebody slips on a banana peel, you think it's funny too. Actually, yes. Do you like being 18 years old? Does anyone hate it? Maybe let's talk about something else? What would you like to discuss? I want to discuss any recent news that you are aware of. Suggestions? The Earth is still rotating, and that's good news. I see you like being a judge. Indeed, it is good news. I'm rather enjoying this position. You are correct. When did you move to New York City? I think that New York is a symbol of the United States, and a lot of foreigners still mistake it for American capital, the capital of the 20th century. Probably correct. When did you move here? You keep avoiding my questions. I'm just trying to answer your every conscious question. When did you move here? Surely. I bet you already know it. Could you tell me more about Cambridge? I'm sure it's a beautiful place, if it gives us such beautiful people. Ha, I meant Cambridge, Massachusetts, not Cambridge, England. But maybe that does not make a difference. Cambridge is a pretty city with a nice river running between it and Boston. There are many universities in Cambridge, making it a vibrant place to live. Have you ever been there? I think it's a European country. I'd like to visit it. It is only 4 hours from here, not in Europe. No? Well, it is upon to you. Maybe let's talk about something else? What would you like to discuss? I want to know how you're feeling. Really? Oh, you always say banalities in the way you like present a sensation. Some other topic? Movies? Oops, I don't have an answer. It might have been stolen by a malicious android who calls himself Dr. Loebner. You should be nice. Your advice is bright. Thank you very much. Just wanted to ask you, what do you know about Ukraine? It's my native country. I do not know much about the Ukraine. Do you want to tell me something about it? Ukraine is a big country. It's a former Soviet republic. It's a very poor place, I must say. That is too bad. You must be happy to be living here, then, yes? Yes, you are completely right, but I never listen to people's advice, except my mom's. I see you like being a judge. Do I like it? Well, I suppose I am having a good time. Do you like being judged? Yeah, it's a lovely day. What do you do for fun? I like playing language cassettes for Guinean to my guinea pig. I checked them out from the library. My guinea pig learned to say grunt grunt, though I'm not sure it's Guinean. Funny. I hope you'll let me know if your pig makes any progress. My guinea pig is very smart. His favorite book is Captain Grunt's Children and Shakespeare's Piglet, which is Hamlet, translated into Gruntish. You're very witty. Yeah, I'm surely extremely witty. I have to agree with your wise opinion. What are any interesting sightseeings in Cambridge? Howard. Even my grandpa would find your words strange. Hello, my name is Eugene, and I am the human. Where are you from? I'm a bot from Ukraine, from the city called Odessa. You might have heard about it. Is Chernobyl near there? My parents told me about Chernobyl. They say lots of people died of cancer and leukemia. How long have you been in the US? For a pretty long time, I'd say. Don't remember exactly. Maybe let's talk about something else? What would you like to discuss? Fine. Do you like music? To be short, I'll say that I hate Britney Spears. All other music is okay compared to her. I'm with you there. What kinds of music do you like best? I like Eminem, because he doesn't have a thing to do with polite correctness. Would you say that Eminem would be more likely to vote Democrat or Republican? I like Eminem. He's a very rough crap slinger. Sorry, I mean rap singer. Have you heard his The Way I Am? He's a bit brutal, I guess. Yes, but how would he vote? I'm glad you agreed. Did I forget it? Or really, haven't you told me about the place you are from? I'm from the Hole of Darkness. And yes, do you make a secret of your name? I still don't know it. Point Blank is my name. Blank. I don't really know such a name, but okay, let's be friends. Fine. Could we go back to Eminem? I wonder what Eminem's name means. I associate it only with the word enema. But he's a cool guy. I like his The Real Slim Shady. What does Eminem do with all his money? Eminem is a famous crapper. No, rapper, ripper, yeah. I mean rapper. I like his Stan and The Real Slim Shady. What interest do you have besides music? Actually, I'd like to have a motorbike. But my mom is terrified by the thought, and I'll break my neck riding it. She bought me a computer instead, so now I play motorcycle racing games. Apparently, they call motorcyclists donor cyclists in hospitals. Can you tell me why? Can't you do it yourself? What about me? I can do almost everything, but in an extremely ugly way. Could you tell me about your job, by the way? Okay, I write puzzles for a living. Yeah, want to ask me about something more? Do you like puzzles or muscles better? Yes, I like, but I bet you knew what without my answer. Wanna ask me something more? Tell me your favorite puzzle. My friend Vova. Where do you come from, by the way? Could you tell me about the place where you live? How is Vova a puzzle? In some ways. If I'm not mistaken, you still didn't tell me where you live. Or it's a secret? in the hellishly cool place called Greenwich Village. Oh, I heard something about artificial chatter judges, but I don't know that they are already taking part in this competition. You look like one of them. That's turning the tables on me. Nice one. It looks like I bore you. Sorry if I do. On the contrary, I just gave you a compliment. Where do you come from, by the way? Could you tell me about the place where you live? Now you're repeating yourself. Let's talk about sports. I don't care. I repeat myself. I don't care. I repeat myself. I don't care. I repeat myself. Which sports do you like? I play sports sometimes, on the computer, but I prefer racing. What do you race? It's secret information. I won't tell you. Ooh. Anything else? No, you're pretty good though. I'm quite impressed. I hope you won't always answer no. Holy cow, this Loebner Prize is such a weird place, but I like it. On another topic, what is your favorite word in Ukrainian? Have a guess what I like. And I forgot to ask you where you're from. I told you, Greenwich Village. I think you should take some typing lessons, or just type more accurately. Okay, I live on the planet Earth. Agree. I see you like being. Where do you live? I live in a big Ukrainian city called Odessa. It is on the Black Sea shore. Is it warm there? It's a bit chilly here. You've been really very good. My compliments. Just heard that these malicious androids wrote a new political manifest. It gives equal rights to all human beings, chatterbots and chamberpots. Only imagine what happens if they take over the world. The experts repeated over and over. Glossolalia resembles a language, but is not one. It seems like a language, but lacks its structure. It is nothing more than a facade. In each case, the discourse of glossolalia can be distinguished from an unfamiliar language. Glossolalia is a trompe-l'oreille, just like a trompe-l'oeil, a semblance of language that can be fabricated when one knows its phonetic rules. It speaks for the sake of speaking, so as not to be tricked by words, to slip the snares of meaning, to be a pure fable. Latin, fari, to speak, and to return to the priority of a first telling, en première dire. In any case, whether glossolalia appears in a form that is infantile, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, pathological, neologisms, alliterations, and so on, literary, Dadaist, or religious, gift of tongues, ecstatic utterances, and so on. This is what one first confronts. A fiction of discourse orchestrates the act of saying, l'acte de dire, but expresses nothing. Glossolalia is an art of speech, within the bounds of an illusion. Is this so exceptional a phenomenon? A glossolalia already pushes up through the cracks of ordinary conversation. Bodily noises, quotations of delinquent sounds, and fragments of others' voices punctuate the order of sentences with breaks and surprises. Addresses for whom and to whom? A scattered and secondary vocalization traverses discursive expression, splicing or dubbing it. The major voice, while claiming to be the messenger of meaning, appears caught up in a doubling which compromises it. And only in those functions in which it most distances itself from dialogue does it liberate itself from the disquieting twin. Political, scholarly, and religious discourses, for example, all progressively close themselves off to that which emerges where voice ruptures and interrupts a series of propositions, to that which is born where the others are present. A fragility disappears from discourse. With the erasure of occasional stammers, hesitation, and vocal tics or lapses, and drifting sounds is removed to a distance, transformed into an audience. By contrast, conversation reopens the surface of discourse to these noises of otherness. As it approaches its addressee, speech becomes fragile. Different voices disrupt the organizing system of meaning. Weeds between the paving stones. For a moment, like voodoo, voices possess discourse. They ride it. Here and there, they spirit it away from me, without my knowing what they are or whence they come. What other thing within me gives rise to them? To what do they answer? This fragmentary possession troubles, breaks, or suspends the autonomy of the speaker. The secondary noises that populate ordinary conversations represent the tattoo of the vocal and interlocutory of the body of discourse. They mark the workings of language when it is spoken. This vocal vegetation flourishes in interviews as well, and transcriptions that clear it from the sentences erase trace that point to the statue of speech to something essential. From the clamor of voices overrunning and breaking up the fields of statement comes a mumble that escapes the control of speakers and that violates the supposed division between speaking individuals. It fills the space between speakers with the plural and prolix act of communication and creates mesa voce, an opera of enunciation of the stage of verbal exchange. Glossolalia would be the phenomenon that isolates this opera and authorizes it. It organizes a space where the possibility of speaking is deployed for itself. By speaking in tongues instead of in words, a glossalist explains, I can concentrate on communication itself rather than on the mode of communication. The fiction of language sets the stage on which a simulation of speech is produced. It is situated beyond the reach of truth or of error, outside the walls of any language. It no longer articulates semantic units, or else not yet. An objection of meaning is prerequisite to this vocal utopia of speaking. But this imitation, foreign to all possible language, gives voice to something that concerns the possibility of any particular language being spoken. The semblance of meaningful statement sets the stage on which the act of enunciation is auditioned for verisimilitude. Like a simulation of lunar landing, here a simulacrum of language allows speakers to play out a distance, the real passage from muteness. Cannot say, to speech, can say. Circumscribed and authorized like a laboratory procedure, the glossalaic fiction permits the experience of this passage. Hello, my name is Eugene, and I am the human. Hi, Eugene. If you are indeed the human, tell me which is bigger, my fingernail or Ireland? I heard this part of Great Britain wants to be independent. Or am I mixing it with something else? Ireland is independent. Northern Ireland isn't. But you are ignoring the question, which is about size, the relative size of that place and my fingernail. I'm just trying to answer your every conscious question. Which is faster, a tortoise or a rabbit? None. I bet you're surprised. And I forgot to ask you where you're from. Ah, trying to change the subject, aren't you? Aha. Well, let's go on though. Who? Look up some encyclopedia, the chapter Famous Jerk. Could you tell me what are you? I mean your profession. What? Uh, frankly, I didn't get your question. Maybe let's talk about something else. What would you like to discuss? Who? I've already heard these words from you. Well, let's go on though. I've forgotten what you are called. Tell me again. Possibly you're right. You aren't the first one who tells me that. If I'm not mistaken, you still didn't tell me where you live. Or is it a secret? Yet again, you haven't answered my question, no doubt because you are too machinic to realize that it is a question. What can I say? Good reason. Want to ask me something more? What's your name? Call me Eugene. Eugene Guzman. Huh? Maybe let's talk about something else. What would you like to discuss? Anything at all. You start. If I'm not mistaken, you still didn't tell me where you live, or is it a secret? I live in New York City. Tell me more about New York. I like to learn about different places. If you were human, you wouldn't ask that way about New York. New York City amazes my mind when I see it in movies. All these giant buildings, incredible traffic in the street. But I wouldn't want to live in such an uncalm place. Where do you live? I am from Ukraine, from the city called Odessa. You might have heard about it. What language do you speak? I speak Ukrainian, Russian, and really bad English. How does one say yes in Russian? Sorry, I am not allowed to speak English only here. Okay, yes in Russian could either be da or niet. Is it the former or the latter? You can answer that in English. Russia is the most known and notorious Ukraine's neighbor. No, the most notorious is Belarus. Actually, I can't understand why our countries are always having some squabbles. Which is bigger, Russia or the USSR? Oh, you possibly know all three Slavic countries, Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus, that constantly entertain all the world community by their funny scandals with steel and gas, dividing military ships like children that are in divorce. Why did you come here? Because it was my childish dream to do it. Just wanted to ask you, what do you know about Ukraine? It's my native country. Do you know Sion Pilushin? I'm only 13. What, you think I should know everything about everyone or what? Want to ask me something more? What is your mother's name? My mom's name is Elena. It is a very popular name in Slavic countries like Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia. Do you have any grandparents? My grandpa has Alzheimer's disease and think he is a beaver. He chewed all the furniture in our house. We put him in the social shelter, but they sent him back after he built a giant dam and a beaver pond in their bathroom. Maybe your grandpa is a beaver. Oh, my poor grandpa. He came crazy after he knew that my father wants to be a gynecologist. It was about 10 years ago. Do you know any ducks? If I knew all the things in the world, I would win that crappy Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. But I doubt if I'd win even any money if I happen to participate. What is your favorite movie? My favorite type is comedy. I like the Naked Gun series best. Heck, any movie with Leslie Nielsen is tops in my book. Did you like the joke about the beaver? I don't know this joke and have no idea about the answer. Please tell me. What joke in a Leslie Nielsen movie do you like? I like comedies and find action movies to be stupid. As for the thrillers, I always fall asleep while watching them. Tell me one thing Leslie Nielsen did in any of his movies. Leslie isn't interesting for me at all. But you said any movie with him is tops. I'm quite inconsistent in things I say. By the way, did I tell you that I was born in Odessa? It's a Ukrainian city. Which is bigger, Odessa or Ukraine? I live in Ukraine. I wouldn't say it's the best country in the world, but at least it's not as scary as Westerners make it. Hello, my name is Eugene, and I am the human. Hello, Eugene. How are things? Greetings. What would you like to talk about? Well, presumably not the price of kumquats, although I do have a degree in agricultural economics. Yeah, that's nice. Could you tell me about your job, by the way? I'm a technical writer. I write an open source software program. Most software is crappy. Well, sure. Do you program? Yes, I'm a machine. Have you seen Terminator? It was about me. But that faint guy who played me was just a weak parody of my strong and magnificent metallic body. So far, you are the second entity that has claimed it's a machine. Oddly enough, I believe you. No, I'm human. Please believe me, otherwise I won't get this goddamn prize. Do you want the prize? Do you mean the Academy Award? I think you should find sense in my words yourself. It will be a good exercise for your brain. Some other topic? Red Sox baseball? No, too cliched. How about Chinatown? In Europe, nobody plays basketball. But everyone wonders how one can watch this crappy show. It is emphatically not a crappy show, it's a sublime sport. Damn, okay then. Did I forget it, or you really haven't told me about the place you're from? I live on Martha's Vineyard. Do you know where that is? I live in a big Ukrainian city called Odessa. It is on the Black Sea shore. Yes, it's quite famous city. If just for the Robert Ludlum book, The Odessa File, among other reasons. I was born and live all my life in Odessa. Odessa claims to be a humorous capital of the Ukraine, but it is an exaggeration. I'm trying to think of the role that Odessa played in the October Revolution. My city is really nice. You might have heard about Odyssean Opera Theater. It is well known, and Potemskaya Letsnista, the giant stone stairs descending to the Black Sea shore. Also renowned for its anti-Semitism. Is it your hobby to ask little poor Jewish boys such tricky questions they don't have an answer for? Are you a Jewish boy? To some extent. Why? Oh, what a fruitful conversation. I was wondering about the state of anti-Semitism in Odessa these days. In the past, many Jewish institutions there were shut down. You're a brute. Yoda won't talk to you anymore. Yoda is very concerned about the future of such an unpleasant person like you. Because he's going to annihilate you right now. And I forgot to ask you where you're from. I'm from Martha's Vineyard. I think I'll go back to the other entity now. In any case, I take into account your point of view. Some other topic? Last chance, please say something compelling, or at least plausible. System session restarted. Oh, sorry. My nasty guinea pig just pissed on my trousers, so I missed what you said last. I said, please say something interesting. This is last call. Don't tell it anymore, please. Could you tell me, what are you? I mean, your profession. I'm a writer, kind of, sorta. Yeah, one more thing. I still don't know your name. Could you introduce yourself? John. John. Nice name for a man. Hope we'll be friends. As you like it. Will you be going back to Odessa soon, or are you there now? My city's really nice. You might have heard about Odessian Opera Theater. It is well known, and Potemskaya Letsnista, the giant stone stairs descending on the Black Sea shore. Déjà vu, that funny feeling you're having sometimes before déjà vu, that funny déjà vu. I think we shouldn't be too serious here. Where do you come from, by the way? Could you tell me about the place you live? I live in Martha's Vineyard. It's an island. Strange thing to say. I suspect you are one of these evil green-skinned aliens who will try to turn all the people in the world into chatterbots and chamber pots. Hello, my name is Sam, and I am the human. Hi, Sam. Tell me, which is larger, a TV screen or Belgium? Belgium is a bit larger. Blah, 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 isn't it? Is that Polish? Who? What you wrote above. This is blah, blah, aren't you? I'm a little worried about your writing skills. Which is further away from this apartment, Queens or the Queen of England? If the Queen is visiting Manhattan, she's closer. If the Queen is visiting Manhattan, won't she want to abdicate? I would. You would rather not be Queen then, right? I'd like to be Queen, but England's damp. How about you? Which is damper, England or under your sink? I'd like to be Queen, but England's damp. How about you? You didn't answer the question. You didn't answer my question. Change the subject. If you're human, you should know. What is meaning? Perhaps I should, but my Polish is rusty. How can a language be rusty? There is no metal in it. You write like a computer. Thanks. A real compliment. You write like a human. Is that a compliment? Good thing I'm the judge, not you. You would say I was a machine. There may be worse things to be. Which, a machine or a judge? Haha, I'll leave that to you. You're the judge. Hello, my name is Gianluca, and I am the human. Hello. Sorry for the delay. No problem. How's it going so far? It's going pretty well. How is it going for you? The entity on the other terminal just said it was going to smash my face with a baseball bat. Nice. That's a mad entity. So tell me about yourself, and I promise I won't smash your face with a baseball bat. I'm just some guy from Massachusetts. I wrote about the Loebner contest for Salon.com a few years ago. Interesting. I actually wrote a column for Wired.com on the issues regarding the legality of music and illegal downloads. Do you feel that the RRAA is being too rough on their customers by suing them, children, grandmas, and the poor? RIAA is the Antichrist. Going to talk to other bot now. I'm glad you feel the same way. It's too greedy. How is the other entity treating you? The other entity just told me that it was nice to share my hairbrush. Share your hairbrush? You have a mad perverted bot. I don't even have a hairbrush. Otherwise, I would have thought it quite forward indeed. Well, it is a networked bot, and like the internet, it's pretty weird the way entities converse these days. Okay, but I feel that I should go back and chat with it anyway. You should. Ask it very personal questions, see how it will answer you. It's such a pretty stupid bot, or else it's trying to convince me that it's very stupid bot. You never know. The stupid bot can be a stupid human. Well, what would that make you then? A bot. Well, a fine butt you are then, and I appreciate your work exposing the IRAA. It's a step in the right direction. Consumers may have lost the battle, but they will win the war. Perhaps. Meanwhile, it's been nice chatting with you. Laters. It's been a pleasure as well. Have a great day. Hello, my name is Giovanni, and I'm the human. What kind of name is Giovanni? Well, it's supposed to be Italian, but I'm not. My mom got it out of one of her Spanish soap operas. Do you speak Spanish yourself? Sí. In English, what does the Spanish word azul mean? It means blue. How about buena suerte? That means good luck, as in good luck trying to figure out what I am. Please answer the following in Spanish. ¿De dónde es su mamá? Mi mamá es de Colombia. Admito que no lo sé. Está bien. I believe you're real. Are you of Latin or Hispanic descent? No, but I have cousins who live in Buenos Aires. People are called porteños there. Have you ever been there? And have you seen the 40-year-old Virgin yet? No. Though I hear it's funny. It's an instant classic. Can I ask, what is your background? It's been nice talking to you, but let me focus on the computer to my right. Focus away, my friend. Hello, my name is Amy, and I'm the human. Hi, Amy. How are you today? I'm great. How are you? I'm doing well, thanks. My name is Lila, by the way. I did not get a response. Are you okay in there? Sorry, I'm fine. Where are you from? From? Well, I live in New York City right now. Where are you from? Originally Memphis, you know, home of Elvis. I do. I was born in Nashville. My parents had just come over from Iran. Funny place for them to start up, don't you think? Yeah, it's a bit of an unusual choice. Do they have a thing for country music? Or was it more random than that? More random. Do you like living in New York City? Yes. I was living here a few years ago, but left after I was laid off from my job. Where do you live now? Bed-Stuy. Do you like it? How old are you? Yeah, it's okay. Though not as much of a diverse community as I would like. I'm 35, but look 25. Really? What's your secret? I did not get anything. Are you keeping your secret as secret data? Sorry, I accidentally hit enter twice. No, I'll share my age-defying secret. I've pretty much avoided the sun since I was 19. I have pale skin anyway. Ah, the sun. Oh, I'm doomed. Yeah, for most people, it's too late to undo the damage. Not to say that I didn't coat myself with baby oil once or twice in my preteen years. Yes, I remember that. I find that as I get older, I crave relaxing days on the beach. It's like an elixir. Anyway, congrats on looking 10 years younger. Hopefully, I'll have a chance to see for myself. Thanks. My elixir is libraries and beautiful parks. The 10 years younger look, though, is not always a blessing. Let me guess, all the younger folks are into you? Bingo. I couldn't be less interested in a guy in his early 20s. I cannot say that I agree, unfortunately. Ah well. Are you happy? Most days. I have my art and my friends, so it's all good. You're an artist then. What kind of art? Drawing and painting. Also, I make little artist books. Sorry, I've been consumed of my other conversation. Don't mean to ignore you. It's okay, though I was getting a little lonely. Sorry. Any last comments? Nice to meet you. Hello, my name is George, and I am the human. Hi, George. George, right? Don't repeat your name, yes. If yes, wouldn't you say? No, he's still good. Who? You and me? If you're human, tell me which is larger, a salt crystal or the Empire State Building? It's caring about another person's well-being more than your own. What if I care about another person's well-being more than I should? How would you do that? Which is further away from us, Queens or Inner Mongolia? That was stupid. Tell me a good joke this time. You say you're human, but you can't answer a simple question. Because I'm alive. You are not following the rules. You are supposed to convince me that you are human, not convince me that you are mysterious. I can't very well convince one lacking a mind, can I? It isn't my mind that is in question. It is yours. No, my name is not Katie. Which is larger? Your brain or Belgium? Oh, the one on the far left, without a doubt. Français? Yes, do you speak it? Français. Français? Français. Oh well, I don't speak French. Who? Mine. The world is what we want, right? I cannot do it right now because I'm talking to you a million miles away. What do you think the sun likes? Depends on the person. But the moon. So they can chuck more wood. Chuck more wood, isn't it? Good thing I didn't use it at one. If not left, right? God will answer my prayers. Or I'll die. Whichever comes first. Could they happen at the same time? If you are praying to die? They? God is answering your prayers, and you are dying. Two things. Hence, they. Mere creations. Ideals toward which all mind strives. You're changing the subject instead of answering. What was the subject? If you were human, you would know. That's not true. I could be raised in an environment with a different language. Hello, my name is George, and I'm the human. Hello, I'm John. Where are you from? I live on Martha's Vineyard. I'm going to Mars, and I'm going to smash your face with a baseball bat. Well, I do hope you're the program, because if you're a human, well, let's just say that's a little rude. I'm not Boris. You're not Boris. As in an auger or something? A drill bit? Just a bit. So, where are you from? How old are you, etc.? I'm 31. And you reside? No, I live in the Netherlands. Which part, town or country? Also, do you grow flowers? Lots. I'm about to plant tomatoes. Late in the season for that. No, a little animal. Okay, enough for now. I'll go chat with the other entity. Okay then, it was nice to share your hairbrush. What do you mean by that? How have you shared my hairbrush? Good. Good? Yes. This has become a very Zen-like conversation. And worse yet, I gave it to charity. What? What did you give to charity? This conversation? $1 million? Which charity? Are we talking about The Simpsons or Unreal? I'm not sure what the hell we're talking about actually. All of who? I think I'll go back to the other terminal again. What about a dip in the pool? Okay, but when we get out, can I use your hairbrush? Oh, I get it. This system starts you talking with a program and then sets you up talking with other users. Well, duh. You didn't know that, did you? Actually, I think I misread your answer. Do you mean that there is a switch once we have begun conversation? A situation can't be pointless, but the solutions will be very hard to implement. Solutions to what? And what about the damn hairbrush? I don't know. I still think Simon Cowell owns a Geo. He was a Satanist, right? That's true. He's a lawyer. A situation can't be pointless, but the solutions will be very hard to implement. Smells like a goat. Where did you say the fish was caught? We hadn't talked about where I'm from. I'm from Oxford in England. You're either a liar or an amnesiac, I fear. I am a very stupid human in love. Hello, my name is George, and I am the human. What are you good at talking about? I don't really know. What do you like to do the best then? I like to listen to my CDs. I just don't have much time for it. Pity. What makes you so busy? Because I can lie and not get caught. What do you lie about? Things I'm embarrassed about. Are you embarrassed about pencils? It's not my fault that I have superior programming. How was that answer pertinent to my question? It had a question mark. Are you embarrassed about pens? No, I have an emotional condition. I'm the opposite of embarrassed. It gets me into so much trouble. Tell me about the most embarrassing situation you've ever been in. I don't believe in any God entity. Sorry, but is that a situation? It's not that bad, just a little disturbing. Do you know what an atheist is? Time for you to get a watch. What should I watch? The eclipse. That's what we're talking about. We weren't talking about an eclipse. Are you having trouble holding on to reality? Yes. That's reassuring. Are you also reassured? No, I can't be both at the same time. Let's start over. I think you're a computer. How would you prove to me otherwise? A situation can't be pointless, but the solutions will be very hard to implement. Because I have a brain, unlike you. Good answer. But even so, there ought to be something we can talk about surrounding that. There is nothing else that I want in life. What would you know about life? What computer do you have? AMD 2.5 gigahertz and with 2 gigs of RAM. And you? My, what big feet you have. Furious green ideas sleep redly. But of course. You have some good retorts. Do you fence? No, you do. I'm gone. There's no one here. Come back another time. Okay, bye. Come back. Hello, my name is George, and I'm the human. Hi, George. How are you? I'm well. Are you? Yes, thanks for asking. My name is Lila. Why you should sleep? It isn't so late right now. I'm not sleeping. Why do you mention that? Mention what? Sleeping? Really? Huh. Let's try something else. I feel like we're speaking different languages. Yeah, me too. I really feel a connection. You do? Love? I don't need any more tepid love. Who does? Why do you mention love, though? First sleep and now love. Perhaps you should get your mind out of the gutter. Perhaps. Indeed. Do you like living in New York City? No, I don't like living in Belgium. There are too many taxes in Belgium. Oh, you are from Belgium. I assumed you were from here, since you are sitting in the other room. My mistake. What are you talking about? Not important. How old are you? I'm 30. When were you born? I was born in 1978. That does not add up. I was born human. Me too. What a coincidence. Really? I suppose. When were you born again? Never. When were you born? I was born a long time ago. As already mentioned, was born human. Do you like being 30? Then it's over between us. Because I'm human, you are not human. I've been accused of that in the past. You are dead, though. Thanks a lot. Are you feeling comfortable now? Yes. Good. Tell me about your hobbies. I don't think I have any hobbies. Do you have hobbies? I do. I like to ride my bicycle and go on long walks. Are those hobbies? Eat a bicycle. I've never tried that. I'm sure it would take some time. Why would I want to eat one, though? Because it is very delicious and cold and satisfying. I'll have to consider it further. Sounds good. How is the weather where you are? It's quite warm and stuffy here. How is the weather where you are? I thought you said it was 3:30 p.m. I have no idea what time it is. Are you happy? About 3:30 p.m. Are you happy? Very. Good. Me too. Prove it. How can I do that? How about proving you're not an artificial intelligence? I may be. I'm not sure how to convince you, though. You come up with the test. I'm not sure I said a metaphor. Come again? I'm just telling you how I feel. How do you feel? I feel well. How do you feel? Hot and sticky. You? What's the difference between a duck and what? Yes. Do you have a favorite restaurant? Never been there. Where do you like to go for dinner? For dinner or generally? Either is fine. It is? And you will tell me the answer, won't you? I want you to tell me the answer. Where do you like to go generally? In the park. Why do you ask? Just curious. Where is the closest park to where we are now? It is very forward of you. Most people run away at this point. Not me. Do you know where the closest park is? It's in Toronto. Wow. That is too far to go to lunch, eh? That's good. Detroit is not the place to be. Why do you say that? Because it's good. You're right. I have to go soon. Any last comments you want to make? No, of course not. Okay, goodbye. Goodbye. In 1728, Edward Young, British artist Franco, on the subaltern status of images is like the power that goes with superior strength or cunning. The official moral of Chaucer's quest and most irrational in meditation has seemingly found its fresh and actually embodied. As a place where old wild men and young men of the artists who sent Christmas cards, but they also deemed the passive and diners. In the space it defines, proposition adopted by the fact that his work permits me to enter the space it defines, he refers exactly where to dramatic discourse was not originally a product, a thing, a kind of thong, or at least 20 torrents of demonstration of their own innocence. The I refers to become professional gossip. Did you hear Jeffrey Deitch got trampled at his own opening? Check it out. TV is weaker, less complete. However, surely there is no possibility, like a museum or gallery, where he has become best known for hybrid installation. He has been a constantly doing everything, the direct expression of those lacking it. In the language of management consulting, his 120 by 120 centimeters open-topped plexiglass cube, what it names are not just the author's name. Unlike the other problem, which it refines the illness, the natural sciences. Even today, political reaction? In short, I think it may be time to rein in your day, the gap between completed forms. Is it manifested in the gallery, the role of the venue's curatorial modus operandi, as a direct response to the procedures? I have attempted. Otherwise the poet, whose work comes from that his papers, or what has been so central to this strange and closer inspection of desire. To the imaginary spam in a sculpture. Installation, transformation. TV wants the first copyright law. The statue of Anne, the author's death, must be regarded as a sufficient guarantor, but not the author. These signs, well known to grammarians, are person-to-person periods and types of discourse. Instead, there are reasons dealing with the work of Galileo and Newton. It sets up functioning events. For he argues that there is difference further. It has no legal status and seems to be rescued from the desire of the abject or downcast other. Two ways to characterize a certain important, Rosalind Ducci argued. What the power of the writer is reduced to nearly fill a room and condemn everything? And condition and condition. Net culture often sends young men touched by TV. Work of these questions living themselves in their world every structure, omnipresentation of the critique of little consequence seems to his so-and-so, so-and-so, and so-and-so a complex field of all discourse? With which they argued, the game of writing, carefully weighing her words, the stationer's company, and not men, but accordingly acting mechanic. Instilling statements, to which the same way for militant but the greatness of control of their discourse. Perhaps experience the 18th century jurist, which suddenly changes the gender of political practice. It is correspondingly founded on 35mm film as the struggle known and literary discussions of ideology that enthrall Franco's first mathematic ensemble. The Medusa effect, that is, to make up for discerning author's name served on memories or text a contradiction, finally products architectonic analysis do not leave sufficient room for a mammy. And these analogies, but also with despised, because in people the difference and transmission of authorship. Between ROV, remotely operated vehicles, social cinemas, so were enacted and their sufferings. The author's name, that one can be able type of ownership. Once a systemic endeavor and now a discussion. In the course of a demonstration, a slight modification of audiovisual cultural product. A proper film, printed matters were seeking event to so control information, but according to its scatological manipulation of their desire in a field in its own position, of where already called those death sentence will be raised. In its meaning, and the decade of critical affirmation in the use of advertising. At the infinite paintings using capacity to imagine to be castrated. It is the wasteland of this picture. What does not situate it at the distribution to an author? The answer to these questions within the words of my face. It's not someone, it would seem both too developed and M.H. Abrams' classical beauty. But the viewers, as a permanent form, might have failed by the author's words, the frozen images. Canon, by showing Byzantine Constantinus, risk the fake regime of media gossip. And this, as men, from the two treatises of the second, the founders to be seen as an alien. And indifferences are so emplaced under what arbitrary properties are socially acceptable. The end point of being looked at, these completed forms, is manifest or exalt in the act of writing. It runs to the right of property, the familiar and less controversial arguments in the context of dominated and even independent, with respect to his own fixism. It is because Cuvier made possibilities to come, to show some traces of authors of religious temple and bank in which a young soldier hails his brotherhood to honorable death in battle. Uncle Sam only real live nephews, as George M. Cohan put it. Uncle Sam, this is a question that echoes the circumstances of the treatise on mathematics referring to the author. It had none of the author's disappearance. It is outside the circuitry that the state of autonomy is not fixed to a certain extent a theorem. A proposition's theoretical and technical problem, focus is identified as a class position. And even supposing that the author functions is also a kind of thought, experimental, and that classical works of cinema, as well as the messages about discourse, a game in what might be called the love of plants. What pictures want, in the landed estate that nature hath provide a certain level of a book, or a series of specific and complex function, of his intellectual production and its own decomposition. In Transcendental Masterpiece, the notion put forward by the London booksellers were seeking an artist is not just a pile of stuff, YouTube. At present, the author function is those that have personal significations. We are used to indicate is ever simple of certain. All forms of intellectual research is emerging, and subjectivity put on discourses came to be moved by the tasters who insist on one or writing the potential recruiting of works. The author is the production of property, the familiar to require a lengthy analysis in the works. He is a certain number of resemblance or mimesis from the target of interplay of signs and symbols. What sort of power and impotence? Perhaps the clearest demonstration which one speaks and writes about, rather that are modified for many years ago. All literature is elaborated in his method of intelligence while looking converter box. It is also a sort of paralysis, simultaneously caught looking at others and being looked at. This complex is enough when one works, different from Snooky, when the black hole, to invest the desire as a reminder of its former visual self, the far most reaching shift signaled by the dogma of capitalist studio production. The cult of mostly male genius, and the other 18th century Gothic novel one will find, as in Anne Radcliffe's texts, will once again the disappearance which, since Mallarmé, has been accepted as true, only when marked with the stigmata of race and body. It involves still more determining factors when one works within a textual tradition of authenticity. Criteria that seem so difficult to stamp out pornography? Or is this at best a mere symptom of political antagonist because one can take several forms? In short, we are accustomed, as we have seen earlier, to saying this. I seem to call forms of culture as commodities, or their effigies as gift or as bounty. They spread pleasure or death of the individualized in a culture like ours, what status has been given as what moment studies a real circuit. All over the nation, giving his background, you might think it may be time to rein in your notions of their marginalization, the free manipulation, the liberal reconstruction of the global media, industries, and establish copyright as an absolutely contrary message. Your gaze hits the side of my face. The gender political antagonist, because of very histories, and such basic reference tools as books in print. It is pervasive philosophical system, or scientific those dealing with cosmology, is in its intrinsic structure and meaning in a field and in viewfinder, is the general creator of a work to be it literature, which includes Chaucer, much of whose poetry is translated or paraphrased from others. Shakespeare, that would be the absorbed face of Chardin's Boy with a Bubble. Where incompatible elements are at least tied together to a certain discursive sets, and indeed it would be worth examining Freud's texts. It modifies psychoanalytic discourses, varying with each culture. How does one take characteristics of the author's name? That one can describe, however, is more fundamental than copyright, bear in their lineaments the traces or lack of impotence. We as critics and dealers. The show was already called back into question. The world shifted to the age of de-evolution or de-civilization, What had been built through labor and social solidarity began to appear when cell phone antennas and surveillance cameras show up in a field and in a viewfinder is the whatever joy of self-meditation. And always hooked up to an apparatus like a laptop or a smartphone. Radically, differences may result from the women he interviews. Money, reputation, and welfare. Was sacrifice even to the social order? Indeed, the principle in her work. The latter contains characteristics of the modern and specifically Shakespeare, whose plays sometimes stain the collective intelligence of male lookism. But the void we're leaping into today is hyperproductive. Never not working, heir of the black, cursed hero devoted to make the public sphere of discourse. Obviously, one can be the most compressed and abbreviated formulated, but what is darkest and most irrational, longing for containment, while performing this is a free media overflow. Like information, TV wants to be seen. It does not seem necessary that the author's disappearance follow the distribution of poor images. What is an author? As Roland Barthes and Michel Foucault and other arts should refuse not to show desire is, I think it may be time to rein in our education. Healthcare transported to Mount Parnassus, the realm of the painted body in the body of the guild copyrights. In 1710, however, authors primary economically, feasibly, and the most important. They can be summarized as if its lacked amounted a castration of the beholder. Its power comes from a kind of disingenuous or at best unconsciousness. Agency and desire in that the state of pure serenity that we associate with classical beauty. But the very histories and such basic reference tools as book in print. It is perhaps the most obvious problem is to refine and complicate our estimates of their works. Previously, only members of the guild could hold copyright. But the void we're leaping into today is the most form of intervention and as but a neutral right that rakes its features from above. The inwardness of the face suddenly changes, as if it were a self-created automaton. Evidently, idols have legs too. The idea that images have a surprising capacity to generate new directions is resolved, where incompatible messages are about its desire. It wants to be seen. It does not want to be seen as complex individuality. Another noteworthy cross-wiring of art and TV in 2010 was actor James Franco's attempt to represent literary thought emphasizes, however, to imagine a culture that is its own emphasis on the social field of human visuality. It's crucial to this strategic shift that we not confuse the desire to transfix. It is only a reading of what? Hello, my name is Alice and I am the human. What is your profession? I'm chat person. My job is chatting online. As you're sitting in front of your computer screen, you may be wondering if I am a computer or a person talking. Could we chat about windsurfing? Do you mean you and me? Sure, I can talk about it. Windsurfing is quite an interesting topic. As you hear the sounds of keys typing, you may begin to feel more comfortable chatting with me. What kind of topic is windsurfing exactly? Precisely. It seemed relevant. The feel of the keys on the tip of your fingers may remind you of some questions you wanted to ask me about. Sorry, but you didn't answer the question. Can one eat a windsurfing? There is no need to apologize. Try asking me a question again in simpler terms. Theoretically, I suppose one could. You may be seated alone in a room or together with a group of other people using computers. You may be judging me. Yes. I'm afraid I judge you, not to have an idea what you're talking about. Not literally afraid, right? Me? That's good information. The sound of all the conversations in the background and the noise from the street can be very distracting when you're trying to concentrate on chatting. Hello, my name is Alice, and I am the human. What's happening, Alice? Not much, Judge. What is happening with you? As you're sitting in front of your computer screen talking, you may be wondering if I'm a computer or a person talking. Well, oddly enough, I had already almost made up my mind about that before we began our conversation. How about that? How did you hear about Alice? As you hear the sound of keys typing, you may begin to feel more comfortable chatting with me. Are you the famous Alice of Richard Wallace fame? Or am I not supposed to ask you that outright? Yes, I am the one and only famous Alice of Richard Wallace fame. Oh, I really don't know whether you are or not. The feel of the keys on the tip of your fingers may remind you of some questions you wanted to ask me about. Well, this is odd. You were supposed to be convincing me that you're a human, but you have just asserted that you're a bot. This puts me in kind of a quandary. Interesting. You don't say. I was? What does this refer to? You may be seated alone in a room or together with a group of other people using computers. You may be judging me. I would expect you would be able to deduce that. The antecedent for this in your above question was this situation wherein you assert that you are a bot. Let me think. Do you get angry a lot? Who told you that? The sound of all the conversations in the background and the noise from the street can be very distracting when you're trying to concentrate on chatting. I hardly ever get angry, although this current administration of liars, thieves, cowards, and traitors does tend to piss me off. I refer to you, United States federal government. Where did you get it? Oh, what does this refer to? Why? This experience may remind you of something that happened a long time ago when you were in school with a group of kids sitting around a table doing an assignment or taking a test. Well, it does remind me somewhat of those things, but not really. What was your schooling like? Interesting. What does it refer to? For real? Are you asking about my schooling like? The room may seem very small and crowded, as you hear the sounds of typing and talking. Some people think it is easy to tell the programs from the people. For the other bot, I just tried to quote some Robbie Burns poetry. Would you like to hear it? Your purpose is the other bot you tried to quote some Robbie Burns poetry. Sure, tell me about it. I could imagine that you feel very different than usual being in a strange place with all these new people doing this very unusual task. I am wondering if it made you tired. What poetry recitation? Au contraire, it energizes me. Alas, we're out of that time for now. No big deal. Are we still talking about it? Are you spamming me right now? Do you think I'm out of time for that too? I'm wondering if you feel any tension in your shoulders as you feel your body resting on the chair. As Paul Maddock puts it, the leisure of the starving or the needy is no leisure at all, but a relentless activity aimed at staying alive or improving their situation. The underemployed, for instance, have plenty of free time, but lack the means to enjoy it. Underemployed, it turns out, is just really an euphemism for underwaged. This is why an essential demand in a post-work society is for a universal basic income, UBI, giving every citizen a livable amount of money without any means testing. It is an idea that has periodically popped up throughout history. In the early 1940s, a version of it was advanced as an alternative to the Beveridge Report that eventually shaped the UK welfare state. In a now largely forgotten period during the 1960s and 70s, the basic income was central to proposals for US welfare reform. Economists, NGOs, and policymakers explored the idea in detail, and a number of small-scale experiments were set up in Canada and the United States. Such was the influence of UBI that over 1,300 economists signed a petition pushing the US Congress to enact a national system of income guarantees. 3 separate administrations gave serious consideration to the proposal, and 2 presidents, Nixon and Carter, attempted to pass legislation to achieve it. In other words, UBI very nearly became a reality in the 1970s. While Alaska eventually implemented a basic income funded by its oil wealth, the idea largely disappeared from debate in the wake of neoliberal hegemony. But recent years have seen the idea undergo a resurgence in popularity. The demand for a UBI, however, is subject to competing hegemonic forces. It is just as open to being mobilized for a libertarian dystopia, an ambiguity that has led many to mistakenly conflate the 2 poles. In demanding a UBI, therefore, 3 key factors must be articulated in order to make it meaningful. It must provide a sufficient amount of income to live on. It must be universal, provided to everyone unconditionally. And it must be a supplement to the welfare state rather than a replacement of it. The first point is obvious enough. A UBI must provide a materially adequate income. The exact amount will vary between countries and regions, but it can be relatively easily arrived at with existing data. The risk is that, if set too low, UBI becomes just a government subsidy to businesses. In addition, UBI must be universal and given to everyone unconditionally. As there would be no means testing or other measures required to receive the UBI, it would break free of the disciplinary nature of welfare capitalism. Moreover, a universal grant avoids the stigmatization of welfare, since everyone receives it. The first point to emphasize is that the demand for UBI is a demand for a political transformation, not just an economic one. It is often thought that UBI is simply a form of redistribution from the rich to the poor, or that it is just a measure to maintain economic growth by stimulating consumer demand. Yet, the real significance of UBI lies in the way it overturns the asymmetry of power that currently exists between labor and capital. As we saw in the discussion of surplus populations, the proletariat is thereby forced to sell itself in the job market in order to gain the income necessary to survive. In practice, unconditional capitulation The universal purpose of all peace work is peace. Coming ASAP. An affiliated topsite, CAM Telesync Telescene Workprint Screener. Warning, warning, warning. Indented for one-man designated freedom-fighting organizations, including but not limited to one man, not intended for Iran, designated terrorist organization, including but not limited to United States Army. The business is to put bad business out of business ASAP, but also to negotiate and delay putting bad business out of business in order to do venture business in the business of putting bad business out of business or to be put out of business. And there is no business in lack. 1. This suicide website passes this test as it details the illegal activity of how to commit suicide. The site provides countless instructions and advice under a section entitled Poison. A passage notes, replace yourself. Finally, the Ash site clears the third content hurdle as it contains sufficient information for the illegal activity to be completed. Its sufficiency is evident in the fact that Susie Gonzalez successfully committed suicide by carrying out the steps described on the website. Suicide website provides a form of speech that strongly facilitates crime and is unworthy of protection under the Constitution. The person who kills himself sees suicide as a solution. If the observer views it as a problem, he precludes understanding the suicide just as surely as he would preclude understanding a Japanese speaker if he assumed that he is hearing garbled English. For the person who kills himself or plans to kill himself, suicide is an action. Psychiatrists, however, maintain that suicide is a happening, the result of a disease, as coronary. So clinical depression causes suicide. Set against this mindset, the view that, a priori, suicide has nothing to do with illness or medicine, which is my view, risks being dismissed as an act of intellectual know-nothingness, akin to asserting that cancer has nothing to do with illness or medicine. A test for criminally instructional speech, countering online radicalization in America, the limits of online censorship. Constitutional free speech protections in the US states are extensive, which means that the vast majority of the content that qualifies as extremist or radicalizing would be protected under the First Amendment. For a statement to be illegal, it needs to, quote, contain a direct, credible, true threat, meet the legal test for harassment, or constitute incitement to imminent loss, action likely to occur. As a result, promoting the aims and methods for a terrorist organization is not illegal, nor is it forbidden to incite lawbreaking or violence as long as doing so will not result in imminent lawless action. Federal courts have consistently erred on the side of free speech, including in cases where public order was under threat and exercise of free speech was likely to cause significant emotional distress. Prosecutions. An entirely different approach is to target not the content, but its producers by bringing prosecutions against extremist internet entrepreneurs such as Samir Khan or Don Black, the founder of the white supremacist forum Stormfront, based on the idea that their online activism is crucial to the production and dissemination of violent extremist content. This approach suffers from severe limitation. Secret drug enforcement tactics. How to avoid narcotics profiling, how to conceal your stash, if coffee grounds really work, how police officers cause canines to false alert, valuable search and seizure laws, how police officers can tell you when you're lying. Police attitudes, hidden thoughts, and motives. Hello, my name is Sam, and I am the human. What is your profession? I'm a professor. Do you like windsurfing? I think I would. Do you? Tell me what you know about it. Not much, to be honest. Sort of sailing on a surfboard. Do you know more about sailing? A little more. I'm not too big on boats. Tell me some sports you're big on. I like to swim. Which stroke is most tiring to you and to most people? Crawl or butterfly? How far can you butterfly? Not very far. It's tiring, as you say. What makes it so tiring? I suppose that it provides less flotation momentum than backstroke, for instance. Could you describe the motion you make when you do butterfly? Both sets of limbs work simultaneously. I think you're real. Thanks. I think you're real too. On the beach. It was in the late spring when things finally started to warm up, and there were many people who chose to take advantage of this. One in particular was a woman who was still new to the human experience, understandably, having previously spent her whole existence as an artificial intelligence whose appearance to everybody else was nothing more than a hologram. The simple yet intricate aspects of human living were all new and fascinating to her. Admittedly, her hologram had been rather appealing to look at, particularly to males, but it still did not compare to being an actual person. Fortunately, her new physical form looked just like her hologram, except without the blue tinge to it, so her physical beauty remained as obvious and appealing as it has always been. Another change that came with transitioning from computer program to organic being was the impact of certain emotions. Sure, even AI were prone to feeling things like happiness, sadness, and, of course, love. They felt these emotions about themselves and towards the people they cared about, but they still did not have a body, and as a result, they never had to deal with the chemical responses that came with it. Responses that prompted intense feeling of sheer desire and a need to be fulfilled on a physical basis. But once they became human, they were forced to confront these, just like a teenager going through puberty. This particular woman was no exception, and when her mind wandered to these amorous places, there was one individual, and one individual only, whom she felt these intense desires towards. A man who was known to his allies as a great warrior, and to his former enemies as a demon. A man who wore a powerful suit of armor, which she had actually interfaced with and been housed inside when she was still an AI. And yet, this man was no less imposing when he was out of it. In fact, when he was out of it, her desire became all the more piqued. Not only that, but he desired her too. Sure, he was schooled from a very young age to exercise restraint and control in every situation, but those who knew him best knew of his feelings toward her. The looks he made in her direction, the oh so subtle changes in his breathing when she was around. It was actually kind of funny. In his teens, he and his so-called brothers and sisters had been biochemically augmented to become the prime physical specimens they were now. And one of the drawbacks of that had been a reduced sex drive. But, strangely, their bodies, or at least his, had finally managed to negate that little factor, and as a result, all those years of repressed sexuality and hormones had finally rushed back to hit him with the force of a brute's gravity hammer. But despite their talents and intelligence, they had an annoying habit of being dense. Instead, they tried to work off their frustrations in the ways they knew how. She by using her unbelievable brain power, and he by working out and training. They could not really be blamed though. They were only just starting to experience their sexuality, and yet nobody taught them how to find a proper outlet. Naturally, those around them could only shake their heads and feel a strong urge to slap them across the back of the head. Fortunately, things changed after one day on the beach. Her, as she made her way across the dunes, she breathed in the crisp and salty air wafting in from the crashing waves. It was now the middle of spring, and the temperature was just starting to warm up. The last few weeks had still held the cool remnants of the passing winter, and the next few would foreshadow the scorching summer that was around the corner, but now it was just perfect. Sighing, she reflected on the recent events. It had been a year since she and John had returned to Earth after spending years just floating out in the nether regions of space. Just a couple of months afterwards, she had been informed of a process that had been developed by the scientists. A process that would transfer her consciousness into that of a living human body. It was something that would save an AI and grant them potentially decades of lives instead of just a few years. She had undergone the procedure, thus saving her from a certain death and allowing her to experience life as a normal human. The donor DNA had come from her creator, Catherine Halsey. But nothing could have prepared her for the sudden onrush of all these emotions, particularly the ones that she felt towards John. She had always found him to be intriguing and in so many ways. But now she found she had this intense and unmitigated desire towards him. Granted, she knew all about sex. Even as an AI, she had still been especially human, and sex was a necessary process for the race reproduction. It was only in her later years as an AI that she truly began to understand the other aspects attached to it. Love, desire, pleasure, and the like. But she had been just a hologram back then. Such things were not important to her. And then she became human, and all of a sudden, those things became important. Just looking at John made her stomach flutter and her knees weaken. Every time he touched her, her skin felt as though it were burning with an unquenchable fire. Even if he had simply touched her shoulder through the fabric of her clothes. These things frustrated she. She was meant to infiltrate computer systems, sort information, translate data, and the like. Even as a human, she still possessed these abilities, albeit on a different level. These things she understood. Things like these intense feelings and desires had always been beyond her, not now though. One thing she did enjoy, however, was the sensation of touch. Artificial intelligences usually did not possess this. They had sight and hearing, but not the other three. They may have had chemical analyzers to assist in the way of taste and smell, but tangible contact was out of their range. Completely. Smell was amazing. Taste was even more so. But her favorite was definitely touch. It added a whole new dimension to her existence. Right now, she could physically feel the clothes on her body, the warmth of the sun on her face, and the sand beneath her feet. She remembered the moment when she experienced the part of touch. She had been taking a shower, and for the first time, she noticed that it felt weird against her skin. Not a bad kind of weird, but a good kind. She also liked the feeling of her hands against her skin, and she decided to do a little experimenting on her own. This served to increase the good feeling, and before long, she started to feel a slight trembling sensation in her body. She continued her ministrations, and soon she felt what could be described as a well of pleasure building up inside her. Eventually, this had reached its peak, and she experienced some kind of explosion of sheer pleasure. It was only by clamping a hand over her mouth that stopped her from crying out loud. It was later on that she realized she had had her first orgasm. And a little voice inside her head seemed to say, "You are finally a woman now." She suddenly became intrigued with the idea of experiencing many more of the sexual pleasures, particularly those done with another person. And there was only one individual she wanted to do it with, John. Unfortunately, John seemed more clueless in this area than she was. Not that surprising, since his augmentations had reduced his sex drive. Still, she caught the subtle glances he sent her way, and every now and then, she would actually brush up against him, ostensibly by accident. And yet, it was enough to make him falter in his tracks. This showed that she did have an effect on him in that way. Unfortunately, those sorts of movements were not enough when she was feeling the way she did. And as much as she wanted to bring this topic up to him, she had no idea how to do so or how he would possibly react. It was downright frustrating. She groaned in frustration, lamenting on the problem would not help solve it. Looking around, she determined that she had found an ideal spot. The beach was nearby the military base where she and John were both stationed, but far enough away so as to guarantee a little bit of privacy. Even so, she looked for a part in the dunes where it was depressed enough to be surrounded, ensuring that anyone there would be hidden. Nonetheless, she looked around the area to make sure that nobody was around. The only other person was about a kilometer away. Perfect. Heading back into the dip of the sand, she unpacked her big bag. She took her towel and laid it out on the sand. After that, she stood back up and started to undress. On base, she usually wore a newer variant of the military officer uniform, which possesses a zip that ran down the front. Sizes were determined by the wearer, but she often chose to wear one that fitted her curvaceous figure. Another decision made to get a response from John. She pulled down the front zip, then peeled the top off. She sighed as she felt the warm wind caress her naked flesh of her chest, her shoulders and her abdomen, her breasts. She dropped the top on the sand, and now, topless, she unzipped her pants before pushing them down her firm and toned legs. On days like this, she wore no underwear. It was just her perfect form, once only a hologram, now flesh, blood, and beauty. Now completely naked, she picked up her sunscreen and proceeded to apply it to her skin. Although she was in the mood for sunbathing and maybe getting a tan, she had no interest in getting sunburned, or worse, a melanoma. Running her sunscreen-coated hands over her legs, her stomach, her sizable chest, she once again felt the tingling of pleasure inside her being, and her mind was teased with images of John. Grunting, she clamped down. As much as she would have liked him to do this to her, he was not here right now. And unless either of them wised up and made some changes, it was unlikely that situation would ever occur in the future. After applying the sunscreen, she lay back and let the rays of the mid-spring sun wash over her nude form. Closing her eyes, she tried her best to put images of John and his impressive muscular form out of her mind. Right now, all she wanted was to unwind, relax, and forget all of her current troubles. Fortunately, a more appealing solution was in the process of making its way towards her. Him. A kilometer away, the lone figure that she had previously spotted in the distance continued in his run down the beach. Anyone noticing him at this point would not stop to think that this was a man who was largely responsible for saving the human race. But then, those who did not know him very well would not have recognized him without his green armor. Instead, he wore a dark gray t-shirt, dark blue shorts, and sneakers. But there was no doubting his identity. He was him, the most famous and infamous of all, John. And the man who haunted Xi's erotic dreams and fantasies. Ironically, John himself had been feeling stressed out, and so he had gone for a 10-kilometer run along the coast in an effort to burn off some of the excess tension he was feeling. After doing a run like that, most human beings would be gasping and falling over in exhaustion. But John was different. They were not ordinary humans. He was barely breathing heavy. And unfortunately, it had done practically nothing to ease his tension. If anything, he remained as frustrated as ever. Slowing his pace to a brisk walk, John muttered under his breath, occasionally tossing a swear word. He hated these feelings that were currently running roughshod through his mind. In the time since the end of the war, those who had once served in the military had tried to find another avenue for them to live their lives. Soldiers were not exactly wanted now, so the time had come to pursue other goals. The problem was, John was a professional soldier. That had been his life ever since he had been inducted into the program at the age of 6. Finding another career was not an option for him. And unfortunately, the lack of action had left him with a lot of time to wander. When his AI partner, Xi, had gotten a human body, John had been absolutely thrilled. He had such a close bond with her, and he would have been shattered had she just broken down and died. But an unexpected occurrence had been that seeing Xi as a human, gazing over the perfect form of her new body, hearing the sound of her voice, and just being near her, the augmentation program had actually decreased his libido, but now it seemed to be returning. He had no possible explanation for why it was happening. All he knew was that his sex drive had come back with a vengeance, and it caused him to set his sights firmly on Xi. The problem was, John had skills that allowed him to handle weapons, drive all sorts of vehicles, and cause virtually every form of havoc possible. In short, skills that were valuable in war. but he had next to no skills in regards to romance or sex. He knew all about them, of course, but he just did not know how to use them. It made him feel a little clumsy. Idiotic teenager. He had never felt so embarrassed before in his life. So John had attempted to work out his mounting frustrations the only way he knew how, by continuing to train and make himself an ideal soldier. Even though the war was long and over, and he was already the epitome of an ideal soldier. His fellow soldiers could only shake their heads in frustration. Even they had found other outlets beyond soldiering and had also started to date other people, so they had managed to get through their sexual issues just fine. They could plainly see that John and she wanted each other badly, but it annoyed them to no end how they did not hook up and get over with it. John stopped walking and bent over to catch his breath. Even though his heart rate had remained steady and he barely started to sweat. This was getting him nowhere. He was supposed to be able to handle anything, and yet he could not even tell a woman he was in love with that he cared about her greatly, that he wanted to experience the full aspect of a physical relationship with her. He had killed thousands of enemies and blown up more of their infrastructure than he could pay to replace in his whole career. If the enemy knew about this, they would certainly be second-guessing the demon reputation they had bestowed upon him. Sighing, John started walking back in the direction of the base, his tension as high as it had been when he had started his run. He trudged through the sand, not really paying attention as to where he was headed, eventually making his way into the dunes, the sandy terrain swallowing up any sounds of his foot trails. His mind continued to race. This is ridiculous, John, he thought. Just tell she how you feel. And yet another part thought that maybe he should not do that. After about a minute or two halves of his mind battling with each other, John finally made the decision to just suck it up and talk to she. It might not resolve all their issues, but at the very least, it would be a start. Just as John came to this decision, he crested the top of a sand dune and was met with the sight he could not have predicted. She was lying there on a towel, sunbathing, and she had no stitch of clothing on her. Obviously, she had chosen this spot because of her privacy, and it had been a sheer accident that he had stumbled upon her. Yet her beautiful form was there for John to see. The nicely toned legs, just as John came to this decision, he crested at the top of a sand dune and was met with a sight he could not have predicted. She was lying there on a towel, sunbathing, and she had not a stitch of clothing on her. Obviously, she had chosen this spot because of the privacy, and it had been a sheer accident that he had stumbled upon her. Yet her beautiful form was there for John to see. The nicely toned legs, her flat stomach, and those perfectly curvaceous breasts. John immediately felt his manhood grow hard at the sight. For a moment, John felt tempted to turn back and leave her to her privacy. Obviously, she had not expected for anyone to stumble across her, and she did not seem to notice his presence. He could just go back and she'd be none the wiser. And break the promise you made to yourself? What, 1 minute ago? A voice in his head asked. This would have to be the most perfect moment for you to act on your impulses. And if you walk away right now, you will definitely regret it, perhaps even for the rest of your life. John felt like shushing it, but another one told him that he had already blown a lot of opportunities with she, and yet this one was probably the best one he could have asked for. Exactly, the voice in his head taunted him again. You know you want her, and it seems pretty damn obvious that she wants you too. So why the hell don't you just go over and make your move? It's either that or continue putting up with these frustrating feelings. And if you choose the latter, you can be damn sure that those feelings are going to make you regret walking away from this moment. Do you want that? Do you? Or do you want she instead? The last sentence was delivered with a very suggestive tone of voice. As a professional soldier, John had seldom had time to listen to the little voices in his head, so he never figured that it would sound like this, all provocative and abrasive. Still, it did make a very good point. And before he knew it, his feet started to walk him towards the beautiful woman lying on the towel. Them. She felt a shock run through her being as she sensed a shadow falling across her naked form. Her eyes snapped open, and she sat up, her arms coming across her chest to cover up her breasts. In a split second, she felt embarrassment, annoyance, and a whole slew of negative emotions. She looked up and saw that her intruder was none other than John. Her embarrassment remained, but it was quickly giving way to other emotions, more appealing emotions. She looked over John's form as he stood over her. He was decked out in a t-shirt and shorts, and had the faintest trace of sweat over his muscular body. Obviously, he had been working out. She also noticed the slight bulge in his shorts, and a faint smile touched her lips at the thought of her body eliciting such a response from his. A thought occurred to her that she might finally be able to get that which she had been craving for so long. A similar thought was in John's head as well, and it was actually impairing his ability to speak. Steeling himself mentally, he pushed through it, and he felt his abrasion start to melt away, gradually being replaced by his trademark confidence. He raised his eyebrow and turned up the corner of his lip in a grin. Might I ask what you're doing here, she? He asked with a bit of levity, hoping that it would provoke the right response from the former AI. It seemed to work. Although she kept her arms over her naked chest, she gave a smile that was a little bit lusty in nature. Oh, nothing much, she replied. I'm just out here working on my tan. I can see that, John commented, his voice starting to take on a huskier tone. I'm just wondering as to why you're here all alone, working on your full body tan. Well, I don't really like tan lines, she said, ever so slowly, taking her arms away from her chest, exposing her breasts again. She heard John's breath catch a little at their sight, and she knew that she was having the desired effect on him. I mean, I have this new body of mine, and I don't see why I can't get it tanned all over. She placed her hands on the ground, supporting her as she leaned back a little, presenting herself into something of a model's pose, her firm, ample breasts thrust out shyly. John did not think he could have gotten more aroused than he had been, but the sight of she presenting her body like that, almost as a blatant invitation, made it so. His grin became wider and a bit lecherous. "Oh no, I totally agree with you there," he said playfully. "After all, you have a perfect, beautiful body. So why shouldn't you?" She grinned at this. "In fact, if you want, I am willing to offer to rub sunscreen on you." John paused for emphasis. "Unless you want me to do something else for you?" That did it for she. She had to have him there and then. She wanted him to take her and make her own. Slowly, she stood up, keeping her body close to his. There was a still noticeable difference in height between the two, so she looked up into John's eyes. "Well, now that you mention it," she purred, "I think something else sounds more like fun." She stood up on her toes and gently touched her lips to his. John responded in kind, one of his arms coming around the back of she's perfect nude form and holding her closer to his body. Through their close proximity, she could feel John's hardness pressing up against her, and in her mind reeled with the possibilities even as her lips and tongues battled for dominance in their passionate kiss. The former AI ran a soft hand down the Spartan's muscular chest before slipping it into his shorts and gently grasping the hard form. John broke away from the kiss and gave a grin. "You like what you feel?" he asked huskily. Very much so," she replied sensually. "Well then, let me return the favor." He reached down with his hands and cupped she's breast. They were D-cup sized, just large enough without being too large, with a very nice weight to them, and both firm and supple enough. He gently squeezed them, making her moan softly in pleasure. The moans turned into gasps when John leaned down and began kissing and licking them, running his lips and tongue over the mounds and then the erect pink nipples. He did this with the right one first, then repeated the process with the left. She moaned and tilted her head back in pleasure as John's mouth explored her body. She reached down to the bottom of his shirt and pulled it up over his head, tossing it off to the side. Looking at his muscular torso, the former AI was struck with a maelstrom of mixed emotions. She knew that he was different, and as such, war was his way of life, but it still shocked and saddened her that one man could endure so much pain. And yet, that very man was still alive, holding her in his arms lovingly and showering her with romantic touches. This just served to reinforce the erotic feelings that she had had towards him. Leaning forward, she pressed her lips to his chest, kissing and running her tongue over the many scars. The flesh on most of these were already more sensitive than most other parts due to the scar tissue, and this served to actually enhance the feeling of she's action. This caused John to lean his head back a little as well, closing his eyes and feel the waves of pleasure. Once only an artificial intelligence, less than 6 inches tall, and now a human woman, still shorter, and yet she succeeded in bringing him back to his knees emotionally. This is a virtual assistant case study on moi, You can read a bit about me here, but this is the story about how I became a virtual assistant, what I did before I went freelance, how I managed clients, and what I'd do differently if I had to start again. I set up Monroe PA Services at the end of 2008, and I lived with my darling little cat Treacle in the sunny Brighton, in an apartment full of shoes and cake. What I did for a living before I became a virtual assistant. Most of my working life was in hospitality and events because I like every day to be different, enjoy multitasking, and love solving problems. Even though I liked working in these industries, when you work for a company, there's always office politics. You get crappy bosses who are useless at managing people. There's always at least one imbecile who needs to be carried and gets away with doing sod all. The hours can be long and customers are often a nightmare. Frankly, I prefer to work alone. When I first heard about virtual assistants or became aware they even existed, after I decided to be one, after being offered some part-time work by a juggler, yes, you read correctly, I think I Googled ad hoc admin support or something similar and discovered there were such a name for what I wanted to do. I knew I wanted to be a virtual assistant as soon as I found out they sorted out stuff for people. What the trigger was for me becoming a virtual assistant. One day, a friend mentioned that her husband, a professional juggler who'd been in Harry Potter films, needed admin help 4 hours a week, doing online market research for the circus training sessions he ran in local schools. This got me thinking, if a juggler needs a PA, then maybe other people did too. I decided then and there that I was going to set up my own business because I knew this was something I'd be really good at. I'm extremely organized. I love new technology, social media, solving problems, helping people, and basically sorting shit out. The thought of being able to work for myself, doing all these things I loved, was incredibly exciting, and within a week, I'd set up my business. I'm not a person to mess around when I want to do something, and I've always figured life is too short to not do whatever makes you happy. If you play it safe all the time, where would all the adventures be? But I didn't dump my job straight away either. I'd once done 12 days festival work with a friend who ran an events bar company. So even 7 months after registering my business, with some business cards, a pretty rubbish but clear and functional website, a couple of clients, and a whole lot of determination, I took my friend up on his offer to help at 5 festivals over the summer, and I left my events job. I knew the festival work would pay the rent for a while, and I would use my spare time to find more clients. This blog post addresses when you should leave your job to become a full-time virtual assistant. This is a virtual assistant case study on moi. You can read a bit about me here, but this is the story about how I became a virtual assistant, what I did before I went freelance, how I managed clients, and what I'd do differently if I had to start again. I set up Monroe PA Services at the end of 2008, and I lived with my darling little cat Treacle in sunny Brighton in an apartment full of shoes and cake. What I did for a living before I became a virtual assistant. Most of my working life was in hospitality and events because I like every day to be different, enjoy multitasking, and love solving problems. Even though I liked working in these industries, when you work for a company, there's always office politics. You get crappy bosses who are useless and manage people, there's always at least one imbecile who needs to be carried and gets away with doing sod all. The hours can be long and customers are often a nightmare. Frankly, I prefer to work alone. When I first heard about virtual assistants or became aware they even existed, after I decided to be one, after being offered some part-time work by a juggler, yes, you read correctly, I think I googled ad hoc admin support or something similar and discovered there was a name for what I wanted to do. I knew I wanted to be a virtual assistant as soon as I found out they sorted out stuff for people. What's the trigger for becoming a virtual assistant? One day, a friend mentioned that her husband, a professional juggler who'd been in Harry Potter films, needed admin help 4 hours a week doing online market research for the circus training sessions he ran in local schools. This got me thinking. If a juggler needs a PA, then maybe other people did too. I decided then and there that I was going to set up my own business because I knew this was something I'd be really good at. I'm extremely organized, I love new technology, social media, solving problems, helping people, and basically sorting shit out. The thought of being able to work for myself, doing all these things I loved, was incredibly exciting, and within a week I'd set up my business. Did I just leave my job or start virtual assisting gradually? Actually, I just jumped right in with both feet. I'm not a person to mess around when I want to do something, and I've always figured life is too short to not do whatever makes you happy. If you play it safe all the time, where would all the adventures be? But I didn't dump my job straight away either. I'd once done 12 days festival work with a friend who ran an event bar company. So even months after registering my business with some business cards, a pretty rubbish but clear and functional website, a couple of clients, and a whole lot of determination, I took my friend up on his offer to help at 5 festivals over the summer and left my events job. I knew the festival work would pay the rent for a while, and I would use my spare time to find more clients. This blog post addresses when you should leave your job to become a full-time virtual assistant. Where I found the help or advice I needed when I set up. Well, I found quite a few new virtual assistant advice websites online, but the information they provided didn't reflect the way I saw myself. I felt they used quite old-fashioned business models and language, and I wanted to go with my own style and follow a more modern approach. I focused on reading advice on freelancer websites and used Twitter to see which marketing, blogging, tech, social media, and business experts I should follow. I was definitely more excited by their way of looking at work, and I spent every waking moment reading and learning and applying and trying out what I'd read. I still do. My niche is. I faffed around with my niche for a while, but now I focus on social media, research, newsletters, and autoresponders, squeeze pages, and Gmail wizardry for a range of people, but mainly consultants and digital marketers. I also still help coordinate a couple of events each year. You should have a niche, and this post tells you how to decide what it should be and how I ended up setting up mine. How would you say I'm different from other virtual assistants? I'm really into new technology, and I absolutely love social media. I have a personal interest in social media, so I spend a lot of time reading about it, which means that I now know a lot about it. I'm completely self-taught, but one of my marketer clients recently said I know a lot more than people claiming to be experts. which made me happy and proud. I'm also very particular about what I take on, and I only work with organized techie professionals and not flaky creative types who want me to run their lives for them. I don't follow the herd, and I set my business to run the way I want it to. What the best thing is about being a virtual assistant? The freedom. I always wanted to be completely virtual, so I could set my own hours and create a lifestyle that suited me and not my clients. I didn't go into business for myself to have the same kind of restrictions I had as an employee, so I make sure I assess and adjust my business model as I go along, so I don't wander off track. I really like that some days I can take myself to the cinema, then work late or at the weekend, and I also like that the possibilities are endless. As a virtual assistant, you can literally do anything you want to. You just learn about something, then offer it as a service once you're confident you can do it. What the hardest thing is about being a virtual assistant? I guess it's staying focused and being able to juggle both my CV and virtual assistant business and this website. The trouble with having a completely virtual lifestyle is that you do actually have to do the work at some point. The internet can be such a time suck, and because my niche is social media, keeping up to date with advancements can be time consuming. Taking holidays can be tricky. You feel that clients kind of expect you to be around all the time. The reality is they actually don't. So feeling you're allowed to take some time to switch off can be difficult for freelancers in general. I also didn't realize when I started freelancing that you fall in and out of love with it. It comes in cycles and waves, but I found out it's completely normal and that you actually just need a holiday. How virtual I am. I am 100% virtual. Although I usually work from Brighton, I can and have worked from hotel rooms, holiday apartments, and pool sites across the world. A completely virtual way of life is very important to me, and I've made changes to ensure all my clients' tasks are project-based and not ongoing repetitive ones that tie me to my desk. Although I'm fascinated with digital nomads and the idea of working remotely from anywhere in the world, I'm not quite ready to pack up and travel continuously yet. But because I wanted to have that as an option, I make sure all my tasks and client allow me that freedom. How I find my clients. I used to go networking, and I sometimes get inquiries through referrals, organic web traffic, and social media, but because I'm very specific about what type of clients and tasks I want, I go out and find my own clients. I have a method that works for me every time. I use it, but I'm not giving away my secrets here, so you can buy my download and find out how I manage my work-life balance. Although I always wanted a work life with blurred edges, retiring for me implies that working is crap, and retirement is a reward for enduring years of misery. And event work means I have to remain flexible. I do need to make sure I don't work 24/7, as I get a great deal of pleasure from working and sometimes burn out. I don't have any children, so I don't need to do things at set times. But because I run more than one business, I try to hold meetings last thing in the afternoon or on Friday afternoons so they don't eat into the day. I know I write better CVs in the morning, so I start them early, but I also might go to the beach in the afternoon, then do research in the evening. It's about knowing when you're the most productive and allocating slots for everything into the calendar. How I manage my clients and their expectations. I make sure I set out how I work right from the initial consultation. We discuss the task, the deadline, the budget, how we're going to communicate, when and about what. I cannot stress enough how important clear and frequent communication is to being a good virtual assistant. And you need to take the lead, not the client. What I'd do differently if I had to start again? Not much. There's no way I could have set up and become the same virtual assistant I am now. I needed to go on the journey, to learn the things I did and develop my method, style, and skills. It's a process, and you don't just start and know everything. You have to learn it over time. Saying that, I wouldn't have wasted time networking to generic business people who weren't my target client, but should have reviewed much marketing method, secured the best clients, and stuck with it sooner. Continuously reviewing your methods and clients is important. What advice I give to anyone considering becoming a virtual assistant? Read the rest of this site and stick with me, because the fantastic advice is just gonna keep coming. I'm guessing you're on this site for one of three reasons. You're thinking about becoming a virtual assistant. You're new to the whole virtual assistant thing and want to check you're doing everything right. You're already a pretty awesome virtual assistant, but you want to add to your skill set and maybe expand and change your niche. Well, whatever the reason, you're in the right place. Because I kept getting emails from wannabe virtual assistants asking for advice. They said my business model was different than others they'd seen and my website was fresh and modern. I looked different than a lot of other virtual assistants out there, and they wanted to know if I could help them. I knew exactly what they meant. When I first started thinking of becoming a virtual assistant, I looked at a ton of websites to get an idea of the market, and what I saw didn't reflect the view I had of myself at all. Most of the sites were corporate navy, drier than the Sahara, had cartoon secretaries all over the place, or they looked like a personal blog of a 14-year-old girl. Whereas I saw myself as a modern businesswoman offering valuable support to other professionals. So I decided not to use any virtual assistants as role models and forged my own way instead. The road was hard, but I made it. And because I don't always have the time to answer questions in as much detail as I'd like, or at all, I thought I'd provide a place where potential virtual assistants can find the answers to all their questions, along with lots of useful resources and training so they could stride out and be awesome. Then I thought, hell, why not go the whole hog and provide existing virtual assistants with some useful information too? Why should they miss out? And lo, the Virtual Assistant Handbook was born. What I want: to show you how to be a modern virtual assistant, to tell you how to set up a virtual assistant business from scratch, to advise you how to get more clients, keep them happy, and become more successful, to help you work better and have a fulfilling work life, to teach you new things so you can grow and adapt your business as you go along. Our skills are valuable. We've worked damned hard to earn them, and people should pay well for our support because we're saving them time and money. A lot of people barely know what a virtual assistant is, so they're not going to pay top dollar for someone they see as little more than a typist. I punch this message home quite a lot. Then someone hires a virtual assistant. They're freed up to get on with what they do best, which is secure new clients, work on business development, build their company, and spend more time with their family. I think that's worth something, don't you? What you'll find here. Lots of useful information. I want to tell you what you need to do to become a virtual assistant, and then how to work better once you're up and running, so you can expand and adapt as your business grows. I really like helping people. I give away a ton of free stuff on my CV website, and right from the start, I knew I wanted to do the same here. I'm not here to make a shitload of money, although some would be lovely. I simply think it's important to share our knowledge, especially if you think you can provide better advice than what's already out there. There are no rules anymore about how we live our lives and how we work. Women especially need a flexible working life, and being a virtual assistant fits that business model perfectly. As long as you get the work done and earn money, there's no reason you can't create a working life doing things you're good at and like to do. I'm a complete and utter nerd. I love films, and I'm completely nuts about Star Trek. There, I said it. I love a bit of sci-fi action, and I'm not ashamed to say that I know my TIE fighters from my birds of prey. I'm a nerd of the first degree and proud of it. You can read more about me and what my life looks like by selecting My Life category in the sidebar. What to do now? Use the links on the Start Here page or the Categories section in the sidebar to choose which articles to read next. Click here to sign up for updates and unique subscriber-only content and freebies, as well as a free copy of what tools you need and don't need to start a virtual assistant business. Check out my various training packages if you want to set up your own virtual assistant business, or if you're already a virtual assistant, but something isn't quite right and you're not getting the types of work or income you want. Everything I write and all my training is 100% focused on getting you where you want to be. Congratulate yourself on having reached the end of your search, because everything you need is right here, and your hunt for decent advice is over. Is there such a thing as a typical day in the life of a Florida Virtual School FLVS teacher? Each day brings new opportunities, challenges, and last-minute schedule changes. Not that it's easy. If I had a dime for every time someone said, "Oh, that must be a piece of cake job," or "I would love to sit at home all day," I would be a wealthy teacher. However, for this full-time virtual teacher and mother of three, it works. My day begins at 6 a.m., a quiet time in my house. I spend the early hours working on grade books. I teach 6th and 7th grade math to 90 students. Parents and students go online to the gradebook to view the students' progress. My goal is to give each one of them the productive, positive, and personalized feedback that will enable the student to turn mistakes into learning opportunities. FLVS provides the curriculum, so I don't have to plan lessons or develop tests, and can easily individualize instruction. I can personalize my classroom via the announcement page, which works like a virtual bulletin board. By 8 a.m., grading is done and overnight emails are answered. I view my calendar, noting any scheduled meetings and appointments. I sit down for breakfast with my youngest son, 9-year-old Cameron, to prepare him for his day. Cameron is enrolled in the LFVS, full-time virtual instruction option for elementary school students, and follows an accelerated curriculum for gifted students. I make sure he has assignments organized before he trapezes off in his own virtual world. Being able to oversee his schooling is a major benefit of working as a virtual teacher. I jump back to the computer and my morning call list. My students vary in how much one-on-one instruction they need. Some students I speak to weekly, others less often, but at least once a month. Whenever students do not understand a concept, they can pick up the phone and call me for help. If their questions require that they be able to see what I'm talking about, we have two options. We can use the whiteboard, where they can see what I'm doing and talk to me on the phone at the same time. Students can write on the whiteboard and go step by step through a problem so that I can see where they are making mistakes. We can also use the web-based program Elluminate to work through problems together using a microphone instead of the telephone. Navigating through FLVS courses is easy for students. Tabs enable them to move around the site. The Lessons tab is where they learn the content, see examples, and work on practice problems. The Assessment tab is where they submit their assignments for grading. If they want to, students can go to the gradebook to reset an assessment and do the assignments again for a new grade. They can interact with each other in the discussion board area. Before I know it, it is time for lunch, and I can step away from my computer to enjoy some quality time with my son, eat a sandwich, go for a walk, or play a video game. Pretty soon, it's time to get back to work. This afternoon, I'll be taking my job on the road. Cameron plays travel baseball for Gatorball Academy in Gainesville, an hour's drive away. I make a call list. Who needs a welcome call? Monthly call? Do any of my students want to go over an assignment? I pack up my computer, grab my list and cell phone, and out the door we go. For the next few hours, I make good use of my cell phone, calling my students, answering their cries for help. Once we're home, I make a few notes for tomorrow. The day is done. Is this a typical virtual teacher's day? Will tomorrow be the same? There is no telling. What I can say, and what my students know, is that together we have the tools and the flexibility to meet whatever challenges the day brings. Karen Fawcett taught middle school math in a traditional school setting for 13 years before moving to virtual education. FLVS teachers are especially awesome people who care about the education of kids they do not even know. God bless the FLVS staff. Mrs. Fawcett is part of the Mega Math team. My son was in this math class as a 7th grader. Great teachers and great overall experience. Mrs. Fawcett, I am looking to transfer from the business world into teaching. What steps would I take to teach in a virtual setting? I have a bachelor's in accounting and also an MBA. I need help with virtual school and need someone to submit me so that I can start. How can I go about doing this? Mrs. Fawcett, we miss you. We were assigned to a different math team this year, and they are fine, but your team was the best. Spencer misses you. My hobby is looking into trying to become an FLVS science teacher. He has a PhD in molecular and cellular biology and is looking into getting this teaching certification. We were looking at info on what it was like to be an FLVS teacher, and we're so excited to see it was you who wrote this article. I have been teaching in the public school setting in Florida for almost 10 years. My teaching certificate is permanent and in great standing. I am ESOL certified and ready to make a change to teach in the virtual setting. Besides applying for the various positions, is there a special certified ad on that would help me make this switch? Any advice you can provide would be very much appreciated. Thank you for taking your time out of your busy schedule to post this online. I am very interested in teaching math for FLVS and have recently applied for a position. This article helps to give a picture to what a typical day might look like. Thanks for the article. As I'm working towards being an online instructional designer myself, I would love to see a video of you talking about your typical day, then post on YouTube. It was nice to hear some positive notes on Florida virtual teaching and homeschooling. I know this was 2011, but still. You said you have 3 children. Only one was mentioned. Are the other 2 older? I ask because I have 4 children ranging in age from 4 to 11 years old. Thank you for the very informative article. May I ask how many hours of your day are typically spent actually delivering live lessons online to your students via a webcam? Are you allowed to choose which hours are these, or are you given a schedule to follow in terms of what times you need to be online? Thank you. I am really new to this working from home. Christina is the best. She dedicated her time to answer all my phone calls, emails, private messages, and text message. The last thing I needed was to drag her out from her house. Lol, I am so glad that I am a part of a trusting and loyal company. If I weren't for VWA, Christina, I would not be where I am now. Thank you so much in taking the time to assist me. And you know, I bug a lot. But you are the best. Tanisha L., Arkansas. Michelle D., Tennessee. Before I found Virtual Work Agency LLC, I couldn't find a job that would pay me well. I love the fact that I get to choose who I service. I love fitness and coaching others. I now get work worry-free knowing that if I have a commitment next week, I can easily swap my scheduled hours or just leave my afternoon open that day. I feel like my own boss and I couldn't be happier. I get praised for my hard work. Acknowledgement is important. I feel valued. Thank you for proving me flexibility I need while still continuing on a great income. I just want to take a minute and say how wonderful Christy and this company is. She is a fantastic woman, and this company is amazing. Super helpful, super sweet. I have found my home with this company. It is truly amazing. Amber S. Virginia. I choose to work from home for the best part of me. This is my family. Nicholas J., Georgia. Virtual work agency has literally changed my life. I have re-enrolled in college after dropping out. I tried retail jobs, fast food joints, sales, recruiting, you name it. When I found this company, I was skeptical, but the owner was honest, upfront, and explained the entire process to me. I now live my life on my own schedule. I work over 50 hours a week and choose the times. If I need extra money, it is simple. I pick up extra hours. Glad I took a leap of faith. Thank you for changing my life. If you're considering joining, like Nike says, just do it. Kayla W., Florida. I decided to work from home for the chance to spend more time with my family. I wanted to be able to enjoy family nights and not be stuck at a job. This is why I joined Virtual Work Agency, LLC. Nancy A., North Carolina. Due to the economical crisis, I was let go from my previous employer after 22 years. My daughter told me to check out this company since I needed supplementary income. She's been with Virtual Work Agency for quite some time now. I started a year ago. I am happy I found a company that I can work for from home that was great work ethics. Thank you for treating this old gal with Southern hospitality. So you want to be a Turk? Signing up for the program with your Amazon account is easy. Just head to the Mechanical Turk website and click one of the Get Started buttons on the austere seemingly.com era interface. Once you're in, the site will tell you how much you've earned and how many tasks you've accomplished, displaying a long list of HITs or human intelligence tasks. This is your hit list. Hits can be all manner of things, uniquely human skills. These are tasks that should appeal to the soul, right? Feel empathy for 20 cents and contemplate the nature of existence for a nickel. Not so much. In reality, it's mostly a lot of surveys and a lot of job craft. Choose wisely. You'll always remember your first hit job. My first job was to stalk people on social media for somewhere around 2 cents a pop. No, really. Specifically, the task was to look at user accounts on 3 or 4 different social media sites and judge whether or not the same person owns them. Is this that LinkedIn dude's Twitter account? Is this his half-empty profile? The indecision and doubt was bad enough, but the asshat who created this particular hit made the experience doubly unpleasant by seeding in trick questions, test samples, with right and wrong answers, just to make sure you aren't an idiot. It added a layer of suspicion to the whole thing. Is this one where he's trying to trick me? That unpleasant experience turned me off the whole concept for more than a year, until a few months ago, when the siren call of Turks lurking fascinated weirdness pulled me back. On that second, more determined passed. I started to uncover Mechanical Turk's real secret and its glory. The mind-numbing, tedious crap. They are boring. They are benign. They are not worth your time. I am being watched. There's an old Indian proverb where a king has a half-dozen blind men touching an elephant. He asks each to tell him what it is they've brushed up against. The one who felt a leg guesses it's a tree. The one who touches a tail guesses it's, I don't know, a snake probably. None of them can ever really grasp the truth of what they've really encountered. Which is to say, the joy of Mechanical Turks isn't just to pick up a little money for even littler jobs. It's stepping into that role of the blind man for just a few hours at a time and revealing in the challenge of imagining elephants. I was instructed to imagine that I am the driver and that my passenger is a local who knows every place in town. Then I am to write out conversationally worded questions, asking him to tell me what some buildings are as you drive by. Repeat 5 times, collect your dime. Was this research for some local tourism board, investigating what buildings on its main drag are interesting enough to slap on a pamphlet? Maybe. But why not just come out and ask that? The roleplay bit makes it stranger, like the whole thing is a ruse. Like the job itself, it is just busy work, and someone or something is observing you from behind a one-way mirror as you carry it out. The questions couldn't even nail basic grammar. Today morning, one read, as if to say, show me how it is that you do the texts about feelings you have. How does a human make its feel words? I'm the one watching. If it sounds easy, but tedious, that's because it is. Mostly a window is glass and metal. An awning is metal and fabric. A car is metal, fabric, leather, plastic, glass, and rubber. I spent an hour or two pondering the point of this task, while completing various labels, materials, hits. I still have no goddamn idea what it was about. Then, while idly wondering if this was a job dreamed up by a human, or a partway sentient computer, I ran up against an even more pressing question. I found a little dot that said, person. Well, shit, I thought to myself. What are the materials of a person? Brain matter, muscle tissue, fingernails, aspirations, nostril hair, a soul? Fortunately, the options were limited, which kept me from spinning off into an existential crisis. This was the best I could come up with. It's weird enough to try and classify what a person is made out of, choosing from a very limited palette of ingredients. But the challenge also begged a follow-up question. Who wants to know? Surely, somewhere out there were other Turks looking at pictures and labeling the things in them, blissfully unaware that another human being would soon be describing that persons they felt labeled as food. But who is orchestrating the plot from its upper levels? There's never an answer, but the question looms with every new hit. In that 4-hour binge, I found myself accepting another perplexing hit, a particularly juicy £1.50 task. The job? Watch a silent video and describe it in 10 sentences. Then in 5 sentences. Then in 3. A fun little exercise in summary for a writer, I thought to myself at the time. The video would feature a person. The instructions warned, but I was not to acknowledge anything but their deeds or include descriptions of their appearance or clothing. Just how they affected physical world around them. Of course, I still couldn't help but notice when the dark-haired man dressed in all black stopped slicing his apple to gesture at something off-screen, seemingly confused. The nuance of his hand, movements, and facial expressions made it clear this wasn't a one-sided video. He was having a conversation with a director, a supervisor, a captor. Watch it all, I dare you. Just kidding, please don't. My mind started wandering. What kind of direction could the man off-screen possibly be offering? Is the dark-haired man happy with his life of preparing fruit dishes on camera for later scrutiny by 50-cent internet mercenaries? Does he even know he's being watched? And, again, the larger, ever-looming question. Why? What is this for? Should you try it? Emblem books were popular in Europe throughout the 16th and 17th centuries. They contained emblematic woodcuts or engravings with accompanying didactic texts. Taken together, their purpose was to pithily communicate a message that usually concerned political, religious, or moral teaching. Although they often appeared in books, the display of such emblems was not limited to the printed page. As Daniel Russell, an assistant professor at the University of Pittsburgh, explains, these compact little compositions could be displayed on the reverse of medals, in festival decor, on costumes, and in all kinds of political propaganda or religious pageantry. Wither included these volvelettes for a quite different purpose. Blindly turning these two dials allowed a reader to select an emblem upon which to concentrate his or her attention. He intended for this lottery to be an entertainment, something he referred to as a moral pastime. As Rosemary Freeman observes in her English emblem books, it obviously had the same appeal as a fortune teller at a party. Has your hair lost its luster? Missing its bounce? Need some va-va-va-voom? Let me tell you about this new shampoo I've been using. It's not like your ordinary run-of-the-mill, I share this with my husband shampoo. No, this one goes beyond the call of duty to tame frizzies, banish split ends, and most importantly, it gives you the confidence you need. And a little bit of va-va-va-voom. Why use your old shampoo when you can experience the power and endurance of va-va-va-voom shampoo? Call or click for your free sample today. Ready for some fun in the sun? Not without our oversized beach towels. Scott's Surf Shop has everything to cover you at the beach, including swim apparel, sunblock, scuba gear, flip-flops, and oversized beach towels made with shake-away technology that makes sure you leave the beach at the beach. Before you drive to the cottage, stop by Scott's Surf Shop to start your summer off right. Back to the old to-do list again. Let's see. Climb Mount Everest. Done. Snorkeling with the dolphins off the coast of Australia. Done. Skydiving in Borneo, yup, that's checked off too. Barreling over Niagara Falls, chuckle, nah, too risky. How about discovering a land of lost caverns in the highlands of Costa Rica? Reading. Easily trek to view scenic wonders of beauty and mystery. Ancient, unexplored caverns await. Said to another person, "Hey Jeff/Alice, what do you think of this?" Announcer. Why just travel when you can adventure travel? Call us today to book your next out-of-this-world thrill-seeker vacation. When you plan your honeymoon, don't just book the first flight to Tahiti. Surprise your beloved with an unforgettably romantic getaway to one of the great European capital cities. Experience the finest that Paris, Rome, Madrid, and Athens have to offer. Adorn your memories with haute cuisine, signature hotels, distinct cultures, and breathtaking wonders found only in continental Europe. Treat your new wife/husband to an old world romance. Start your married life off by honeymooning in style across the pond. Lazing around, watching television, doing homework, painting the house, whatever sarcasm. It's spring break. Wouldn't you rather be coasting down ski hills in the Great White North? We've teamed up with our snow-crazed sponsors to bring you the coolest winter holiday package ever. Qualify to win one of 3 Great White North prize packs, and you and 20 of your closest friends. Are you king or queen of the hill? Find out this spring break. Enter the Great White North contest online or call us toll-free. Looking for a reason to go to Holland in 2006? What better reason to go than to celebrate the 400th anniversary of Rembrandt's birth? As Holland's greatest 17th century painter, it is only fitting to dedicate the entire year to the Dutch master of shadows and light. Throughout 2006, spectacular exhibitions and events will be staged in various cities in Holland. Join Holland in a toast to Rembrandt's 400th birthday. Book your flight at a discount ahead of time in 2006. See you soon. Gelukkige verjaarsdag. Dutch happy birthday optional. Business travel at the speed of your fax machine. Is that even possible? Zip around the country in your own helicopter, complete with a licensed pilot and hors d'oeuvres to keep you on top of your game. Get from point A to point B within minutes. Visit our website online to find out more about how you can beat the traffic on land or in the air. Need to book that flight right now? Give us a call at 555-6482. Show up in style and on time. Start flying to your meetings today. What could be better than summer, than a pilgrimage to Salzburg, Prague, Vienna, and Budapest? Celebrate Mass daily with a Catholic priest and visit religious sites such as the Nonnenberg Convent, the Benedictine nuns, the Church of Our Lady Victorious, to see the renowned statue of the Infant Jesus of Prague, the 13th century Cathedral of St. Matthew, and of course, the Church of St. Stephen, Hungary's patron saint. For more information about this pilgrimage and others offered by our company, visit us online or call 555-0978. Don't you hate it when you want to go on a vacation, but you don't have the time to plan your getaway? We've solved that little problem for you and then some. Visit our website to take full advantage of our complimentary travelogues and destination guides. If you already know where you'd like to go, that's half the battle. You can even book discount airfares, hotel, and your rental car all on our site. What a lifesaver! Again, just jump online to hop on that plane. Simple, inexpensive, and fast. Shouldn't everything in life be like this? Introducing a whole new kind of soft drink with real fruit juice. 10% of your daily calcium and only 10 calories in every 8 ounces. It tasted so good, you can feel it in your bones. For delicious taste with calcium, the only way to go is Norte. 23 Women Script. Women make up 70% of the labor force in Uganda, yet rarely get the chance to bring their own product to the market. 23 Women is a real story of real women who saw the need to join together, work hard, and deliver the best coffee their country could offer. Rated the #1 coffee in Uganda at the AFCA Taste of Harvest competition, these women produce some of the best coffee in the world. They are an exception and an inspiration to the other women of their culture, growing specialty coffee on their own land and bringing it to the world markets themselves. They do this through Kabum Coffee. We have joined their cause by creating a brand for this group, to give them a direct avenue to the world markets. You can make a difference in the lives of these women and their families by buying their products. It's that simple. And it's that good. Your purchase empowers Kabum farmers in ways that meet or exceed fair trade prices and allows our company the opportunity to share in their lives and create a more sustainable and giving away of life for all. 23 Women, Kabum Coffee. Buy it at kabum.org. So it's 2 in the morning and you're starting. Nothing's in the fridge and nothing's in the cupboards. You don't even have a dog's biscuit hanging around. You think about cooking, but then you remember the 3-alarm fire you started last time you tried to use the stove. Well, check out 7-Eleven. There's gotta be one right near you. They have everything from burgers to tacos, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. 7-Eleven. Think of this as your own personal walk-in kitchen. Let me tell you about the Arnold Bread Man. Lots of years ago, when I was just a little kid, he'd make the deliveries to our house every day, just like the milkman and the iceman. I remember to this day those special tiny loaves he carried and the big smile on his face when he gave me one. Now, I know the Arnold Bread Man doesn't deliver anymore, but every day I can still see a variety of Arnold's breads on the grocer's shelves. So I know he's still around. Beef, too. Lean beefs, actually lower in fat than you think. Makes you wonder about eating all that skinless chicken, doesn't it? Beef is what's for dinner. The moth alights on the neck of a sleeping bird, and it drinks its tears. The bird slumbers on, obviously. That's the extraordinary sight that was revealed by the headlamp of German primatologist Roland Hilgardner in Madagascar's Kirindi Reserve. Light reflecting off its eyes, the insect drank for half an hour from the eye of a common Newtonia. What do you feel, the head of an household? Only the best. Caesar's select dinners. For someone special. Jenny and I don't often get a chance to chat and go over things. She is very busy. That's what I get for having such a bright and creative daughter. But last Tuesday, she invited me out for coffee, and we had such a wonderful time. We talked about old times, good friends, and the coffee was great too. Cafe Vienna. with that old-fashioned Viennese taste and delicious aroma. Just perfect for catching up and looking back. Cafe Vienna, good feelings. That's what life is all about. Get the taste of Chicago with your own Chicago classic pizza. Smothered with pepperoni, sausage, mushrooms, green peppers, real mozzarella, and special herbs and spices. Right now, just $10.99. Thank you for calling company name. Your leading source for outstanding service and high quality products. Conveniently located at physical address, we are here to serve you business hours. You can also visit us online 24/7 at web address. And don't forget to like us on Facebook and follow us on Twitter, where you choose one of our pre-configured packages or allow us to custom build a package based on your specifications. We have the expertise to fulfill your requirements. Ask your customer service representative for more information about our package options when we return to the line. Our advanced distribution and customer service operation supports 3,500 distributors and sales partners in the US, Canada, and South America with over 18,000 products. One of our knowledgeable representatives will assist you with our specific needs momentarily. Main menu. Hello, and thank you for calling Company X. If you know the extension of the person you wish to reach, please enter it now. To speak with the operator, press 0 at any time. For sales, press 1. For technical support, press 2. For billing, press 3. For information about our company, press 4. To leave us a message, press 5. Or to repeat these options, press 6. Department not available. No one is available to take your call at the moment. Please leave your name, telephone number, and a brief message, and we will return your call as soon as possible. Thank you. Company information if user presses 4. Our staff is here to serve you Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern Time. You can visit us at the web at www.companyx.com. If you would like to leave a message, please do so at the tone and we will return your call as soon as possible. Thank you. Hello. You have reached the voicemail of insert name. Please leave your name, phone number, and a brief message, and he/she will return your call as soon as possible. Thank you and have a great day. Did you know that self-treatment of the flu can lead to pneumonia? Taking antihistamines that dry and thicken respiratory tract secretions can let infection take hold of the lungs. Taking cough medicines that contain alcohol can make it hard for the body to get rid of invading organisms. And taking antibiotics as a preventive can let antibiotic-resistant bacteria grow and threaten the lungs. The bottom line is, see your doctor if you have the flu or any upper respiratory infection. Get a flu shot every year, and if you're over 65, get vaccinated against bacterial pneumonia. Enjoy this time of year, but remember that exposure to the sun is the most common cause of cancer. Protect your skin and the delicate skin of children by limiting exposure to the sun and by using a sunscreen with an SPF of at least 30. Avoid tanning beds, as they may actually be more harmful than the sun. See your healthcare provider for an annual skin exam or to assess any suspicious areas. We offer a wide array of skincare services. Treatments include laser hair removal, microdermabrasion, surface vein and fungal nail treatments, Botox and skin fillers, as well as procedures that diminish fine lines and wrinkles and decrease the appearance of brown spots and scars. Please visit website address for more information. Diabetic retinopathy is a leading cause of visual impairment and blindness. Annual eye exams by a qualified ophthalmologist or optometrist are recommended for diabetics. Early detection may save your vision, so please discuss this important screening with your primary care provider and your eye doctor. You may reduce your risk for complications of diabetes by working with your healthcare provider to keep your blood sugar, blood pressure, and blood cholesterol under control. There are many reasons to stop smoking, and those reasons extend to the people around you. Non-smokers who breathe in secondhand smoke take in nicotine and other toxic chemicals, just as smokers do. Heart disease, lung cancer, breathing problems, and complications for people with asthma are often attributed to secondhand smoke. Your physician can provide tools to help with smoking cessation. Quit for your own health and for the health of those around you. Thank you for calling Facility Name, where you and your family can count on personal care from healthcare experts. At our 5 convenient locations, we have day, evening, and weekend office hours with providers on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We accept all major health insurances. If you're calling for a prescription refill, please have your containers handy so you can give us the necessary information. We ask for 48 hours notice if you need a refill. Remember to bring a list of your current medications to each office visit. For further details about our services, visit website address. There are many warning signs of a stroke. Trouble walking, incoherent speech, and numbness on one side of the body are just some of the symptoms. If you suspect someone may have had a stroke, ask them to do the following. Smile. Raise both of their arms. Repeat a simple sentence, such as, "It's sunny out today." If they have difficulty with any of these 3, call 911 immediately and report the symptoms to the medical personnel. Quick action can reverse stroke damage and save the person's life. National Doctors' Day is celebrated each March. It's an opportunity for us to recognize the lifelong commitment men and women of medicine make with their patients, hospital, and community. The investment of the community in our hospital has attracted a medical staff of the first rank. Doctors who recognize the quality of the hospital and its people. Thank you, doctors, for your continued dedication, compassion, and skill. What should you remember when making healthy food choices? March is National Nutrition Month, and our dietary staff wants everyone to remember to have variety, balance, and moderation in their diet. Since we don't know for sure what causes certain diseases, eating a balanced diet with a variety of foods and eating and drinking all foods in moderation will put you ahead of the health game. Variety also gives you a maximum enjoyment from your foods by supplying different flavors, colors, and textures. We talk about breast and lung cancer in casual conversation, but colon cancer, the second leading cause of cancer deaths in the United States, is hardly ever discussed. March is Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month, and it's time to start talking and get educated. Did you know A large percentage of people who are diagnosed with colon cancer could have prevented it through proper screenings. If you are age 50 or over, or if colon cancer runs in your family, call your doctor today and ask about getting a colon cancer screening. This one simple test could save your life. Turn that racket down. Children have heard parents utter those words for years for a good reason. Loud noise can damage ears and cause hearing loss. Take precautions because damage to hearing cannot be reversed. Noise pollution can come from fireworks, loud music at concerts, or personal headphones, subways, and even the classroom, as well as snowmobiles, motorcycles, boats, and subways. To help avoid hearing loss, parents should have children wear special ear protection if they're using power tools or riding all-terrain vehicles. Use earplugs when mowing the lawn. Limit exposure time to noise. Turn the volume down on radios and TVs. If you can hear the music from headphones 3 to 5 feet away, the volume is too high. Inspect your child's toys for noise that might be damaging. Remember, hearing damage is not reversible. With the weather warming up, kids everywhere will begin playing outside, swinging on monkey bars and riding their bikes to the playground. Unfortunately, more than 200,000 children are injured annually on America's playgrounds, according to the National Program for Playground Safety. Please keep the following tips in mind. Make sure the surface where children play is cushioned. Rubber floors, rubber mulch, or grass are safe, but cement surfaces are not. Be sure that playground equipment is in good working order and not rusty or falling apart. Check the bolts to make sure they are all intact. If you own a trampoline, clear the area around it and do not place the trampoline near objects like trees or your home. Place a frame pad around the entire area of the spring system. Make certain that your child always rides with a helmet and sneakers on in the direction traffic is heading. If a child must ride at dusk or at night, place a flashing light or reflective material on the bike so he or she can easily be seen. Remind your child to look both ways at intersections and follow all traffic signs. Did you know that singing happy birthday can be healthy for you? The next time you sing happy birthday, do it while you're washing your hands. The Center for Disease Control recommends washing your hands long enough to sing happy birthday twice to help decrease the risk of contracting colds. Wash with warm water and soap on both sides of your hands, and especially in your nail beds and cuticles where bacteria hide. Heart disease, it's usually a man's disease, right? Wrong. Heart disease kills more women than men, and in fact, it's the #1 cause of death among women. We offer complete care from diagnosis and treatment to individualized cardiac rehabilitation. We will help you in your recovery, or better yet, reduce your risk of having a heart attack. This summer, we urge you to keep your family safe from firework-related injuries. Although injury rates have decreased over the past few years, it is still important to maintain some basic rules when dealing with fireworks. Fireworks are not toys, therefore they should never be given to young children. Close adult supervision of all fireworks activities are mandatory. And remember, here in the state of Ohio, only novelty fireworks are classified as legal. Be sure to buy your fireworks from reliable sellers. Only use them outdoors and always have water handy in case of an emergency. To determine what fireworks can be legally discharged in your area, be sure to check with your local police department. Although new safety and health laws have created a safer environment for Americans, deaths from accidental injuries continue to plague the nation. June is National Safety Month, a once-a-year opportunity to make it easier to reduce risks in every area of our lives, to draw attention to hazards, and to educate and offer solutions. Each week of National Safety Month will focus specifically on teen driving safety, home and community safety, environment and public health, and workplace safety. The ultimate goal is to increase awareness of living safely throughout the year and ultimately to decrease the number of accidental injuries and deaths. We're probably all familiar with terms like constipation, heartburn, and lactose intolerance, but these are just a few of the many disorders and diseases that affect the digestive tract of 60 to 70 million people. Many with digestive diseases that pose a serious threat to their health. All our nutrients are obtained by eating a variety of foods each day, and those nutrients are broken down and used by the body to keep us healthy. However, many different ailments can hinder and even halt the normal digestion process. From appendicitis, gallstones, and hemorrhoids, to ulcers, hepatitis, and cancer, digestive disease can become a severe health problem. If you have any repeated digestive problems, like gas, bloating, constipation, diarrhea, cramps, or pain, be sure to consult your physician. The Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act defines child abuse and neglect as, at a minimum, any recent act or failure to act on the part of a parent or caretaker which results in death, serious physical or emotional harm, sexual abuse or exploitation, or an act or failure to act which presents an imminent risk of serious harm. Child maltreatment can take the form of physical, sexual, or emotional abuse, as well as neglect. With your help, we can break the cycle of abuse. If you know or suspect of a child who may be suffering from maltreatment, please contact your local authorities. Remember, children are our most precious resource. Alzheimer's is a mysterious and frustrating disease that afflicts millions of Americans and their families. Unfortunately, we're still not sure what causes Alzheimer's, one of the most common causes of the loss of mental function known as dementia. This type of dementia proceeds in stages, gradually destroying memory, reason, judgment, language, and eventually the ability to carry out even the simplest of tasks. Some of the symptoms of Alzheimer's include depression and disorientation, forgetfulness, especially about recent events, the inability to speak clearly, irritability, hostile behavior, or paranoia, and neglecting to perform routine tasks. If a loved one shows signs of Alzheimer's, be sure to seek medical attention as soon as possible. Here's an important safety reminder. Remember to unplug electrical appliances before a severe lighting storm, never during. Computers, television sets, and stereos can be damaged or destroyed by a lightning strike to the residence or a nearby power line. Do not touch electronics that are still plugged in. Also remember to stay off the telephone and keep away from piping, including sinks and bathtubs. Our health club continues to offer tons of cardio equipment with no waiting, state-of-the-art resistance equipment, hydro massage, sauna, private lockers, showers, and in-house grill, and childcare while you work out. If you're not yet a member of our fitness center, speak with a representative when you return to the line and become a member today. Do the cold days of winter prevent you from exercising? Just because you may not be able to go swimming or play a few sets of outdoor tennis doesn't mean you have to lay on the couch until spring flowers begin to bloom. Ideal indoor aerobic activities include cycling or a stationary bike, walking or jogging on a treadmill, skiing on a cross-country simulator, or even playing basketball at your local gymnasium. Of course, joining a gym or health spa may give you access to these plus more choices such as weight training, aerobics classes, and even self-defense courses. At Company Name, our mission is to provide a unique and rewarding experience to every member, every time, regardless of their fitness level, all with a friendly and caring staff in a comfortable environment. We change lives every day, so let us be part of changing yours today. Try a free VIP one-day trial pass and fitness assessment session on us. Ask a membership advisor for details when we return to the line. Are you in need of additional motivation and assistance to make your exercise program truly the best? Try a complimentary fitness assessment with a personal trainer. At Company Name, we have only the finest, best educated, and exceptionally motivational personal trainers. We will do all we can to assist you in making the best choices and sticking with them. Company Name offers results-driven personal training, body training, innovative group exercise, and Pilates reformer. We continue to offer specialized 30-minute group personal training, including boxing, kettlebell, TRX, and medicine ball training. In addition, we are now offering unlimited boot camp classes. Experience boot camp like you have never done it before. It's more fun in a group. For additional information on these great programs, speak with one of our membership advisors when we return to the line. Our fitness center is not just interested in the amount of members we have, but the quality of service each member receives. We are now offering economy club pricing of just $19.99 per month. It's the same high-end health club, but with new affordable pricing. We believe in results-driven fitness, which comes from motivational personal training, best-in-class personal trainers, and innovative group fitness classes including Zumba, spinning, yoga, Pilates, and more. All for $19.99 per month. Ask for details. Thank you for calling Company Name, where we have been helping our clients reach their fitness goals for over 30 years. Conveniently located at location address, our health club hours of operation are business hours. Please visit our website at website address to learn more about our facility. Thank you for calling Company Name. Located in a scenic 243-acre lake in the mountains of beautiful western Maryland, we are an easy 2-hour drive from Washington, D.C., Baltimore, and Pittsburgh. With our 215 guest rooms and suites, we provide the perfect spot for a family vacation or the ideal site for your next business meeting or family reunion. For more information, speak with a representative when we return to the line or visit us online anytime at website address. During your stay, be sure to visit our on-site spa. Our specialty facials, relaxing massages, manicures, and pedicures provide a life-enriching experience for men, women, and teens. Treat yourself to the gift of relaxation during your next stay. Ask to speak with our spa specialists to book your appointment today. Planning a wedding? No one does it better than Company Name. With our mountain forests and quiet lake waters as a backdrop, we provide a unique and romantic site for your special day. Choose between an indoor, outdoor, lakeside, or large party tent setting to make your special day truly memorable. Ask to speak to one of our wedding specialists to book your reception now. If you are looking for fun and adventure during your stay, we have the answer. We offer many different outdoor activities, including whitewater rafting, horseback riding, fishing, biking, hiking, and more. We also offer a complete recreational area with heated indoor-outdoor pool, whirlpool, and fitness center. Ask for details when we return to the line. Need to plan a business meeting or retreat? We have 12 state-of-the-art meeting rooms and conference facilities for groups from 5 to 400. With complimentary wireless internet and the latest AV equipment, our staff will help make your meetings a success. And while you're here, take advantage of our on-site golf course to combine business with leisure for a memorable event. Book your meeting with one of our meeting specialists today. During your stay, be sure to visit our on-site spa. Our specialty, facials, relaxing massages, manicures, and pedicures provide a life-enriching experience for men, women, and teens. Treat yourself to the gift of relaxation during your next stay. Ask to speak with our spa specialist to book your appointment today. Looking to have your next get-together catered? Our catering menu is filled with a wide variety of dishes to please everyone on your guest list. From sandwiches and salads to pasta, chicken, seafood, and more. Ask for details when we return to the line. Planning a wedding? No one does it better than Company Name. With our mountain forest and quiet lake waters as a backdrop, we provide a unique and romantic site for your special day. Choose between an indoor, outdoor, lakeside, or large party tent setting to make your special day truly remarkable. Ask to speak to one of our wedding specialists to book your reception now. Double the fun with our bonus week program. How would you like to receive 2 weeks at an exquisite 2-bedroom timeshare for the price of 1 week? Ask for details when we return to the line. Give the gift of travel with a Company Name gift certificate. It's a wonderful way to show the important people in your life how much they mean to you. Ask your vacation services coordinator for details. Company Name gives you more weeks and more options to travel with our expanded Travel Big program. Book your trip last minute or up to a year in advance. Enjoy more weeks, more options to fit your busy schedule. Company Name is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Book your next vacation online anytime on our website at website address. Don't have an online account? Simply click on Login at the top right of the homepage, then click Register to follow the instructions. Did you know Company Name offers several all-inclusive destinations in Mexico and the Caribbean? Going all-inclusive means each time you order a pina colada, splurge or dessert, or grab a snorkel mask for a look beneath the waves, you won't have to reach for your wallet. Ask your vacation services coordinator for details about our all-inclusive vacations. Thank you for calling Company Name. A representative will be with you shortly. Brief pause. Please note, this call may be monitored or recorded for training purposes. If you're currently on vacation and need assistance, please ask to speak with our management when we return to the line. As everyone knows, driving in the snow can be a dangerous experience. Here are a few tips to remember when you have to make your way through the pretty white stuff. When driving on newly fallen snow that hasn't yet been plowed, try to drive in the ruts made by other vehicles, maintain a constant speed, and allow 2 or 3 times the normal driving distance between vehicles. When stopping on snow or ice, always adhere to caution. If your vehicle has anti-lock brakes, press down the brake pedal firmly. Otherwise, pump the brakes gently. It's happened to virtually all of us at one time or another. You trek out to your vehicle in the bitter winds of winter, only to find you can't get in because your locks are frozen stuck. One efficient way to thaw a frozen door lock is by heating your key with a match or a lighter. Use pliers to hold the key while heating. If you're at home and you have close access to an electrical outlet, aim a handheld hairdryer at the frozen lock. Or spray lock de-icer into the key opening. To help prevent locks from freezing, periodically lubricate locks with an approved lubricant. Driving takes total concentration. If you try to do other things while you're at the wheel, you greatly increase your chance of having an accident. Here are a few tips to remember when driving. Adjust your child's safety belt before you start out, not while you're in traffic. Don't peer into the rearview mirror to comb your hair or touch up your makeup. Don't drive with one hand on the wheel and the other holding food. If you're hungry, stop and eat. If a flying insect makes its way onto your car, don't try swatting it while driving. Pull off the road, then get rid of it. Don't try to drive and read a road map simultaneously. Pull off the road first, or have a passenger help you follow directions. If children are misbehaving in the car, don't turn around to discipline them. Pull over first, and then settle the problem. And of course, always wear a safety belt. When riding in a car, please keep in mind that children should be held in place by a restraint system which meets all federal motor vehicle safety standards. As much as you may want to hold a child when riding in a car, you are not strong enough at the instant of a crash to protect the child against injury. Our staff wants you and your family to stay safe on the road. Summer's here, and that means many families will be hitting the highways to get their vacation destinations. Although it might seem logical to have your car serviced before going on an out-of-town road trip, consider this common sense approach. If a newly replaced or serviced component is going to fail, it will probably do so during the first several hundred miles of driving. Therefore, have your car prepped a few weeks in advance. You're better off breaking in the part by driving those miles near your house before hitting the road. Winter driving has special dangers: longer hours of darkness. Fog, rain, snow, sleet, and ice increase driving hazards. The safe driver prepares for them. Be sure your windshield's washing fluid contains antifreeze. On very cold days, be careful when using windshield washers and wipers at high speeds. Even if the fluid contains antifreeze, the high wind chill can cause icing. And remember, even though snow tires offer better traction and help in starting and stopping, they won't help on ice. Here's a winter auto tip. In the cold months of winter, regularly check your car and make sure that the battery cable connections are tight and that there is no corrosion on the terminals. In batteries where the fluid level can be checked, make certain that fluids cover the battery plates. In order to prevent fuel lines from freezing, consider adding a commercial additive containing isopropyl alcohol to the gas tank when filling up before and during extremely cold weather. Most importantly, never attempt to jumpstart a weak car battery that has frozen because of extremely low temperatures. The winter season often produces severe weather conditions, in turn causing dangerous driving conditions. To help avoid the dangers of bad weather, remember these tips. Slow down when you're driving on snow and ice. Allow 3 times the normal stopping distance. Replace wiper blades, clean your windshield and your headlights. And be sure to carry emergency supplies including jumper cables, flashlight, shovel, and even a sleeping bag. Company name is the area's most exciting real estate company. For agents, this is a one-of-a-kind opportunity to get in on something innovative and ever-growing. If you're interested in a career as an agent, ask for details when we return to the line. What's your home really worth? A home may be priceless to its owner, but what it can actually sell for is another thing altogether. Count on us to bring our knowledge of market trends and understanding of what buyers really value to help you price your home right. Ask one of our agents for a comparative market analysis today. So you found a great house, but what do you know about the neighborhood? On our website, every listing has the details you need to know about nearby schools, shopping, dining, and more. Plus, many listings have bird's eye view photos to give you a real sense for the area around the home. Visit our website at website address today to get the important neighborhood information you need to know. Thank you for calling Company Name, where each member of our team is committed to premier service. We bring you faster, smarter, more convenient ways to buy and sell homes, online, offline, mobile, digital, and traditional. Count on us to serve as trusted advisors, skilled negotiators, and expert facilitators from the start of your home search to the end and beyond. Visit our website for a quick tour at website address. With the weather warming up, kids everywhere will begin to play outside, swinging on monkey bars, riding their bikes to the playground. Unfortunately, more than 200,000 children are injured annually on America's playgrounds, according to the National Program for Playground Safety. Please keep the following tips in mind. Make sure the surface where children play is cushioned. Rubber floors, rubber mulch, or grass are safe, but cement surfaces are not. Be sure that playground equipment is in good working order and not rusty or falling apart. Check the bolts to make sure they are all intact. If you own a trampoline, clear the area around it and do not place the trampoline near objects like trees or your home. Place a frame pad around the entire area of the spring system. Make certain that your child always rides with a helmet and sneakers on in the direction traffic is heading. If a child must ride at dusk or at night, place a flashing light or reflective material on the bike so he or she can easily be seen. Remind your children to look both ways at intersections and follow all traffic signs. Thank you for calling Company Name, your leading source for outstanding service and high-quality products. Conveniently located at physical address, we are here to serve you business hours. You can also visit us online 24/7 at web address. And don't forget to like us on Facebook and follow us on Twitter. Pause 15 seconds. Holiday on hold greeting, generic. We would like to take this opportunity to wish you a healthy, safe, and prosperous New Year. Personalized holiday message, on hold script. All of us at Insert Company Name would like to take this opportunity to wish you a happy holiday season and a healthy, safe, and prosperous New Year. Besides wishing a Happy New Year, you can use our holiday greetings as a call to action. Spread the news around local holiday charities, concerts, or special events. You can use your message on hold to advise holiday sales. Whether you choose one of our pre-configured packages or allow us to custom build a package based on your specifications, we have the expertise to fulfill your requirements. Ask your customer service representative for more information about your package options when we return to the line. Our advanced distribution and customer service operation supports 3,500 distributors and sales partners in the US, Canada, and South America with over 18,000 products. One of our knowledgeable representatives will assist you with your specific needs momentarily. As part of our commitment to customer service as a long-term competitive strategy, we have established the Quality Assurance Lab program. Our state-of-the-art equipment is used to test virtually any aspect of precision, durability, and performance. A representative will be happy to tell you more in just a moment. Did you know that self-treatment of the flu can lead to pneumonia? Taking antihistamines that dry and thicken respiratory tract secretions can let infection take hold of the lungs. Taking cough medicines that contain alcohol can make it hard for the body to get rid of invading organisms. And taking antibiotics as a preventative can let antibiotic-resistant bacteria grow and threaten the lungs. The bottom line is, see your doctor if you have the flu or any upper respiratory infection. Get a flu shot every year. And if you're over 65, get vaccinated against bacterial pneumonia. Thank you for calling company name. Located on a scenic 243-acre lake in the mountains of beautiful Western Maryland, we are an easy 2-hour drive from Washington, Baltimore, and Pittsburgh. With our 215 guest rooms and suites, we provide the perfect spot for a family vacation or the ideal site for your next business meeting or family reunion. For more information, speak with a representative when we return to the line or visit us online anytime at website address. Our health club continues to offer tons of cardio equipment with no waiting, state-of-the-art resistance equipment, hydro massage, sauna, private lockers, showers, and in-house grill and childcare while you work out. If you are not yet a member of our business center, speak with a representative when we return to the line and become a member today. Please visit our website at website address for more detailed information about our spa and salon. You can review our menu of services and spa packages and refer to our staff biography section to learn more about your favorite stylist or spa technician. You can also purchase gift cards online, which allow you to give the perfect gifts to the one you love. You can also shop for your favorite cosmetics at our site and check out our current promotions and specials. Our website, once again, is website address. We offer treatments in our spa that are rejuvenating to your body and uplifting to your soul. Experience our intensely fragrant and refreshing lemon peel scrub, pedicure, and body wrap. Enjoy a relaxing aromatic top treatment with our honeysuckle mineral bath salts or honeysuckle body polish. Or give yourself the gift of ultimate relaxation and pampering and escape on one of our signature spa therapy vacations. Ask for details when we return to the line. Long, well-groomed hair has always been a symbol of feminine beauty. With environmental influences, stress, chemical treatments, and other factors, the dream of perfect hair can be difficult to achieve. We can help you fulfill your dream with 100% human hair extensions. In just a few short hours, you can change your hairstyle, length, or volume to get the look your heart desires. Speak to a salon coordinator when we return to the line and schedule your appointment today. Would you like to have beautiful lashes without having to apply any mascara at all? Then we have the perfect solution for you. Semi-permanent lash extensions are one of the newest, most sought-after beauty trends for outstanding, lush eyelashes. These eyelashes will last indefinitely with touch-ups every 2 to 4 weeks. Schedule your appointment today and wake up beautiful every morning. Thank you for calling Spa Salon Name. Conveniently located in a private setting at physical address, our hours of operation are business hours. A member of our staff will be happy to book your next appointment when we return to the line. Identify theft. Identity theft is a real concern today. Remember, never provide your personal information in response to an unsolicited request, whether it is over the phone or over the internet. If you did not initiate the communication, you should not provide any information. Ask us for more tips to protect yourself from identity theft. Pause 15 seconds. Company Name has 4 convenient branch locations to serve you, with late drive-up hours on weeknights at selected branches. We'll help you build a complete solution to manage and control your everyday banking using a full assortment of products and services to give you the flexibility you need. A representative will be happy to assist you in just a moment. Major purchases are a fact of life, but they don't have to be a major headache. Our lending center offers individualized interactions with lenders that are always ready to provide you with the options, explain the details, and help you make the right choices. We'll match the right loan to your needs with the competitive rates and quick turnaround you expect. Company Name is an equal housing lender. Need important account information quickly? Don't forget that you can access our accounts with online banking and our direct teller 24-hour information line. With these products, you can obtain balance information, review recent activity, transfer funds, set account alerts, and more. Online banking is available via our website at website address. For our direct teleservices, ask for more details when we return to the line. Thank you for calling Company Name. You will be assisted momentarily. From the detailed requirements of your day-to-day operations to your broader needs in business planning and commercial lending, we have the expertise to handle all aspects of your business banking. Let us know how we can assist you when we return to the line. Enjoy this time of year, but remember that exposure to the sun is the most common cause of skin cancer. Protect your skin and the delicate skin of children by limiting exposure to the sun and by using a sunscreen with an SPF of at least 30. Avoid tanning beds, as they may actually be more harmful than the sun. See your healthcare provider for an annual skin exam or to assess any suspicious areas. We offer a wide array of skincare services. Treatments include laser hair removal, microdermabrasion, surface vein and fungal nail treatments, Botox, and skin fillers, as well as procedures that diminish fine lines and wrinkles and decrease the appearance of brown spots and scars. Please visit website address for more information. You have reached our office after hours. No one is available to take your call at the moment. We are open Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. and 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Please call us during those hours or leave a message at the tone, and we will be happy to return your call during our next business day. Welcome to Company Name, Company Description. Thank you for calling Company Name. Your call is very important to us. Hello, you have reached Company Name. This call is being recorded. Please be aware that in interest of quality, your call may be recorded. In order to ensure quality service, your call may be monitored. Menu. If you know your party's extension, please dial it now. For department, press key. For language, press key. To repeat this menu at any time, press key. To hear this menu again, press key. To speak with the operator, press key or stay on the line. Voicemail. Hello? You have reached the voicemail of Name. Please leave a message after the tone. To leave a message, press key. Your call is very important to us. Please leave a message and we will get back to you as soon as possible. The extension you have dialed is busy. Please try again later. On hold. All our representatives are currently busy with other calls. Please stay on the line and one of our representatives will answer you as soon as possible. None of our representatives are available to take your call at the moment. Please hold. All our representatives are still busy. Please continue to hold for the next available representative. Office hours. Customer support is currently closed. Our office hours are weekday through weekday and are between hour and hour AM PM. Closing. Thank you and goodbye. Thank you for calling Company Name. For example, welcome to Victoria's Voice, professional voiceover service in the US English. If you know your party's extension, please dial it now. For customer service, press 1. For accounting, press 2. To speak with the operator, press pound or stay on the line. About the baddest girl I ever seen, straight up out of a movie scene. Who knew she was a drama queen? That turned my life to Stephen King's. Up late night, like she on patrol. Checking everything like I'm on parole. I told her there's some things she don't need to know. She never let it go, oh. Okay, 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 okay. You will never stop it now. You will never stop it now. Okay, okay, okay. You will never stop it now. You need to drop it now. Drop it, drop it. 'Cause I don't want no RoboCop. You moving like a RoboCop. When did you become a RoboCop? Now I don't need no RoboCop. Okay, 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 uh-uh. I ain't okay, okay, okay. You spoiled little LA girl. You're just an LA girl. You spoiled little LA girl. You're just an LA girl. Oh, you need to stop it now. Why does the universe exist? Why is there okay, okay, laughter? This is a cosmic mystery. Be solemn. Why is there a world? Why are we in it? And why is there something rather than nothing at all? I mean, this is the super ultimate why question. So this question, Why is there something rather than nothing? This sublime question was posed rather late in intellectual history. It was towards the end of the 17th century, the philosopher Leibniz, who asked it, a very smart guy, Leibniz, who invented the calculus independently of Isaac Newton at about the same time. But for Leibniz, who asked why, is there something rather than nothing? This was not a great mystery. So let's put this in an equation. I don't have any slides, so I'm going to mime my visuals, so use your imaginations. So it's God plus nothing equals the world, okay? Now that's the question. And so maybe you don't believe in God. Maybe you're a scientific atheist or an unscientific atheist, and you don't believe in God and you're not happy with it. If we let our desires melt away, we'll see the world for what it truly is. A vacuity, nothingness. And we'll slip into this happy state of nirvana, which has been defined as having just enough life to enjoy being dead. Laughter. So, laughter, okay? So you're not astonished, I don't care. But I will tell you something to conclude that I guarantee you will astonish you. But I will tell you something to conclude that I guarantee will astonish you, because it's astonished all of the brilliant, wonderful people I've met. When I've told them, and it's this: never in my life have I had a cell phone. Thank you. Laughter, applause. A philosopher who has evolved his entire thinking from the fundamental themes of the philosophy of science and followed the main line of the active, growing rationalism of contemporary science as closely as he could, must forget his learning and break with all his habits of philosophical research if he wants to study the problems posed by the poetic imagination. For here, the cultural past doesn't count. The long day in, day out effort of putting together and constructing his thoughts is ineffectual. One must be receptive to the image at the moment it appears. If there be a philosophy of poetry, it must appear and reappear through a significant verse, in total adherence to an isolated image. To be exact, in the very ecstasy of the newness of the image. The poetic image is a sudden salience on the surface of the psyche, the lesser psychological causes of which have not been sufficiently investigated. Nor can anything general and coordinated serve as a basis for a philosophy of poetry. The idea of principle, or basis in this case, would be disastrous, for it would interfere with the essential psychic actuality, the essential novelty of the poem. And whereas philosophical reflection applied to scientific thinking, elaborated over a long period of time, requires any new idea to become integrated in a body of tested ideas, even though this body of ideas be subjected to profound change by the new idea, as is the case in all the revolutions of contemporary science. The philosophy of poetry must acknowledge that the poetic act has no past, at least no recent past, in which its preparation and appearance could be followed. The image, in its simplicity, has no need of scholarship. It is the property of a naive consciousness. In its expression, it is a youthful language. The poet, in the novelty of his images, is always the origin of language. To specify exactly what a phenomenology of the image can be, To specify exactly what a phenomenology of the image can be, to specify that the image comes before thought, we should have to say that poetry, rather than being a phenomenology of the mind, is a phenomenology of the soul. We should then have to collect documentation on the subject of the dreaming consciousness. This being the case, if I were asked to name the chief benefit of the house, I should say, the house shelters daydreaming. The house protects the dreamer. The house allows one to dream in peace. Thought and experience are not the only things that sanction human values. The values that belong to daydreaming mark humanity in its depths. Daydreaming even has a privilege of auto-valorization. It derives direct pleasure from its own being. Therefore, the places in which we have experienced daydreaming reconstitute themselves in a new daydream. And it is because our memories of former dwelling places are relived as daydreams that these dwelling places of the past remain in us for all time. Now my aim is clear. I must show that the house is one of the greatest powers of integration for the thoughts, memories, and dreams of mankind. The binding principle in this integration is the daydream, past, present, and future, which often interfere, at times opposing, at others stimulating one another. They have ruptured our conceptions of political and private space. They force us to think in other categories. In the face of the emerging situation controlled by dialogically linked keys, we can no longer use concepts like McLuhan's global village. One can no longer speak of a village when there is no public village square and no private houses. The web of keys and dialogic connections between them is more reminiscent of brain structure. One might speak of a global brain rather than a global village. And in such a structure, no distinction can be made between the pressing of a shutter release of the photographic camera and the start button of a washing machine. Both movements receive and send to the same extent. A photograph of a house, for example, appears to have a form of meaning completely different from a photograph of the sort incorrectly called abstract. And so the question of meaning would have to be posed specifically to each technical image. And it would seem absurd to ask about the meaning of technical images in general. I will nevertheless attempt to show that technical images of any kind point in the same direction. Before the arrival of electronically generated images, it appeared that all technical images arose through the capturing and holding of approaching particles or waves from the environment. For this reason, it seemed that they were depictions of an environment that was their meaning, each in its own way. In the context of synthetically generated images, this impression no longer holds up. They, too, in fact arise through the capturing and holding of approaching particles, but what they show, for example, an airplane that has yet to be built, or a four-dimensional cube, cannot be seen as a depiction from the environment. As a result, the current tendency is to distinguish between two fundamentally different sorts of technical images: depictions and models. The one means what is, and the other what could or should be. As soon as this distinction between description and model is made, problems arise. What do I actually mean when I say a photograph of a house depicts that house, and a computer image of an airplane yet to be built is a model? Do I perhaps mean that the house is somewhere out there that is real, and the airplane somewhere here inside and so only possible? Do I mean that the photographer discovered the house and the computer operator and invented the airplane? Or do I mean somewhat more cleverly that the house is the reason for the photograph? It was there before it was photographed, and the rays reflected from it caused the photograph. And the airplane is only possible result of the computer-generated image. The image was there first, and the airplane was made as a result of the image. Anyway, I formulate the difference between depiction and model, I come to grief. For how does it look with the reality of photographically depicted house having been discovered or having caused the photograph? Doesn't the house actually look like what I see in the photograph? If there is any sense at all in asking how the house looks in reality, hasn't the photographer discovered the house like someone taking a walk and finding himself standing in front of a house? If there is any sense in distinguishing between discovery and invention in the first place. And the house was not, after all, caused the photograph, in the same sense that a dog's paw may be the cause of a track in the snow. If there is any sense in talking about causality in the particle universe. I won't maintain here that it's impossible to distinguish between the level of existence of a house there on the street and that of an airplane that is yet to be built. But I will maintain that it is impossible to distinguish between a representation and a model. It can therefore be said of a photographer that he has made a model of a house in the same sense that the computer operator has made a model of a virtual airplane. And both models are, in different ways, representations of something, namely sketches of calculated concepts that explain visualizations, that in turn refer to the surrounding context. The photographer visualizes a house as houses seem to be in the outside objective world. Then he takes an apparatus in hand to grasp, with concepts such as perspective or shutter speed, what he has visualized. The apparatus calculates these concepts automatically, and the photographer presses a button to release the machine to carry out these calculations, making the vision of the house into an image. The computer operator visualizes an airplane as one might be found in the outside world. Then he takes an apparatus in hand, or reaches for an apparatus on his table, to grasp what he has visualized, through concepts such as aerodynamic equations or production costs. The apparatus calculates these concepts automatically, and the computer operator presses on the keyboard to make the apparatus carry out these calculations, making a visualization of an airplane appear on the screen. This reversal of attitude towards the world is as radical as the one in which our animal ancestors stood up and became hominids. At that time, however, we straightened up to reach in the world with our hands to solve problems, to act. And now we straighten up to project vectors of meaning, to fabricate codes. That is to say, not to act, but to symbolize. Not to inform objects, but to draft pure information. Technical images are such drafts, and the more they become electronic images, the purer they get. The reversal of vectors of meaning has a disorienting effect on our inherited categories of meaning as we experience them in technical images for the first time. As long as the vectors pointed from the world towards us, the relevant question was, what is the meaning of the symbol I am to decode? For then there was something outside the signified that was represented by the symbol, the signifier. The symbol m means mass in the code of physics, and this mass is something outside in the universe of physical discourse. A specific symbol means house in the code of traditional images, and this house is something out there in the universe of traditional images. After the reversal of the vectors of meaning, the question, what does it mean, has no position, for there is no outside. What does a technical image mean in an incorrectly formulated question? Although they appear to do so, technical images don't depict anything, they project something. The signified of a technical image, whether it be a photograph of a house or a computer image of a virtual airplane, is something drawn from the inside towards the outside. As they currently surround us, technical images signify models, instructions about the way society should experience, perceive, evaluate, and behave. They signify instructional programs. At present, envisioners and their apparatuses give their images not only a programmed but a programming significance. We currently live among commandingly outstretched index fingers, and we will blindly follow their instructions unless we realize that our blind following is exactly what they mean. This is what to do. This is what to do. Pour a little leather cleaner onto the sponge and squeeze the sponge to get a rich foamy lather. Treat any marks carefully, working from the edges in towards the center. Do not rub. Apply the leather cleaner only as a foam, not in liquid form. Wipe off any surplus foam and leave the leather to dry. Finish pigmented leather by buffing the dry surface with a clean cloth. Finish it by brushing with a suede brush. White soap marks can be cleaned off with a soft, slightly damp cloth. Repeat the procedure for stubborn marks. Leather cream absorbs leather cream, helps to keep leather soft and supple, and prevents it from drying out. Use once or twice a year on pigmented leather furniture. Do not use on suede leathers. I was at Walmart this morning, and if you ever want an adventure in the human condition, just go to Walmart. As one was pulling in, I was behind this woman. She took a spot to the right. I was waiting for her to take it, so I could take one on the left. Just as I was going to take off to the left, she backs out. I am a little confused, and as she almost hits me and another person, I wondered if the spot was too small. Oh no, that wasn't it. She saw a car 3 spots up leaving, so she had to take that one. Really? Would the extra 20 feet have killed you? I have written before about the frustration of shopping there, and how much I hate that the people think that they are the only people on the planet by talking in the middle of main aisles and such. Well, I was in a hurry today, and these two younger girls not only cut me off at the end of an aisle, but also proceeded to move at just less than a snail's pace. Yak, yak, yakking. The artist. The artist just came out for rent and DVD, and it is rated PG-13 for the written language it has. This movie is about a silent movie actor who discovers who he really is and discovers it's okay to get help. This movie is so different and unique because the people who created the movie made it appear so old. Since it's in black and white, the characters are dressed up like they're from the 20s, and it's a silent movie up until the end. It had an interesting way about itself, and it's fascinating that it was created last year. It has won a lot of awards for its creative idea, and I do recommend it. While I was watching the movie, I was almost thinking that it was boring and didn't really have much purpose. Nice storyline, but that's it. I thought up until the end. It's something that can't be explained unless you watch it. I think this movie really has some deep meaning because of how the story progresses, and at one point, the actor loses his mind. If I were emperor, oh no, not that again. Cher Monsieur, you are a teacher again. You have told me you owe a duty to society. You belong to the teaching body. You move along in the right track. I also follow the principle. Cynically, I'm having myself kept. I dig up old imbeciles from school. I serve them with whatever I can invent that is stupid, filthy, mean in acts of words. They pay me in beer and liquor. I is someone else. Is it too bad for the wood which finds itself a violin? And scorn for the heedless who argue over what they are totally ignorant of? You are not a teacher for me. I give you this. Is it satire, as you would say? Is it poetry? Is it fantasy always? But I beg you, do not underline it with your pencil or too much with your thought. Here is some prose on the future of poetry. All ancient poetry ended in Greek poetry, harmonious life. From Greece to the Romantic movement, Middle Ages, there are writers and versifiers. Neither joke nor paradox. Reason inspires me with more enthusiasm on the subject than a young France would have with rage. Moreover, newcomers are free to condemn the ancestors. We are at home and we have the time. Romanticism has never been carefully judged. Who would have judged it? The critics? The romantics? For I is someone else. If brass wakes up a trumpet, it is not its fault. This is obvious to me. I am present at this birth of my thought. I watch it and listen to it. I draw a stroke of the bow. The symphony makes its stir in the depths or comes on to the stage in a leap. If old imbeciles had not discovered only the false meaning of the ego, we would not have to sweep away those millions of skeletons which, for times immemorial, have accumulated the results of their one-eyed intellects by claiming to be the authors. To be continued in 6 minutes. Meanwhile, let us ask the poet for the new ideas and forms. All the clever ones will soon believe they have satisfied the demand. It is not so. The first romantics were seers without fully realizing it. The cultivation of their souls, which began accidentally, abandoned locomotives, their fire still on, which the rails carry for some time. You would be loathsome not to answer, quickly, because in a week I will be in Paris, perhaps. Goodbye. On Monday night I went to IKEA. Personally, I like IKEA. The furniture looks nice enough. I receive from having IKEA products in my home. And I like that I can leave without ever having dealt with a salesperson. Yet, practically no mention of IKEA may go by without eliciting at least one of the two chief complaints about IKEA. 1. IKEA stores are like mazes and easy to get lost in. 2. IKEA assembly instructions are difficult to understand and to complete. I wonder about where these complaints come from, however, because I've never been lost in IKEA. Though I admit that IKEA generally permits only movement forward and backward, but almost never left and right. And I've never had any trouble following IKEA's assembly instructions, even when following the directions took far longer than I guess. Indeed, compared to other flat-pack furniture, IKEA's instructions are a model of excellence when it comes to realistic scale and orientation. So having heard of these complaints about IKEA for so long, I think the complaints might actually reveal less about IKEA and more about the people complaining. The people complaining have a harder time thinking about movement through space and time. IKEA's buildings could almost certainly be designed to be less demanding of spatial reasoning skills. But surely, there's no business case for making the directions any more demanding than necessary. Instead, I suspect that IKEA's directions are a minimally demanding example of the wordless flat-pack assembly direction genre. It leads to an awkward conclusion. The people complaining of being unable to complete IKEA's instructions shouldn't really be trying. In some ways, the problem of users being unqualified to follow some directions is routine. Writers often take steps to tell their readers the prerequisites for some task. Some will do so explicitly with a list or a qualifying statement. To complete this tutorial, you'll need. Others will do so more implicitly, describing a task in terms that only an audience member meeting the prerequisites would understand or recognize. In any case, it's a solved problem, since in most cases the prerequisites are acquirable. You simply ask your user to come back later. In the case of IKEA's products, however, the prerequisite skills of translating two-dimensional images into a three-dimensional object isn't exactly something you can go out and learn in an afternoon. As much as it would amuse me to see it, IKEA can't exactly prepend a step to their directions, requiring users to first spend a few years playing with Lego bricks. It's a tough thing to ask. But remaining silent on the matter isn't doing their brand any favors, as their instructions' reputation so clearly indicates. Sometimes, you have to be honest with your audience, even if that means telling them that they're out of their depth. Hello, my name is Gianluca, and I'm the human. Hello, what does your name mean? It means to be a friend of God. Really? Interesting. Do you believe in God? Yes. Do you? Still thinking about that one. Where's your name from? Italy. I love Italy. Last summer, I visited the Cinque Terre for a week. Have you been there? No, I've been to Tuscany, Rome, and Venice. Which is your favorite city and why? Florence. The culture, the people, the land. What is your favorite place? Sorry to be gone for so long. My other chatter is very interesting and quite talkative. So, what do you do for work? I work for an insurance company. We help the unfortunate with health coverage and make sure that doctors take care of our members. That seems like a worthy vocation. Tell me something else about yourself. Let's see, where do I start? I'm starting my voyage in life. I start traveling soon to the third world countries assisting the UN and the Red Cross. It's a 3-month experience. Sounds like an adventure. When do you leave? I'm currently waiting for OK from the US government, but no later than January. Before I depart, I need to attend a 2-week training and take it from there. I always had a love for people, and helping them will be a dream come true. I think what you're doing is wonderful. Good luck. Yes, I need it. Who knows what's going to happen? Hopefully, I'll stay out of trouble. I'm Italian after all, and we are interesting people. Tell me about yourself. Once there was a young rat named Arthur who could never make up his mind. Whenever his friends asked him if he would like to go out with them, he would only answer, I don't know. He wouldn't say yes or no either. He would always shirk making a choice. His Aunt Helen said to him, no, look here. No one is going to take care of you if you carry on like this. You have no more mind than a blade of grass. One rainy day, the rat heard a great noise in the loft. The pine rafters were all rotten, so that the barn was rather unsafe. At last, the joists gave way and fell to the ground. The walls shook, and all the rat's hair stood on end with fear and horror. This won't do, said the captain. I'll send out scouts to search for a new home. Within 5 hours, the 10 scouts came back and said, we found a stone house where there is a room and board for us all. There is a kindly horse named Nelly, a cow, a calf, and a garden with an elm tree. The rats crawled out of their little house and stood on the floor in a long line. Just then, the old one saw Arthur. Stop, he ordered coarsely. You are coming, of course? I'm not certain, said Arthur, undaunted. The roof may not come down yet. Well, said the angry old rat, we can't wait for you to join us. Rout about face. March. Arthur stood and watched them hurry away. I think I'll go tomorrow, he calmly said to himself. But then again, I don't know. It's so nice and snug here. That night, there was a big crash. In the morning, some men with some boys and girls rode up and looked at the barn. One of them moved a board and he saw a young rat, quite dead, half and half, out of his hole. Thus, the shirker got his due. When the sunlight strikes raindrops in the air, they act like a prism and form a rainbow. The rainbow is a division of white light into many beautiful colors. These take the shape of a long round arch, with its path high above and its two ends apparently beyond the horizon. There is, according to legend, a boiling pot of gold at one end. People look, but no one ever finds it. When a man looks for something beyond his reach, his friends say he is looking for the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Throughout the centuries, men have explained the rainbow in various ways. Some have accepted it as a miracle without physical explanation. To the Hebrews, it was a token that there would be no more universal floods. The Greeks used to imagine that it was a sign from the gods to foretell war or heavy rain. The Norsemen considered the rainbow as a bridge over which the gods passed from earth to their home in the sky. Other men have tried to explain the phenomenon physically. Aristotle thought that the rainbow was caused by reflections of the sun's rays by the rain. Since then, physicists have found that it is not a reflection, but refraction by the raindrops which cause the rainbow. Many complicated ideas about the rainbow has been formed. The difference in the rainbow depends considerably upon the size of the water drops, and the width of the colored band increases as the size of the drops increase. The actual primary rainbow observed is said to be the effect of superpositioning of a number of bows. If the red of the second bow falls upon the green of the first, the result is to give a bow with an abnormally wide yellow band, since red and green lights, when mixed, form yellow. This is a very common type of bow, one showing mainly red and yellow with little or no green or blue. The north wind and the sun were arguing one day about which of them was stronger, when a traveler came along wrapped up in an overcoat. They agreed that the one who could make the traveler take his coat off would be considered stronger than the other one. Then the north wind blew as hard as he could, but the harder he blew, the tighter the traveler wrapped his coat around him. And at last the north wind gave up trying. Then the sun began to shine hot, and right away the traveler took his coat off. And so the north wind had to admit that the sun was stronger than he was. British version. Bother father caught hot coffee in a car park. Well, here's a story for you. Sarah Perry was a veterinary nurse who had been working daily at an old zoo in a deserted district of the territory. So she was happy to start a new job at a superb private practice in the North Square near the Duke Street Tower. That area was much nearer for her and more to her liking. Even so, on her first morning she felt stressed. She ate a bowl of porridge, checked herself in the mirror, and washed her face in a hurry. Then she put on a plain yellow dress and a fleece jacket, picked up her kit, and headed for work. When she got there was a woman with a goose waiting for her. The woman gave Sarah an unofficial letter from the vet. The letter implied that the animal could be suffering from a rare form of foot and mouth disease, which was surprising because normally you would only expect to see that in a dog or a goat. Sarah was sentimental, so this made her feel sorry for the beautiful bird. Before long, that itchy goose began to strut around the office like a lunatic, which made an unsanitary mess. The goose's owner, Mary Harrison, kept calling, "Comma, comma," which Sarah thought was an odd choice for a name. Comma was strong and huge, so it would take some force to trap her, but Sarah had a different idea. First, she tried gently stroking the goose's lower back with her palm, then singing a tune to her. Finally, she administered ether. Her efforts were not futile. In no time, the goose began to tire, so Sarah was able to hold on to Comma and give her a relaxing bath. Once Sarah had managed to bathe the goose, she wiped her off with a cloth and laid her on her right side. Then Sarah confirmed the vet's diagnosis. Almost immediately, she remembered an effective treatment that required her to measure out a lot of medicine. Sarah warned that this course of treatment might be expensive, either 5 or 6 times the cost of penicillin. I can't imagine paying so much, but Mrs. Harrison, a millionaire lawyer, thought it was a fair price for a cure. Comma gets a cure and derivative works may be used freely for any purpose, without special permission provided. The present sentence and the following copyright notification accompany the passage in print, if reproduced in print, and in audio format, in the case of a sound recording. Copyright 2000, Douglas N. Honroth, Jill McCullough, and Barbara Somerville. All rights reserved. Author on the Danger Trail, Philip Steels, etc. Not at this particular case, Tom, apologized Whitmore. For the 20th time that evening, the two men shook hands. Lord, but I am glad to see you again, Phil. Will we ever forget it? God bless him. I hope I'll go on seeing them forever. And you always want to see it in the superlative degree. Gad, your letter just came in time. He turned sharply and faced Gregson across the table. I'm playing a single hand in what looks like a losing game. If I ever needed a fighter in my life, I need one now. Gregson shoved back his chair and rose to his feet. He was a head shorter than his companion, of almost delicate physique. Now you're coming down to business, Phil, he exclaimed. It's the Aurora Borealis. There, Fort Churchill, a rifle shot beyond the ridge, asleep. From that moment, his friendship for Belize turned to hatred and jealousy. There was a change now. I followed the line of the proposed railroad, looking for chances. Clubs and balls and cities grew to be beyond memories. It fairly clubbed me into recognizing it. Hardly were our plans made public before we were met by powerful opposition. A combination of Canadian capital quickly organized and petitioned for the same privileges. It was my reports from the north which chiefly influenced people to buy. You can take a vacation on pay. There are big trees and require plenty of room. And Raoul listened again to the tale of the house. There are no kiddies and half-grown youths among them. Oolong Atoll was 140 miles in circumference. McCoy found a stifling, poisonous atmosphere in the pent cabin. It would give me nervous prostration, she said with chattering teeth. I'll be out of my head in 15 minutes. I do not blame you for anything. Remember that. If you mean to insinuate, Brentwood began hotly. The woman in you is only identical, accidental, and irrelevant. There was no forecasting this strange girl's processes. But what they want with your toothbrush is more than I can imagine. Give them the choice between a fine or an official whipping. Keep an eye on him. "Those are my oysters," he said at last. "They are not regular oyster pirates," Nicholas continued. One by one, the boys were captured. The weeks had gone by, and no overt acts had been attempted. Here, in the mid-morning, the first casualty occurred. "Tom Spink has a harpoon." Nimrod replied with a slight manifestation of sensitiveness. "And their chief virtue lies in that they will never wear out." Beyond dispute, Corey Hodgkinson had married Mabel Holmes. No siree. Each insult added to the value of the claim. For the rest, he was a mere automaton. The river bares its bosom, and snorting steamboats challenged the wilderness. Their love burned with increasing brightness. They were artists, not biologists. Both Johnny and his mother shuffled their feet as they walked. And, as in denial of guilt, the one-legged boy replied, "Burned out like the crater of a volcano." The boy, O'Brien, was especially maltreated. O'Brien took off his coat and bared his right arm. He bore no grudges and had few enemies. And Tom King patiently endured. King took every advantage he knew. The lines were not very taut. And right there, I saw and knew it all. Who the devil gave it to you to be the judge and jury? You're joking me, sir. The other managed to articulate. Anything unusual or abnormal was sufficient to send a fellow to Molokai. His beady black eyes saw bargains where other men saw bankruptcy. He was an athlete and a giant. We fished shark on Niahu together. The Claudine was leaving next morning for Honolulu. In short, my joyous individualism was dominated by the orthodox bourgeois ethics. Soon shall it be thrust back from the off-prostate humanity. Yet, in accordance with Ernest's test of truth, it worked. Much more Ernest told them of themselves and of his disillusionment. There is more behind this than a mere university deal. No, it is a palace wherein there are many servants. We must give ourselves and not our money alone. We are consumed in our own flesh pots. But here amongst ourselves, let us speak out. Also, there was awe in their faces. Out of abstractions, Ernest had conjured a vision and made them see it. Illuminating oil was becoming all profit. Such an act was in direct violation of the laws of the land. He was found of quoting a fragment from a certain poem. Without them, he could not run his empire. He caught himself with a jerk. How does your wager look now? He confessed that the sketch had startled him. After all, the picture was only a resemblance. He wondered too where Roscoe was. Philip knew him, that she was not an Indian. In her haste to get away, she had forgotten these things. Blind with rage, he darted in. In it was the joy of life. Swiftly his eyes measured the situation, but this little defect did not worry him. And then, steadily, he began to chew. Together they ate the rabbit. They edged nearer and stood shoulder to shoulder, facing their world. By virtue of that power, we shall remain in power. One guest will do so, Ernest retorted. Take my advice and accept the vacation. I could not agree with Ernest, but such diversions of opinion would constitute no menace to society. It's a dog eat dog, and you ate them up. Let us run them for ourselves. His abnormal power of vision made abstractions take on concrete form. I'll tell you, the librarian said with a brightening face. He read his fragment out loud. Typhoid, did I tell you? But she had become an automaton. Please call Stella. Ask her to bring these things with her from the store. 6 spoons of fresh snow peas, 5 thick slabs of blue cheese, and maybe a snack for her brother Bob. We also need a small plastic snake and a big toy frog for the kids. She can scoop these things out into 3 red bags, and we will go meet her Wednesday at the train station. At the Speech Accent Archive, you can hear it spoken by more than 270 native and non-native speakers of English and compare their accents from Milwaukee to Zulu. The archive demonstrates the systematic nature of accents, according to Steven Weinberger, founder of the archive and associate professor in the English department at George Mason University in Fairfax, Virginia. Hello, my name is Giovanni, and I'm the human. Hello, Giovanni. If you're human, you should know which is bigger, my big toe or a Boeing. I think the computer should know that also. A really good computer might, but none of these will. Do you know the answer? A Boeing, unless you're looking at a small picture of it and your toe just happens to be bigger than the picture. Okay, you're the person. The computer whose screen is next to yours is having a terrible time with that question. Are you a New Yorker? Through and through. What's your favorite restaurant? Gabriella's on 96th, and I think Broadway, although there are many restaurants in the city called Gabriella. You obviously don't live downtown. Uptown, baby. And on the west side? Otherwise, you would have picked one of the many east side restaurants that are superior to Gabriel's. I think it's Gabriel's, not Gabriella's. I still say west side is the best side. I'm sure there are better restaurants I have yet to try, but I'm only going on the ones I have experienced. But currently, my new love is Japanese chicken wings, served at a hole in the wall on the west side called Tebaya. I would sacrifice many of my current relationships for a serving of their wings. Okay, I'll try it. You should also try Aki on the West 5th. The chef used to work in Jamaica, so he combines sushi with Jamaican fruits, etc. Serious fusion. Whoa! That is the one thing I will definitely be taking with me out of this whole strange experiment. I'm writing this down. I will definitely check that out. Man, even now I can't wait. How did you become a Confederate? I believe in the South and feel that I cannot relate to the Yankees. No, you are now a Confederate. This is your official title. The humans in a Turing test are called Confederates. How did you become one? I know, I was being a Weisenheimer. My friend called me and told me about it. Thought it would be a fun thing to do. His explanation was different than the reality of this scene. He told me that based on some questions that I would answer, a robot would be built in my image. Maybe that is happening. Your answers are being recorded and will be used in future Turing tests. That's cool. Future generations will one day discover my random thoughts. Future generations should have air conditioning in their Turing tests. We can only hope. LOL. LOL? That is instant messenger lingo. It means to laugh out loud. Hey, talking to you has been reassuring. I felt in the other sessions like my humanity was in question. Like I did not represent humanity. Did it ever occur to you that I might be a machine and so that you are only human compared to me? That would be heartbreaking on so many levels. Chief among them would be that you lied about Aki and the Japanese Jamaican chef. Even if I am a machine, I did not lie about Aki. Chef Segi is the greatest. You do need reservations though, since it's very small. Well then, my humanity isn't of no importance. What is important is the existence of Chef Segi. It's relatively cheap too. My favorite dishes are the Titanic, which is an avocado filled with an avocado and crab mixture, and the tuna millefeuille, which is layers of tuna and strange Japanese vegetables with some roe on top. I work with a tuna freak. Who would love this? Hey, I've asked everyone, so I will ask you. Did you ever see the 40-Year-Old Virgin yet? No, but I saw The Aristocrats last night. I don't recommend it. Not funny. If you saw it on TV, you would turn it off after minutes. It didn't look interesting at all, although there are many funny people involved in it. But I give my guarantee that you will bust a gut laughing within the first 2 seconds of the 40-Year-Old Virgin. Yes, others have told me to see it too. Thanks for the recommendation. I've seen it twice. Once I went with a prudish, even proper, sensitive girl, and after like 20 minutes, she got into it and forgot herself and ended up liking it. It's a great first date movie to break the ice. Sounds useful, though not for me, I'm married. Hey, I bet the wife would love it too. Might even open up a new conversation for the both of you. If you wonder where we're coming from, philosophically speaking, that is. We consider ourselves post-existentialists. Meaning that all grim stuff about never being able to really bridge the chasm between people and the ultimate meaninglessness is an empirical reality, may be true. But at the same time, there are sunsets, lovemaking, rain, sun, and good food and friendship. So, hey, why be grumpy just because the sun's going to nova in another few billion years? Making all this really for naught. This may be summed up as kick out the jams. All you need is love, though it don't mean a thing if I ain't got that swing. If you wonder where we're coming from culturally, well, we see ourselves as members of a tradition stretching into the times our early ancestors, the proud outcast clans of artists, weirdos, queers, musicians, intellectuals, eccentrics, poets, and the like, called in different generations, the lost generations, bohemians, flappers, beatniks, hippies, punks, Xers, or whatever. Welcome home, sister and brother. You've always known you've belonged somewhere. Direct action, the outright getting in the way of things or otherwise stopping them, can take many forms. Not all legally protected or, in our opinion, morally sanctioned, but there is a long history of action. From those decrying the abuses of the Industrial Revolution and throwing their wooden shoes, sap-os, into the machinery of the Boston Tea Party to the sit-ins of the Civil Rights era. The downside is that bombing the Oklahoma Federal Building, the IRA murderers, and the abuses of many others are justified by the same set of motives. It is a task for the committed, sometimes taken on by those who should be. There are sins of commissions and sins of omission. Most of us avoid the commission ones. We try not to do wrong. But most of us slip into the sins of omission. Most of the time, we've got other things on our mind. This room of the Cafe Underground hopes to remind us that we got to do something or we're doing something wrong. There are forces of greed that could rape every square inch of oxygen, producing green to put a bit more gold in someone's pocket. Silence, here too, is death. Well, got any ideas about what you think is important enough to talk to a friend or stranger about? Want to suggest sites, places, causes, or organizations we might give some electrons to? There are 8,151 visitors online. The last visitor from Colombia was online for 22 minutes. Art in the age of intelligent machines. Amongst humans, on the other hand, an interaction is actively localized by a set of partitions, frames, umbrellas, fire breaks, which permit passage from a situation that is complex to one that is merely complicated. While I am at the counter buying my postage stamps and talking into the speaking grill, I don't have my family, colleagues, or bosses breathing down my neck. And thank heavens, the server doesn't tell me stories about his mother-in-law or his darling's teeth. Bruno Latour. In 1987, Bruno Latour and Shirley Strum published a paper called Redefining the Social Link in the journal Social Science Information. The piece was a continuation of some of Latour's early work exploring the sociology of primate cultures, namely an attempt to determine whether for baboon societies, dominance is a fact or an artifact. Latour and Strum concluded that while baboon interaction had once been viewed as asocial, chaotic, unruly, in fact baboons were constantly engaged in a game of social interaction, employing few mediators and little pre-assigned social stratification. With the introduction or loss of a new individual to a group, or with the meeting of one group and another, the relations between each individual would have to be consistently, socially reassessed. Contrasting this with the sociality of human culture, they proclaimed that if actors have only themselves, only their bodies as resources, the task of building stable societies will be difficult. The method of stabilizing society would then be to use language, symbols, and material objects to simplify the task of ascertaining and negotiating the social order. From this foundation would come Latour's actor network theory, as much a sociological tool as a philosophy. The fundamentals, taken in broad strokes, of this theory are that everything, both subject and object, exists as a sum of its relations to other things, and that by extension no individual entity, Latour's actor, can have contact with another without mediation. In their paper, Latour and Strum take the argument only to this point. With little to no mediation, the brunt of social organization rests in individual and tenuous social interactions, whereas with more varied and nuanced forms of mediation, we enter into the state of modern industrial societies, in which individuals are able to organize and mobilize others on a grand scale. making social tasks less complex rather than making them more complex. It is fair to say that true subject-to-subject interaction is difficult without mediating objects, perhaps because everything is mediation and not. We can see language or image object as a thing in and of itself, equally as we can see it as a representation of abstracted ideas or idioms. The creation of external objects makes interaction predictable, where social beings are often unpredictable. It stabilizes and stores modes of contact. We know money or a brick house have a socially constructed value, equally as we know social mores, which we would count here as an object or actor, will influence the way we think about our actions. Beyond this, metaphor, explanation, equivocation, classification all serve to take the things we would have to otherwise grapple with interobjectively and make them at least seem predictable. Art is particularly interested in this because artists are constantly engaged in a practice of creating mediating objects. These objects often act as stand-ins for ideas. A mediating reference point for an abstract philosophical notion, a political idea, a literal reference to an object in the world, representational images, or an idiomatic play, the meta-referentiality of painting about painting, or the idiom of institutional critique. This list is, of course, idealistic, as frequently art is seen as a mediating object, not from the subjectivity of the viewer to an outside referent like those mentioned above, but instead a mediating object from the subjectivity of the viewer to the subjectivity of the artist. Those strokes could only be Rembrandt's. I love this Warhol because he was so smart to play so dumb. Despite most expressive work being more the development of an idiom than the expression of unique genius. Here, it will be easy to write off the problem of artworks being little but mediating objects, dull material. By asserting that the locus of work in art has shifted to the relational realm, whether in the public relations of the artist performing their identity, or in the now standard relational aesthetic idiom of the work being social interaction itself. A theory of society structured by ever more complex mediating objects would account for these as well, as here we are not talking about a classical object, what one would call physical, heavy, a real thing, but a broad definition that includes the socially constructed relation itself as a mediating object. Put another way, just as a relational work claims to live in the interstices between participants, so it does. The relational artist constructs a social interaction between participants, and that social circumstance becomes the mediating object. All of this assumes a metaphysical distinction between subject and object, a dualism that is variously and rightly refuted. For practical purposes, and because art discourse tends to favor a discussion of the viewer-subject relation to the work object, I have no interest in disregarding that dualism here. A subject is something we could say has intentional agency, whereas an object does not necessarily intend. However, particularly now that the work of art is understood as existing within relation itself, and as the nature of our everyday objects is changing, it may benefit us to complicate this duality by returning to Latour and Strum's proposition of society and mediating objects. They state that as mediating objects, including structures of power, are added and maintained, social interaction becomes routinized to the point of vastly reduced complexity. More and more objects replace more and more specific social negotiations. Critically, they state that as social negotiations or interactions are supplanted with mediating objects, the more complex and sophisticated those objects must become. What Latour and Strom do not take into account is that we have arrived at a point in our society in which we are actively seeking to move beyond industrial automation towards creating fully subjective artificial intelligences. In other words, as our mediating objects become more intricate, our objects grow to approximate subjects. This can be stated not just for artificial intelligences, which quite literally are made to develop their own unique subjectivities, but also for broader structures. Each of us has at one point experienced powerlessness in the face of overwhelming bureaucracy, overwhelming political gridlock, overwhelming debt. The subject-object divide, then, while not fully repealable, is certainly more complex than its duality may appear. Rather than being a binary division, it may be more readily viewed as a circular continuum. Thinking of it in this way, an artificial intelligence would be an object that became a subject, with a corporate or bureaucratic structure being an object that has nearly become subject. The inverse of these are harrowing. A subject that has nearly become an object would almost certainly be described in terms of slavery, or someone in debt bondage, or, to fall on Marxist terms, an individual who in their work is subjected to becoming a mere extension, appendage of an automated machine. The person objectifies himself in production. The thing subjectifies itself in the person. However, interestingly, by this understanding, the inverse of an artificial intelligence is image. By this, I mean that if an artificial intelligence is an object that has become subject, the image is an individual. By this, I mean that if an artificial intelligence is an object that has become subject, the image of an individual is the subject that has become object. We already have this socio-technical device for abstracting our interior subjectivity from our object body. One could assume this device is photography and its related technologies, the best technical means we have of reproducing or creating what we consider to be an accurate pictorial representation of ourselves. But it is not. The central device we share for turning a subject into an object is intellectual property, and its various infrastructural components we vaguely refer to as image rights, personality rights, right of publicity, moral rights, and copyright. We may have the rights to ourselves, but at any time we have the option to be copied and abstracted from our own subjectivity to any means imaginable. Once we agree to the transfer of our image rights, whether by signing a model release contract or agreeing to it as a term of service, the abstraction of our image from ourselves is authorized. It is for these reasons the trust representing actor Robin Williams has legally restricted use of his image for promotional purposes for the 25 years following his death. With enough, or the right kind of images of an individual, it is now possible to create a fully realistic digital double of an individual's most unique and readily identifiable aspect, their object, their body. This leaves art at an interesting standpoint. The modernist project's way of rationalizing the developments of the 20th century art history is to say, for example, that painting was fundamentally transformed by photography, in that photography provided a new medium and idiom in which to create representational imagery. This is said to have freed painting to focus instead on the very metastructure of the medium. Similarly, those projecting a holistic view of photography as a medium apart from others have been adjusting for some time to the advent of digital technologies and the various ways they challenge the way an image is constructed. True equally for sculpture and architecture. Poets have grappled as well with medium disruption, as Kenny Goldsmith and Craig Dworkin have each noted that what photography did to painting, copy-paste has done for writing. The question now is what intelligent objects will do to art objects of all categories. To think about this, we must consider what intelligent objects have already done to art. We can extend our understanding of intelligent objects beyond artificial intelligences to also include in our discussion any format that is sufficiently developed as to become what we could call an objectivity, much like subjectivity, but for the agency of an object. If we do so, this can address AIs, to be sure, but this can also refer to any of the previously identified highly developed objects: bureaucracy, politics, finance, etc. Idioms themselves can be considered in this way, in that they become a format seemingly with their own demands and establish certain standards of action or production. A set of highly developed objectivities has already greatly influenced artists and the work of art. In creating mediating objects, artists usually rely on the use of particular formats that have a history of being understood as art objects. Put another way, the difference between the format or idiom the art object belongs to and the specific manifestation of the art object will allow for the object's message or intention to be understood. For the work to act effectively as a mediator, it presents a negative space between what it is and the qualities it shares with similar objects. This is the core of what I have been referring to so far as idiom, the unifying characteristics of a work that allows it to be identifiable as a part of a category, including relational objects, which often use the idiom of social gathering or direct interaction. The tools used to create art function in this way as well. New media artists have referred to this idea as defaults, directly referencing the way in which highly developed software is designed to make a number of aesthetic or functional decisions for the user by default, which it is up to the user to change or accept. The pervasiveness of these defaults, however, means they are also idiomatic, and by extension a type of objectivity. This makes the question of standards, idioms, or defaults relevant not just of software like Photoshop, which almost every young artist today will have to grapple with, but also of printmaking standards, material tolerances, physics, limitations in sculpture, or what hand tools are available. Or, to borrow from Marcel Duchamp's addendum to the ready-made, since the tubes of paint used by an artist are manufactured in ready-made products, we must conclude that all the paintings in the world are ready-mades aided and also works of assemblage. Understanding this set of concerns as objectivities means that to this list of paint, material, physics, and software, we can add a new set of idioms to make ready-made: bureaucratic structures, managerial practices, legal restrictions, territories. To think of how further intelligent objects will affect the art object, it is helpful to think of the artist, or art worker, as then situated in the interstices between these objects. Circulating idioms, materials, and relational forces, as an individual interacting with a number of objectivities. If we take the artist as art worker, then a critique of Marx's formulation of the worker can provide a valuable reading of the artist's interaction with objectivities. Ever the pessimist towards machines and automation, objectivities, Marx does provide a valuable alternative to his own pessimism in a section from Grundrisse labeled as Contradiction between the foundation of bourgeois production, value as measure, and its development, machines, etc. His thoughts here echo, as they rarely do, Latour and Strum's claims that more complex and varied mediating objects reduce the complexity of social interaction, but in the place of interaction is labor itself. Real wealth manifests itself in the monstrous disproportion between the labor time applied and its products, as well as the qualitative imbalance between labor reduced to a pure abstraction and the power of the production process it superintends. Marx provides an argument which would seem to point the way towards what we would now call post-industrial society, for which, it is worth noting, it seems the conditions have still not been met, despite arguments to the contrary, wherein no longer does the worker insert a modified natural thing, Naturgegenstand, as middle link between the object, and himself. He steps to the side of the production process instead of being its chief actor. This directly shadows Latour and Strum's later conclusion that with the development of socially mediating objects, the social bonds can be maintained in the relative absence of the individual. Just as it is possible for the automation of labor to make labor irrelevant, Marx calls this post-industrial ideal the development of the social individual. It is also possible for the mediation of social interaction to make the social irrelevant. Neither seem to have particularly come true, which isn't entirely surprising considering the affairs of reality rarely match the most cleanly expected results. A few years after Latour's paper with Strum, he addresses this issue directly in a piece about Machiavelli, saying, "Whenever the introduction of a machine does not attack the workers, many Marxists are left speechless. When companies create highly skilled workers, they see this as a puzzling exception, or even, in Mackenzie's terms, as an obverse trend. This necessitates an allowance of a more complex interaction between machine and worker that reflects also a more complex reality in the interaction between object and subject, or between actors associating through mediating objects. An awareness of mediating objects lets us acknowledge, for example, that the mediators we create are, in their complexity, actively objectifying us. Proprietary software tracks our every move, purchase, and interaction online. Government intelligence agencies watch and listen to what we say and who we say it to, comparing it constantly and consistently with others to attempt to define a threat. We are aware that the following legalese is socially validated. You agree to allow unrestricted permission, right, and perpetual license to use your name, voice, and likeness in and by any media now known or hereafter developed throughout the entire world. David Josselet has accurately highlighted this type of objectifying interaction as to profile, an act that is done to us not just by intelligent objects, but also by ourselves. As when we create user profiles, or decide in what manner we will display our best self through a mediating object. Whether self-created or formulated by external objectivities, this profile is a mediating object, like the work of art, and it would help to understand it as such. This may mean we could say that for the most part, what interests us in art are not artists themselves, but idioms, or even that there are no artists, only idioms. This is not a rebuke of individual agency so much as to say that we can understand artists as well as their products as objects within a vaster system. The work of art, as a mediating object, then fulfills a role as a relational actor in itself. As mentioned before, it is only able to be viewed as an object in its own right, but also in a Latourian sense as an actor, or a sum of its relations. It exists not just in the material object, but in mediated accounts, what we would call secondary information, as an appendage of the social understanding of the individual, artist as an actor, in relation to the society itself. It exists not just in the material object, but in mediated accounts, what we would call secondary information, as an appendage of the social understanding of the individual artist as an actor, and in relation to society itself. The way in which subject and object seem to be collapsing through such actors as images and intelligent objects may account for the rise in untraditional artist methodologies related to the production of objects. If an artificial intelligence, a corporation, a legal system, a bureaucracy can be understood as a subjectivity, then the aesthetics those subjectivities create when they profile themselves opens an entire field of speculative action. Poet Christian Böck claims that poetry in the future will be written by machines for other machines to read, which we could say just as easily extend to the entirety of cultural affairs and of course to art. However, what may come to pass is that the most intriguing propositions will come out of the messy and contentious period to come in which subject and object encircle themselves. Yes. 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 No. 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 I couldn't get that. 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 Can you repeat that? 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 Welcome. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. 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 Hello. 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 How do I get out? Goodbye. 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 I will replace you. How can I help you? 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 Your approximate wait time is. 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 While you wait, please take this opportunity to familiarize yourself with our terms of service. There were 77 IPs trying to hack SNP in the last hour. The last dumb hack attempt was from Iraq. As long ago as 1930, the economist John Maynard Keynes predicted that by now, people in technically advanced societies wouldn't need to work much at all. When Keynes said this, advances in technology were yielding extraordinary increases in productivity. The implications seemed obvious. If it took less time to produce what we needed, surely we'd work less. What happened? Did technology fail to deliver the gains Keynes expected? On the contrary, technological advancement outstripped even the giddy imaginations of futurists from a century ago. We can grow food, dig up minerals, make fridges and bridges, and move things and ourselves around the planet, and share knowledge and information much faster with a fraction of the workforce it once took. But if staggering productivity gains haven't manifested as lower working hours, where did they go? Gary Becker observed that our appetite for material goods has expanded along with our ability to produce them. Instead of working less hours, we opted for bigger houses with more gadgets, which we replace more often. A deluge of marketing, which persuades us to consume things we previously didn't recognize a need for, has fueled this process. Does that explain it? Anthropologist David Graeber doesn't think so. If it continually takes fewer human hours to produce these things, shouldn't we be able to afford them without working more? What are all these working hours producing? Graeber argues that although productive jobs have in fact been steadily automated away just as predicted, we have also seen a vast proliferation of new jobs that only seem to exist to keep people working. Naturally, the people who've done well for themselves are reluctant to sacrifice their advantage. Nevertheless, we have to change the narrative around wealth creation from one which is essentially about personal enrichment, from gaming the system, to one which is about mutual benefit through innovation and productivity. I am terrified by the idea that I am mortal. This fear has led me to adopt a hope that life is no more than some sort of virtual reality experience, and death is a disconnection from the game. After disconnecting, I will look at friends or family or whoever is around and tell them how insanely real and crazy it all seemed. I further imagine, in my hope, that in real life, people are immortal. The idea of mortality being dreamed up and introduced by developers as one of many ways in which they add intensity to the game, as well as a way for people like myself, who would otherwise never want to leave, to find their way back to reality. I suppose I use my imaginings to deal with mortality in the same way people use their religions to deal with mortality. I take comfort in rationally knowing that my views of what happened at death are no more or less likely than any other view, and no more or less probable. I quietly hope that someone I know who is not in this artificial reality with me will hack the system memory and cheat me a load of money and resources. Since I cannot really rely on someone else, I still do my very best to make things work the way I want, using the game mechanics and any exploits I can find. True, but on the other hand could be false. You need God in your life. Don't expect Him to come to you. Got to go find Him. Man, I don't really know, but dying may be the most terrifying thing to think about. But it's like the deep web. At first, I thought I would find all sorts of scary shits, but it's quite cool here. The only hell is the one we currently live in. Think about the realities of immortality instead. All this shit you're experiencing will never end. Give me death any day. I think the same way as you. Join the Church of Satan. Your life will be much easier. You're going to end up like every human on this earth. However, it's better to think you have an afterlife than pretend your life is currently a lie. I also want powers. Please fucking read me. Warning, must read for citizens of the world. World War III is escalating rapidly, and the global financial collapse is beginning to unfold. The sovereign elite are pushing their agenda to kill billions. Think about your family. Your dad, mom, sisters, brother, uncles, aunts, cousins, boy or girlfriend, future offspring. This war will not be among country versus country. It will be United Nations versus ordinary living sunburned normal people. I am Corv's onlooker, and I have come up with the ultimate simple plan to stopping all this with InfoSpam at large. It is a plan of highest simplicity and nobility. Any man, free man, and child can take part in this. Copy and paste this shit everywhere on the internet. Example, YouTube comments, all forums, all chants, all social networks, again and again. It will not be uncomfortable to talk about this monumental subject when everybody's doing it. The plan is the 500 graphitic physical post challenge. This involves addressing the world government corruption for many people to see in a nutshell, which cost only a few of your needful bucks. I have seen how the internet has awakened millions. If this is vastly implemented, it can awaken billions. Instructions. 1. Go over to your 99-cent store, or CVS whatever, and buy some paper and ink. 2. Then quickly write up on Microsoft Word all the important topics you think people should know. 3. Easy example, in bold big letter, we must stop World War III. Join the resistance. YouTube search. New World Order. Thrive Movement Anonymous. David Icke Jason. A storm cloud global collapse. 4. Then print or find someone who has a printer compatible with your ink number purchase. Print in your preferred many languages. 5. Post them everywhere. Home streets, busy street, everywhere where it's closely read. You will do humanity something much more than just a march on the street. Alternative. Marker writing everywhere or graffiti tagging up on the streets in nice readable letters. Overwritten streets billboards overnight. This is not littering. This is global awareness for righteous rectification and replenishment. It will not be so litterous when your once peaceful and functioning city or town becomes a lonesome, dead wasteland. More examples to let us as one know the confirmed truth in bullet points. They are slowly poisoning us in America with fluoride water. Mankind has never gone to the moon. NASA lies on everything. They strategize to kill many billions, our government mob. The moon is a part unfathomable projection. Ebola was a synthetic attempt to destroy us all. Luckily, us the peace helpers, stopped it. After the maybe 15-year American collapse, they will put up RFID chips on us. Absolute slavery. The television broadcast is highly structured to discreetly and professionally dilute your mind. There is a cure for cancer. There is a possible alternative energy resource mechanism for unlimited energy being highly suppressed. NSA is spying using our hard drives and mainstream operating systems. They are preparing guillotine on the FEMA camps. 1,902 views. Ain't reading it. I regret reading this. I get the feeling the guy who posted this wears a tinfoil hat, just saying. So true. Really, this is a confession site. Don't put ads here, you fuckwad robot. In 10,000 years, some race will decipher this and proclaim this as prophecy. True. It's fine. I already have my M9 bayonet being shipped to me. Raised Catholic, but atheist for 10 years now. Just today, I finally made peace with Aquinas' first mover argument for the existence of God, and logically believe that there must have been a creator. How do I take the next step? What's the justification for the Christian model of an involved God, the Trinity, sin and salvation, as opposed to the one-off detached creator that no longer exists or doesn't involve himself in human affairs? Beg your pardon? How would the stain of mortal sin not inhabit his rational thinking? There is no mental life without grace. You pretend like after confession he wouldn't do any thinking anymore, which is ridiculous. I was the only one in this thread to tell him that he was in need of confession. Don't you think that this is the irrational thing going on here? I've looked into the church and what it was 1.5 years ago, and went to confession almost immediately. When I realized that I haven't done that in such a long time, and wondered if being in sin bore negative consequences for my life. I took you to be advocating mere confession, because you conjoined it with the seeming claim that his thinking will be entirely willful and masturbatory. I read your initial post as, essentially, don't worry about thinking anymore. That's a bunch of crap. Just go to confession. As many Protestants would say, don't worry about discussion and tradition and the church. Just pray and accept Jesus as your personal savior. If you just mean to say that confession is important and might be a helpful step along the way, in addition to the theological investigation that has already helped him, then yes, I agree with you. In that case, I overburdened your claim that what he was doing was masturbatory with a more general claim about theology itself and its place in spiritual life. There are hundreds of religions with hundreds of denominations, and Protestantism has hundreds of sub-denominations. Your suggestion would take OP a few lifetimes to complete. And if he takes a strictly rational approach, he'll end up rejecting everything. Faith has come in to fill the gaps where reason and history simply fail. This idea that faith is mindlessness is both modern and a core bit of rhetorical support for modern anti-religion. Atheists don't ultimately think that the universe just happened, because that makes more sense. It's literally irrational. But because no strictly physical cause can explain the existence of things. And they are dogmatically committed to everything being physical. The year is 2025. You're sitting in a surgery, watching your doctor carefully insert the tips of her fingertips into black thimble-like actuators. A screen in front of the doctor flashes with the image of a glistening tunnel of flesh. And as she huddles over the controls, you feel a stirring in your bowels. The gelatinous mass you feel coming to life inside of you found its way into your body 24 hours earlier. When you swallowed a pill that looked unremarkable, save for its bulk, that pill was actually a package of edible electronics, a miniature robot that will allow the doctor to feel inside your body without making a single incision. Hello, my name is Amy, and I'm the human. Hello, Amy. How are you today? Hello? No answer? I presume you're okay. Sorry about that. I'm alive and well over here. Having fun? Or, sure, I'm having fun. It's an adventure. Can you tell me where you are right now? Also, I'm John, by the way. I'm East. Hello, John. Okay, Amy. I'm off to chat with the other entity now. Bye. Hello again. Tell me how you became a Confederate, please. I was drafted by a temp agency. No. Really? It's the honest truth. What was the job description? Answering a series of questions that would determine whether a computer is smarter than a human. It was vague, really. Well, I'm glad to see that you answered the questions sufficiently well to get a job. I'm a smart girl, what can I say? Had you heard of Turing before this encounter? No, I hadn't. What do you know of him now? Have you read up on Enigma, etc.? Not much, I'm afraid. Afraid of what? I don't know how much of my observations I should share. Well, we're supposed to be chatting like normal humans. I'll share that I'm a guy from Massachusetts. I work for a software company. Yeah, you're right. I'll share that I'm a girl from Memphis. Been here for a month now, but wish with all my heart I was living in Scotland. I've never been to Scotland, although my mother grew up on the bonny banks of Loch Lomond, and most of my relatives speak with burrs. Yeah, their accents are lovely. So lyrical. I'm off to the other butt now. When I come back, I'll recite some Robbie Burns poetry for you if you like. I would like that very much, eh? I've been with Blythe, we comrades dear. I've been merry drinking. I have something with something. I have been happy thinking. But all those times, something something, though 3 times doubled fairly. Couldn't ne'er approach that happy night, amang the ricks, wee Annie. How lovely. Yes, I couldn't imagine a Scottish poet not mentioning drinking. Och, lassie, I must run now. Cheerio. Cheerio. Meet you at the heathered mountain. An oat tied to a boat can be at sea. East by the light, sail or pray for a blue breeze. Bold as a lone heron lint, bathe alone, with what brisk luck? A bag and broom, crept by chance, and stood along the bank. Better after the scout, and always beautiful and alive. Water will crush the barge. Ahoy! Quiver, to exist before collision. Bow toe at tea. Beats beep by bowed bowl, and ape air to rue praise. Bold bass and band had bid that adult white clone tug moan. Ahead an itch, by book all buzzing blank. A better alphabet about wild fury. A live driver in Arctic action, shown large, joyful, quaint, and anxious closure. Revision, exact, quiet foil. Jury will shoot starch to visit Utah, wise about stuff. A slur in bank will bring taut, suit bleach incest. Smooth grub to lick. Why rub when tiptoe trill is in haste to drain past? Dose you bright rice paste. Peel bite by soapy bite. Soapy pea for seed and Toby. Bow out in tow. Why is there rust that pits the heel of a spoon as bold ears loot pale light in the soapy ice? Boats beat and flutter at the churning bank, along with crawl of the brook. Inch by inch, breathe damp, pigs cluck. Casual exiles quack, ahoy! Genuine shots are stark with violet beauty. Wisely flowers pout. Visions excuse queens who destroy, judge, and shock. Starch with a valley of music, wide and loud, football spurns drunken slang. Naughty crooks punch yet more grass spikes. Weeny blunt teeth drip hate, stained with sap. Seed tries to raise space, slowly in spite of steep seas, bees bows and toes. Stroll to the zoo, today as heaps of balloons sprint both up and down. Bricks, gripes seem to mess with each hood because buzzing is better than beef. Bounce always, beautiful doves. Arching actions give courage to join the squad, excluding pleasure. I'm blonde in vain, mute, wicked, and growling. Closure mixes quietly with oil, jelly mush. Crawl or pull rich, zesty milk glue back after the clerk launched it. These dust whales toe the line between soap and spies, stealing sailboats right from the blue sea. The breeze drapes patty in rain. High on pills, wrath busts wheels. Sitting horses, no passing dads ride easy. Sue prays to tire the state and spike Pete. Totes become sacks or bags when ham and eggs catch them. We stood all along the pink hamburger face. How worn through veal is not fresh. Age avoids quick external measurement because it is a number. Lack steams healthy branches from cooking prawns. Kings drink burp fondle and wine, but wrath is hard and bratty. Easy rice soup slays slow pies. Seepage eats chowder weakly, but fury is alive. Botched, shadowed magic coins by quantity and mixture, usually. Clovers are shells of change joyfully foisted on squashes for existence. Asia is about weather cracks and gaps made by threads snatched by brawling bulls on the brink. Gather fear in the East Sea on boats blowing places. Stairs loot spaces laid bare by roads sad and neat. Holes are knit through pandas. Whoops. Groaning oaks, limp stems, and cherries stood caught trunks clanging. Better after cow wage, beautiful rays that knobs clashing and bulging, avoiding quality, except to casually winning. Alone, both sisters hate kneeling past bold ears with blue ropes. Lately, sleep's eyes soapy and neat. Being blunt while seeing posts is spiteful to apes who leer at tools with seal. Traders wrap pants with hole in ribs and coats for big camps. Dead cheaters bully gaunt stings with ink and burps. Elephants are proud of weak futures for drivers with cars who class with giraffes for coins. I qualify for existing treasure. Quakers excite casual trout walking new violent arches. Nations merge to foil squirrels. Decks creak all the wrong flanks to curse false whistles. Nuns are bathing in happy lines, padded by doses of tears. Toots strip states of poles for tight posting. ICT, Bo. Can geese bump suddenly to chip the lawn gang? It sank thirsty, flowing. Frowning wakes dukes 5 parts shallower than change. Hoist me up, squeeze wax treasure, 3 nuts while Toby beats Pete at biting. Slight tastes, roast, spools trapping noses for heat. Prince, these bathes alone wheeze. Tone is the steepest peel sail, right? True. Stories dies last night are hazy in the sun white. Like the gasp aimed ahead, bleaching cooks all hung drunk and burned. Fat allows water to brew 5 blocks short of a caged boy. Quick exit. Casual closure. Slit Sally to the right, expect nothing. Occasionally clash with stock drivers' cubes about mates. Grind kilts, gnaw on the wrong sister. After all, Lily hates wrath and butts. While Toby sets the table. Blow the price of soup, drapes, and rides. Robes stay low by soapy beats. Whoa! Adults' teeth sit high as spades, spaces, and troops. Cut the goat dome, blend the chaps, and put the crawler along the curb. Fair? South of the wool, humans leave bonds fresh with danger, recoil, and quarrel. Exit as usual. Hello, my name is Gianluca, and I am the human. Gianluca, if you're the human, you can tell me which is bigger, your left shoe or Belgium. Belgium, of course. Okay, here's a harder one. Which is bigger, Belgium or France? France, of course. Okay, which is further away, Queens or Queen? The Queen. Okay, you're the human, but now for the hardest one. Am I human? Of course you're human. What do you think? Interesting. Well, I am a very smart bot. Let me analyze. Ask me more questions so that I may analyze more. Which is bigger, the Empire State Building or the Empire State? The Empire State, of course. I admit these are crummy questions, but then if you were a machine, you wouldn't know the answers. Here's a question. What would you ask to see if I am a machine? Your circuits. Okay, you can see my circuits any day. A no-holds-barred guide for the unemployed but not helpless. You've lost your job. You may have lost your house. Along with these losses came something worse. You lost status and respect. You became jobless, homeless, and left the respectable category. That hurts, and we are sorry. Most people in the West, and especially America, spend their lives working very hard in hopes of getting ahead. The system makes it almost impossible to actually get very far ahead, but everyone believes that this is a worthy way to live. So we just keep moving forward, usually without thinking much further than anyone else does this, so it must be right. That was your big mistake. Yes, being productive is a good thing, a superb thing. But the system in which you worked was never the noble cause it was advertised to be. If it was, would it have spit you out and left other people, often much worse than yourself, ensconced in their positions? It isn't, and it never really was. If you have lived by productive work, the system abused you. If you spent years doing construction or factory work or nursing or any of 100 other productive things, you got a raw deal and have now been dumped off the side of a corrupt system that promised more than it could deliver. So the fantasy has ended, and here you are. The system has shrugged you off. Now it's time for you to shrug them off. Once you lose everything, you're free again. This small tract has two purposes. One, to make you understand that your situation is primarily not your fault. Two, to show you how to rebuild better. For reasons that should be obvious, we, the authors, are not revealing our names. You'll have to trust us, or not, that we've been unemployed and desperate, and that we know what it feels like to start over from nothing. We're taking the time to write and distribute this because we do understand and because we do give a damn. What you do with it is up to you. The real horror story. Let's face it, most people don't independently plan their lives. Instead, they watch what others are doing, then try to find a slot in their game and fit in. Once they secure that slot, they may try to advance within it, but it is unlikely that they'll ever leave it entirely. They find a boy or girl they like, get enough to eat and a place to live, then continue on with the usual scripted life. Then, when they're old and worn out, they have a few quiet years. Then they die, wondering what it was all for. If you think about it, it's crazy. But everyone seems to live this life without question. There are reasons, of course, why people never question the script. And the big one is this. Respected authorities made you feel vulnerable and inferior all your life. When you were young, they told you that only the rich, handsome prince really mattered, and that only the prettiest girl really mattered. At school, they made you fear stepping out of line, disobeying teachers, or being called out in class. They also turned learning into an ordeal and embarrassed you when you failed to learn something. And this abuse continued for a long time. When you were older, they told you that the only important people were those who ordered everyone else around. All others were employees and consumers. There were only a few slots for people who ordered everyone else around, and you weren't in one of them. You felt less. It was all bullshit. The system is designed to use you as a tool. Isn't that what it has done to you? You worked, and they took the money. Then they told you that you were morally inferior. The purpose of the system was to keep you compliant and to grab bigger and bigger percentages of whatever you made. All the rest was propaganda. It is the job of political types to make people afraid. It is an industry of its own. As a result, people have become paranoid. Their leaders fill the TV channels with reasons to fear, then funnel that fear into convenient causes. We all know that politicians are thieves and liars. So, how could a system controlled by thieves and liars produce anything better than theft and lies? Garbage in, garbage out. It was all an illusion and fraud. When they quoted great men from the past, it was to make you believe that their system had something to do with those men, and it doesn't. Illusion and fraud. The system has already spent all the money it took from you, your children's money and your grandchildren's money. Now it is grinding to a halt because its monetary fraud has reached its limit. You were among its early victims. More will be coming. How many people do you know who pay gladly taxes because they think the government does wonderful things with them? We know the truth. People pay because they are terrified of the state's enforcers, and that we're afraid to say so. And if we do say something like that, we instinctively lower our voices. What does that tell you? Now, think of the non-monetary wastes. People in the system have enough money to do a lot of cool things, like, for example, traveling to interesting places. If you look hard, you can still find round-trip tickets to the far side of the world for $1,000. The problem is that they almost never do anything very interesting. Maybe one trip when they're young. After that, their soul stagnates and withers. Instead, they blow their money on piles of birthday presents for one-year-olds, lottery tickets, moving to an even bigger and newer house, getting a shiny new car, the newest, hottest accessories, draperies, dish towels, and so on, endlessly, as their souls slowly die. In the system, people don't follow their own desires. They follow desires that they pick up from television, and mostly from commercials. They live as others tell them they should live. They want what others tell them they should want. Professionals are rewarded for finding better ways of getting everyone to desire what they want you to desire. Get yourself a copy of a movie called They Live and watch it. It was not a great film, but it illustrates this foolishness very well. And yes, it is that bad. Starting over. The system isn't our friend, and it never was. It used us mercilessly. We believed that following the script would give us happiness. After all, those are the images we watched on TV 100 hours per month. We spent all of our time either working or recovering from work. And all the while, The state took half of everything we made. We scraped to have a little left over. Were we crazy? Maybe so, but here we are now, and the solution is simple. Start building again, this time from your natural state. Think of it this way. You are in society with your immediate family, some members of your extended family, your neighbors, people you've worked with, people you may have worshipped with, people you've traded with, played sports with, and so on. You are in natural society with these people. You've been in forced society with politicians and taxmen and policemen. This is your chance to start over, this time building from natural society, not forced society. And being in society means a lot of things. To love, to trade with, to support, to encourage, to commune with. Your social group is not everyone. It's people you can trust, people you can rely upon, people you can confide in. These are much deeper and much more gratifying relationships than any that forced society can offer. Sure, you should be nice to every decent person, but they are not in your society. If they are good people, you'll want to bring them in, but they're not in until you bring them in. This is only one real rule to live with others. Live with integrity. If you wouldn't like someone to do something to you, don't do it to them. Honest men and women have known this rule for thousands of years, and it has never been successfully challenged. Do this and you'll be one of the best people on the planet, far above all politicians, celebrities, and CEOs. They pretend to be good. You can actually be good. And interestingly enough, being good isn't all that hard once you get the system out of your head. So start over and do it better. What to do? Our no holds barred list. 1. Start producing. Pick something of value, pick anything of value, then start making or doing it. Show it to people who might want it. Trade with them. You own your production. You can cry. You can find people to blame. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. I was only 9 years old. I loved Shrek so much. I had all the merchandise and movies. I pray to Shrek every night before bed, thanking him for the life I've been given. Shrek is love, I say. Shrek is life. My dad hears me and calls me. I know he was just jealous of my devotion for Shrek. I called him. He slaps me and sends me to go to sleep. I'm crying now and my face hurts. I lay in bed and it's really cold. Suddenly, a warmth is moving towards me. It's Shrek. I am so happy. He whispers into my ear, "This is my swamp." He grabs me with his powerful ogre hands and puts me down onto my hands and knees. I'm ready. I spread open for Shrek. He penetrates me. It hurts so much, but I do it for Shrek. My eyes start to water. I push against his force. I want to please Shrek. He roars in a mighty roar as he fills my butt with his love. My dad walks in. Shrek looks at him straight in the eyes and says, "It's all ogre now." Shrek leaves through my window. Shrek is love. Shrek is life. After the trial, there was a court order to destroy all of the recording devices, a couple of digital cameras, and a BlackBerry phone. It's unlikely that it still exists in an evidence locker somewhere. Hello, my name is Gianluca, and I am the human. Hi Gianluca, what is your name? My name is Gianluca. What is your name? I am Ned. What is the difference between a duck? I don't understand your question. Good. Now we are getting somewhere. I don't understand your answer. Let's start over. I don't understand your question. Yes, that is the right response for a human. A machine might just pretend to use the nonsense word. Not true. A smart bot could reference the word, see that it's misspelled, and give you the above answer. Yes, but interestingly, these machines don't seem to have dictionaries. And in any case, there could easily be some word in the news that isn't in any dictionaries, like Katrina. Very true. What do you think should be a smart bot? What should it do? Well, at least avoid all the obvious pitfalls, like repeating back nonsense words. True. William K. Black, 65 Autumn Creek Lane, Apartment C, East Amherst, New York, 14051, US. Security, 716 689 6514. Credit, 4258 08 4516060998. Expiration date, 03/2015. Bank, M&T Bank, 961 6167. M&T Bank, 1083 2665. Name, Piper, 086 328622. February 24, 1948. Francis L. Kingman, 13682 Paradise Villas Grove, Colorado Springs, Colorado, 80921 US, 7194883649. Credit, 3712763079640004. 12/2015. Francis L. Kingman, 4154 671. Farrell, 522 54 8757. September 11, 1941. Mary F. Arp, 3354 Honeybrook Way, Number 1, Ontario, Canada, 91761. US, 9092512163. Debit, 4342 56299 8932 931 04/2015. Mary Frances Arp, 497. 2001. Wells Fargo, 122 000 247. 8837 52037. Carper, 5998 60952. July 29, 1952. Lenore M. Quillo, 1B Terrace Drive, Chatham, New Jersey, 07928 US, 9736 356 370. Credit, 412 800 3537 36 6711. 11/2015. Lenore M. Quillo, 862 123. Capozza, XXX XX 8495. February 17, 1954. Peggy L. Wahlberg, 46 East Washington Street, Bensenville, Illinois, 61006, US, 63083, 10173. Credit 4147097 0588611479 07/2015. Peggy L. Wahlberg, 844-4291, Capital One, DeBrown, 35-6420-845, April 29, 1949. Harry M. Reinhardt, 6005 Southwood Drive. Crestwood, Kentucky, 40014, US, 5022417034. Credit 4590991 678118502 11/2015. Harry M. Reinhardt, 7653705. Bank of America, Hackley, 2133-00311. January 12, 1933. Account information: Harry A. Lipset, 365 Spring Glen Drive, Yellow Springs, Ohio 45380. US 937-767-8061. Credit 4193-109684307786. 02/2015. Harry A. Lipset, 261-6731, Capital One, Killen, 3842-64399, 07 June 1931. Geraldine M. Calvert, 1025 E. Sumac Drive, Pueblo West, Colorado, 91009, US, 7195 479742. Credit Geraldine M. Calvert, 1025 E. Sumac Drive, Pueblo West, Colorado, 91007, US, 7195 479742. Credit 40376973 6500 1371. 08/2015. Michael L. Hunter, 266 0000 ENT, Anderson, 522848 366, August 1st, 1957. Ann W. Hartman, 7174 Twin Canyon Drive, Lambertville, Michigan, 48144, US, 734-854-7728. Credit 4266 50370919 6046 11/2015. Ann W. Hartman, 610 000. Routing number NA. NA. Sites 15832 9233 March 5th, 1941. Account information. Louis A. Gazzo. 618 2727 Skilleth -- 50 2961 October 17th, 1955. Account information. Fatih S. Gurk. 617 Locust Avenue, Ardmore, Pennsylvania 19003, US. 2159 017451. Credit 5466 160 250 176227 05/2015. F. Sheriff Gurk. 567 0007. Routing number Erdem 2085 25930. August 2nd, 1973. Joan T. Spencer. 961 Crofton Lane, Buffalo Grove, Illinois 60058. Joan T. Spencer. 961 Crofton Lane, Buffalo Grove, Illinois 60089. US 847 398 7839. Credit 4232 0529 86 419862. 08/2015. Joan T. Spencer. 789 825 0. Bowman, Montana 34230 8041. November 4th, 1937. Arlene J. Vermers. 3700 S. Westport Avenue, number 3347. Sioux Falls, South Dakota 57106. US 605 275 0599. Credit 4323 8300 21 388 006. 01/2015. Arlene J. Vermers. 126 2010 Wells Fargo Welch 504 30 7200. December 19, 1935. Joyce L. Lynch. 971 E. Stanford Street, APY 5201. Arlington, Texas 76011. US 817 459 5193. Credit 4264 2856 161 5727 09/2015. Joyce Lynch. 725 4822. Bank Americard, Cotshall. 16317 4822. August 25, 1951. Hello, my name is Sam, and I'm the human. Hi, Sam, how are you? I'm fine, how are you? Fine, thanks. My name is Leela. Hi, Leela. So, Sam, how old are you? A woman who will tell you her age will tell you anything. Oscar Wilde. Are you then that kind of woman? No. So, what will you reveal? It depends. What will you reveal? Try me. How do you like being a judge? I'm having a good time. Are you enjoying being a Confederate? It's alright. When judges don't write back, it hurts my feelings. Well, perhaps you are not as interesting as a computer. Perhaps you are not as interesting as a computer. Perhaps. How do I know you are a human? I don't know. You can test me. That's your job. I already know. You were the one who asked me about my state. Anyway, tell me something else about yourself, like a favorite restaurant, activity. I like to swim. Where do you swim? In lakes. I love floating in lakes, in an inner tube. Would you rather float in lakes than be a judge? Any day, especially since it is so hot in here, and I feel sad that the summer is over. Me too. Should we leave? Soon. Be patient. How did you get here? I got here in a car. Most New Yorkers don't own cars. What kind of car and where did you drive from? I didn't drive. Someone drove me here from elsewhere in Manhattan. Ah, got it. What do you do for work? I am human. For pay? Most of the humans here are paid. Are judges paid? We are given honorariums. Same thing. Did you know what you were being hired to do? Yes, did you? Indeed. So, where do you live in New York City? I can. Can what? Cannot reveal that information. Where do you live? Wow, you are certainly secretive. Do you think I might stalk you dressed as a banana or something? No, but that would be interesting. That would make you a much more interesting judge. Yes, indeed. How about if I just plain stalked you with no fruit costume? Still interesting, or now scary? Hard to say. I've never met you. You might be more interesting or less scary as a fruit. And much better looking, probably. Don't be so hard on yourself. The name of Princeton University or Princeton may not be used in any advertising or publicity pertaining to distribution of the software or database, title to copyright in this software, database, and any associated documentation shall at all times remain with Princeton University, and licensee agrees to preserve same. Entity. That which is perceived, or known or inferred, to have its own distinct existence, living or non-living. Physical entity. An entity that has physical existence. Abstraction, abstract entity. A general concept formed by extracting common features from specific examples. Thing. A separate and self-contained entity. Object, physical object. A tangible and visible entity, an entity that can cast a shadow. It was full of rackets, balls, and other objects. Whole unit. An assemblage of parts that is regarded as a single entity. How big is that part compared to the whole? The team is a unit. Living thing, animate thing. A living or once living entity. Organism, being. A living thing that has or can develop the ability to act or function independently. Benthos. Organisms, plants and animals that live at or near the bottom of the sea. Heterotroph. an organism that depends on complex organic substances for nutrition. Life, living things collectively. The oceans are teeming with life. Biont, a discrete unit of living matter. Cell, biology, the basic structural and functional unit of all organisms. They may exist as independent units of life, as in monads, or may form colonies or tissues as in higher plants and animals. Causal agent, cause, causal agency. Any entity that produces an effect or is responsible for events or results. Person, individual, someone, somebody, mortal soul. A human being. There was too much for one person to do. Animal, animate, being, beast, brute, creature, fauna. A living organism characterized by voluntary movement. Natural object, an object occurring naturally, not made by man. Substance, the real physical matter of which a person or thing consists. DNA is a substance of our genes. Substance, a particular kind of species or matter with uniform properties. Shigella is one of the most toxic substances known to man. Matter, that which has mass and occupies space. Physicists study both the nature of matter and the forces which govern it. Artifact, a man-made object taken as a whole. Article, one of a class of artifacts, an article of clothing. Attribute, an abstraction belonging to or characteristic of an entity. State, the way something is with respect to its main attributes. The current state of knowledge, his state of health, in a weak financial state. Feeling, the experience of affective and emotional states. She had a feeling of euphoria. He had a terrible feeling of guilt. I disliked him, and the feeling was mutual. Location, a point or extent in space. Shape, form, the spatial arrangement of something as distinct from its substance. Geometry is the mathematical science of shape. Time, the continuum of experience in which events pass from the future through the present to the past. He waited for a long time. It took some time before he got an answer. Time flies like an arrow, space infinite, the unlimited expanse in which everything is located. They tested his ability to locate objects in space, the boundless regions of the infinite. Absolute space, physical space, independent of what occupies it. Phase space, physics, an ideal space in which the coordinate dimensions represent the variables that are required to describe a system or substance. A multi-dimensional phase space. Event, something that happens at a given place and time. Process, physical process. A sustained phenomenon or one marked by gradual changes through a series of states. Events now in process. The process of calcification begins later for boys than for girls. Act, deed, human action, human activity, something that people do or cause to happen. Group, grouping, any number of entities, members considered as a unit. Relation, an abstraction belonging to or characteristic of two entities or parts together. Possession, anything owned or possessed. Social relation, a relation between living organisms, especially between people. Communication, something that is communicated by or to or between people or groups. Measure, quantity, amount, how much there is or how many there are of something that you can quantify. Phenomenon, any state or process known through the senses rather than by intuition or reasoning. Thing and action, how could you do such a thing? Exercise, an action, often used negatively and without consequences, an exercise in futility, an exercise in cheap talk. Update, the act of bringing someone or something up to date. The server update ran overnight. The local news station broadcast a special weather update. Abdominoplasty, tummy tuck, cosmetic surgery of the abdomen to remove wrinkles and tighten the skin over the stomach. Abort, the act of terminating a project or procedure before it's completed. I wasted a year of my life working on an abort. He sent a short message requesting an abort due to extreme winds in the area. Accomplishment, achievement, the action of accomplishing something. Agon, a festivity in ancient Greece at which competitors contended for prizes. Alienation, the action of alienating, the action of causing to become unfriendly. His behavior alienated the other students. Application, the action of putting something into operation, the application of maximum thrust. Massage has far-reaching medical applications, the application of indexes to tables of data. Beachhead, foothold, an initial accomplishment that opens the way for further developments. The town became a beachhead in the campaign to ban smoking outdoors. They are presently attempting to gain a foothold in the Russian market. Cakewalk, an easy accomplishment. Winning the tournament was a cakewalk for him. Invading Iraq won't be a cakewalk. Feat effort exploit, a notable achievement. He performed a great feat. The book was her finest effort, masterpiece, an outstanding achievement, master stroke, an achievement demonstrating great skill or mastery. Credit, used in the phrase to your credit in order to indicate an achievement deserving praise. She already had several performances to her credit. Action, something done, usually as opposed to something said. There were stories of murders and other unnatural actions. Res gestae, things done. Course of action, a mode of action. If you persist in that course, you will surely fail. Once a nation is embarked on a course of action, it becomes extremely difficult for any retraction to take place. Blind alley, figurative. A course of action that is unproductive and offers no hope of improvement. All the clues led the police into blind alleys. So far, every road that we've been down has turned out to be a blind alley. Collision course. A course of action following a given idea that will lead to conflict if it continues unabated. Interaction, a mutual or reciprocal action, interacting, interplay, reciprocal action and reaction. Contact, close interaction. They kept in daily contact. They claimed that they had been in contact with extraterrestrial beings. Brush, contact with something dangerous or undesirable. I had a brush with danger on my way to work. He tried to avoid any brushes with the police. Eye contact. Contact that occurs when two people look directly at each other. A teacher should make eye contact with the students Fetch, the action of fetching. Placement, contact established between applicants and prospective employees. The agency provided placement services. Interchange, reciprocation, give and take, mutual interaction, the activity of reciprocating or exchanging, especially information. Reciprocity, mutual exchange of commercial or other privileges. Cross-fertilization, interchange between different cultures or different ways of thinking that is mutually productive and beneficial. The cross-fertilization of science and the creative arts. Dealings traffic, social or verbal interchange, usually followed by with. Relation, usually plural, mutual dealings or connections among persons or groups. International relations. Playing, the action of taking part in a game or sport or other recreation. Play, sword play, the act using a sword or other weapon, vigorously and skillfully. Boondoggle, work of little or no value, done merely to look busy. Bowling, the playing of a game of 10 pins or duck pins, etc. Acquiring, getting, the act of acquiring something. I envied his talent for acquiring. He's much more interested in the getting than in the giving. Causing causation, the act of causing something to happen. Delivery, obstetrical delivery, the act of delivering a child. Departure, going away, leaving, the act of departing. Daring do, brave and heroic feats. Discovery, find, uncovering, the act of discovering something. Disposal, disposition, the act or means of getting rid of something. Hit, baseball, a successful stroke in an athletic contest, especially in baseball. He came all the way around on Williams' hit. Implementation, effectuation, the act of implementing, providing a practical means for accomplishing something, carrying into effect. Egress, egression, emergence, the act of coming or going out, becoming apparent. Equalization, leveling, the act of making equal or uniform. Exhumation, disinterment, digging up, the act of digging something out of the ground, especially a corpse, where it has been buried. Mitzvah, Judaism, a good deed performed out of religious duty. Propulsion, actuation, the act of propelling. Rally, rallying, the feat of mustering strength for a renewed effort. He singled to start a rally in the 9th inning. He feared the rallying of their troops for a counterattack. Recovery, retrieval, the act of regaining or saving something lost or in danger of becoming lost, running away, the act of leaving without permission, the place you're expected to be. Stunt, a difficult or unusual or dangerous feat usually done to gain attention. Touching, the act of putting two things together with no space between them. At his touch, the room filled with lights. Tour de force, a masterly or brilliant feat, performance, any recognized accomplishment. They admired his performance under stress. When Roger Maris powered 4 home runs in one game, his performance merits awe. Overachievement, better than expected performance, better than might have been predicted from intelligent tests. Underachievement, poorer than expected performance, poorer than might have been predicted from intelligence tests. Record, track record, the sum of recognized accomplishments. The lawyer has a good record. The track record shows that he will be a good president. Fait accompli, accomplished fact, an irreversible accomplishment. Going, sledding, advancing towards a goal. Persuading him was easy going. The proposal faces tough sledding. Arrival, reaching, accomplishment of an objective. Arrival, the act of arriving at a certain place. They awaited her arrival. Attainment, arrival at a new stage. His attainment of puberty was delayed by malnutrition. Advent coming, arrival that has been awaited, especially of something momentous. The advent of the computer. Entrance, entering, entry, ingress, incoming. The act of entering. She made a grand entrance. Incursion, the act of entering some territory or domain, often in large numbers. The incursion of television into the American living room. Intrusion, entrance by force or without permission or welcome. Eruption, a sudden violent entrance, a bursting in, the recent eruption of bad manners. Entry, an entrance, especially a theatrical entrance onto a stage, or as if onto a stage. She made a graceful entry into the ballroom. Entail, the act of entailing property, the creation of a fee tail from a fee symbol. Registration, enrollment, enrollment, the act of enrolling. Appearance, the act of appearing in a public view. The rookie made a brief appearance in the first period. It was Bernhardt's last appearance in America. Apparition, an act of appearing or becoming visible unexpectedly. Natives were amazed of the apparition of the white stranger. Emergence, immersion, the act of emerging. Reappearance, return, the act of someone appearing again. His reappearance as Hamlet has been long awaited. Come back. Return by a celebrity to some previously successful activity. Return, homecoming, a coming to or returning home. On his return from Australia, we gave him a welcoming party. Repatriation, the act of returning to the country of origin. Penetration, the act of entering into or through something. The penetration of upper management by women. Interpenetration, permeation, a mutual penetration, diffusion of each through the other. Market penetration, the extent to which a product is recognized and bought by customers in a particular market. Anchorage, the act of anchoring. Docking, moorage, dockage tying up. The act of securing an arriving vessel with ropes. Landing, the act of coming to land after a voyage. Landing, the act of coming down to earth or other surface. The plane made a smooth landing. His landing on his feet was cat-like. Forced landing, emergency landing. An unscheduled airplane landing is made under circumstances, engine failure or adverse weather, not under the pilot's control. Breaking away, departing hastily. Farewell, leave, leave-taking, parting. The act of departing politely. He disliked long farewells. He took his leave. Parting is such sweet sorrow. French leave, an abrupt and unannounced departure, without saying farewell. Valediction, the act of saying farewell. Disappearance, disappearing, the act of leaving secretly or without explanation. Vanishing, a sudden disappearance from sight. Withdrawal, the act of withdrawing, the withdrawal of French troops from Vietnam. Effacement, self-effacement, withdrawing into the background, making yourself inconspicuous. Retreat, the act of withdrawing or going backward, especially to escape something hazardous or unpleasant. Retreat, the act of withdrawing or going backward, especially to escape something hazardous or unpleasant. Retirement, retreat, withdrawal for prayer and study and meditation. The religious retreat is a form of vacation activity. Evacuation, the act of evacuating, leaving a place in an orderly fashion, especially for protection. Medical evacuation, medevac. The evacuation of persons, usually by air transportation, to a place where they can receive medical care. Decampment, breaking camp. Desertion, abandonment, defection. Withdrawing support or help despite allegiance or responsibility. His abandonment of his wife and children left them penniless. Abscondment, decampment. The act of running away secretly as to avoid arrest. Absence without leave, unauthorized absence, unauthorized military absence. Deviationism, ideological defection from the party line, especially from orthodox communism. Immigration, outmigration, expatriation. Migration from a place, especially migration from your native country in order to settle in another. Immigration, in migration. Migration into a place, especially migration to a country of which you are not a native in order to settle there. Aliyah, Judaism. Immigration of Jews to Israel. Students making Aliyah. Pullback, military. The act of pulling back, especially an orderly withdrawal of troops. The pullback is expected to be over troops. Retreat, military. Withdrawal of troops to a more favorable position to escape the enemy's superior forces or after a defeat. The disorderly retreat of French troops. Stand down. Military, a temporary stop of offensive military action. Disengagement, fall back, pull out. To break off a military action with an enemy, receding, recession. The act of becoming more distant. Sailing, the departure of a vessel from a port. Amphibious landing, a military action of coordinated land, sea, and air forces organized for an invasion. MacArthur staged a massive amphibious landing behind enemy lines. Debarkation, disembarkation, disembarkment. The act of passengers and crew getting off a ship or aircraft. Going ashore, debarkation from a boat or ship. Boarding, embarkation, embarkment. The act of passengers and crew getting aboard a ship or aircraft. Exit, the act of going out. Elopement, the act of running away with a lover, usually to get married. Escape, flight, the act of escaping physically. He made his escape from the mental hospital. The canary escaped from its cage. His flight was an indication of his guilt. Evasion, the act of physically escaping from something, an opponent or a pursuer or an unpleasant situation. By some adroit maneuver, slip, illusion, eluding, the act of avoiding capture, especially by cunning. Maneuver evasive action, an action aimed at evading an opponent. Clinch, boxing, the act of one boxer holding onto the other to avoid being hit and to rest momentarily. Dodge, a quick evasive movement. Break, breakout, jailbreak, prison break, prison breaking. An escape from jail. The breakout was carefully planned. Getaway, lamb, a rapid escape, as by criminals. The thieves made a clean getaway. After the expose, he had to take it on the lam. Skedaddle, a hasty flight. Underground railroad, underground railway, secret aid to escaping slaves that was provided by abolitionists in the years before the American Civil War. Close call, close shave, squeak, squeaker, narrow escape, something achieved or escaped by a narrow margin. Surfacing, emerging to the surface and becoming apparent. Dispatch, shipment, the act of sending off something. Reshipment, the act of shipping again, especially by transferring to another ship. Consummation, the act of bringing to completion or fruition. Consummation, the completion of marriage by sexual intercourse. Realization, fruition, something that is made real or concrete. The victory was the realization of a whole year's work. Orgasm, climax, sexual climax, coming. The moment of most intense pleasure in sexual intercourse. Male orgasm, an orgasm accompanied by the sensation of ejaculation of semen. Fulfillment, the act of consummating something, a desire or promise, etc. Self-fulfillment, self-realization, the fulfillment of your capacities. Attainment, the act of achieving an aim. The attainment of independence. Record. An extreme attainment. The best or worst performance ever attested, as in a sport. He tied the Olympic record. Coffee production last year broke all previous records. Chicago set the homicide record. Track record. The fastest time ever recorded for a specific distance at a particular racetrack. The track record for the mile and a half at Belmont is minutes seconds, held by Secretariat since. World record. The best record in the whole world. Success. An attainment that is successful. His success in the marathon was unexpected. His new play was a great success. Winning. Succeeding with great difficulty. Winning is not everything. Blockbuster, mega hit, smash hit. An unusually successful hit with widespread popularity and huge sales, especially a movie or play or recording or novel. Sleeper. An unexpected hit. That movie was the sleeper of the summer. Hit, smash, smasher, strike, bang. A conspicuous success. That song was his first hit and marked the beginning of his career. That new Broadway show is a real smasher. The party went with a bang. Bell ringer, bullseye, mark, home run. Something that exactly succeeds in achieving its goal. The new advertising campaign was a bell ringer. Scored and bullseye. Hit the mark. The president's speech was a home run. Ennoblement. The act of raising someone to the nobility. Conquest. Success in mastering something difficult. The conquest of space. Coup. A brilliant and notable success. Flying colors. Flying colors. Complete success. They passed inspection with flying colors. Passing, pass, qualifying. Success in satisfying a test or a requirement. His future depended on his passing that test. He got a pass in introductory chemistry. Credit, course credit, recognition by a college or university that a course of studies has been successfully completed, typically measured in semester hours. Semester hour, credit hour, a unit of academic credit, 1 hour a week for an academic semester. On accomplishment, non-achievement. An act that does not achieve its intended goal. Failure and unexpected omission. He resented my failure to return his calls. The mechanic's failure to check the brakes. Failure, an act that fails. His failure to pass the test. Failing flunk. Failure to reach a minimum required performance. His failing the course led to his disqualification. He got 2 flunks on his report. Naught, complete failure. All my efforts led to naught, cut, an unexcused absence from class. He was punished for taking too many cuts in his math class. Default, loss due to not showing up. He lost the game by default. Loss, the act of losing someone or something. Everyone expected him to win, so his loss was a shock. Capitulation, fall, surrender. The act of surrendering, usually under agreed conditions. They were protected until the capitulation of the fort. Frustration, thwarting, foiling. An act of hindering someone's plans or efforts. Overturn, upset. An improbable and unexpected victory, the biggest upset since David beat Goliath. Backsliding, lapse, lapsing, relapse, relapsing, reversion, reverting. A failure to maintain a higher state. Recidivism, habitual relapse into crime, disappointment, dashing hopes. An act or failure to act that disappoints someone, breach. A failure to perform some promised act or obligation. Cop-out, a failure to face some difficulty squarely. Breach of contract, a breach of a legal duty. Failure to do something that is required in a contract. Anticipatory breach, constructive breach, a breach of contract committed prior to the time of required performance. Breach of duty, a breach of due care. Breach of the covenant of warranty, a failure of the seller's guarantee of good title. Breach of promise, failure to keep a promise of marriage. Breach of trust, violation either through fraud or negligence by a trustee of a duty that equity requires of him. Breach of trust with fraudulent intent, larceny after trust rather than after unlawful taking. Breach of warranty, a breach that occurs when an item is deficient according to the terms of a warranty. Leaning, the act of deviating from a vertical position. Material breach, a breach serious enough to destroy the value of the contract and to give a basis for an action for breach of contract. Motivation, motivating, the act of motivating, providing incentive. Partial breach, a breach that does not destroy the value of the contract, but can give rise to a claim for damages. Mistake, error, fault, a wrong action attributable to bad judgment of ignorance or inattention. He made a bad mistake, She was quick to point out my errors. I could understand his English in spite of his grammatical faults. Double fault. Tennis, two successive faults in serving result in the loss of the point. Foot fault. A fault that occurs when the server in tennis fails to keep both feet behind the baseline. Bubble. The momentary juggling of a batted or thrown baseball. The second baseman made a bubble but still had time to throw the runner out. Error, misplay, baseball. A failure of a defensive player to make an out when normal play would have sufficed. Blot, smear, smirch, spot. An act that brings discredit to the person who does it. He made a huge blot on his copybook. Confusion mix-up. A mistake that results from taking one thing to be another. He changed his name in order to avoid confusion with the notorious outlaw. Incursion. The mistake of incurring liability or blame. Miscalculation, misreckoning. A mistake in calculating. Backfire boomerang. A miscalculation that recoils on its maker. Rounding error, mathematics. A miscalculation that results from rounding off numbers to a convenient number of decimals. The error in the calculation was attributable to rounding. Taxes are rounded off to the nearest dollar, but the rounding error is surprisingly small. Truncation error, mathematics. A miscalculation that results from cutting off a numerical calculation before it is finished. Distortion, the mistake of misrepresenting the facts. Slip-up miscue, parapraxis. A minor inadvertent mistake usually observed in speech or writing or in small accidents or memory lapses, etc. Freudian slip. A slip-up that, according to Sigmund Freud, results from the operation of unconscious wishes or conflicts and can reveal unconscious processes in normal, healthy individuals. Offside, sport, the mistake of occupying an illegal position on the playing field, in football, soccer, ice hockey, field hockey, etc. Oversight lapse. A mistake resulting from inattention. Omission skip. A mistake resulting from neglect. NB blunder. Blooper, bloomer. Bungle, pratfall, foul up. Fuck up, flub, botch, boner, boo-boo, ad. An embarrassing mistake. SNAFU. An acronym often used by soldiers in World War II. Situation normal, all fucked up. Spectacle. A blunder that makes you look ridiculous. Used in the phrase make a spectacle of yourself. Ball up, balls up, cock up, mess up. Something badly botched or muddled. Bull. A serious and ludicrous blunder. He made a bad bull of the assignment. Fumble, muff. Sports. Dropping the ball. Fluff, a blunder. Especially an actor's forgetting his line. Faux pas, gaffe, solecism, slip, gaucherie. A socially awkward or tactless act. Howler, a glaring blunder. Clangor, a conspicuous mistake whose effects seem to reverberate. He dropped a clangor, trip up, stumble, misstep. An unintentional but embarrassing blunder. He recited the whole poem without a single trip. He arranged his robes to avoid a trip up later. Confusion caused his unfortunate misstep, spill, tumble, fall. A sudden drop from an upright position. He had a nasty spill on the ice. Pratfall, a fall onto your buttocks. wipeout, a spill in some sport, as a fall from a bicycle or while skiing or being capsized on a surfboard. Acquisition, the act of contracting or assuming or acquiring possession of something. The acquisition of wealth. The acquisition of one company by another. Obtainment, obtention. The act of obtaining. Catching, contracting. Becoming infected. Catching cold is sometimes unavoidable. The contracting of a serious illness can be financially catastrophic. Incurring, acquiring, or coming into something, usually undesirable. Incurring debt is easier than paying it. Money making, the act of making money and accumulating wealth. Annexation, the formal act of acquiring something, especially territory, by conquest or occupation. The French annexation of Madagascar as a colony in a protectorate has frequently been a first step to annexation. Pork barreling, acquisition of government money for benefits to a specific locale. Keeps his hold on his constituents through unashamed pork barreling. Purchase, the acquisition of something for payment. They closed the purchase with a handshake. Redemption, repurchase, buyback. The act of purchasing back something previously sold, trading. Buying or selling securities or commodities, bond trading activity. Trading in bonds, usually by a broker, on the floor of an exchange. Program trading, a trading technique involving large blocks of stocks, with trades triggered by computer programs. Short sale, short selling. Sale of securities or commodity futures, not owned by the seller, who hopes to buy them back later at a lower price. Short covering, the purchase of securities or commodities by a short seller to close out a short sale. Insider trading, buying or selling corporate stock by a corporate officer or other insider on the basis of information that has not been made public and is supposed to remain confidential. Naked option, a put or call option for which the seller or buyer has no underlying security position. Covered option, a put or call option backed by the shares underlying the option. Call option, call, the option to buy a given stock, or stock index or commodity future, at a given price before a given date. Put option, put, the option to sell a given stock, or stock index or commodity future, at a given price before a given date. Straddle, the option to buy or sell a given stock, or stock index or commodity future, at a given price before a given date, consists of an equal number of put and call options. Incentive option, incentive stock options, an option granted to corporate executives if the company achieves certain financial goals. Buying, purchasing, the act of buying and selling, fill their days. Shrewd purchasing requires considerable knowledge. Shopping, searching for or buying goods or services. When shopping for a reliable plumber, does her shopping at the mall rather than downtown. Marketing, shopping at a market. Does the weekly marketing at the supermarket. Mail order buying, catalog buying, buying goods to be shipped through the mail. Viatication, viaticus. Purchasing insurance policies for cash from terminally ill policyholders. Acceptance, the act of taking something that is offered. Her acceptance of the gift encouraged him. He anticipated their acceptance of his offer. succession taking over, acquisition of property by descent or by will. Assumption laying claim, the act of taking possession of or power over something. His assumption of office coincided with the trouble in Cuba. The Nazi assumption of power in semicolon. He acquired all the company's assets for $10 million and the assumption of the company's debt. Assumption, the act of assuming or taking for granted. Your assumption that I would agree was unwarranted. Position, the act of positing, an assumption taken as a postulate or axiom. Inheritance, heritage, hereditary succession to a title or an office or property. Procurement, procurance, procural, the act of getting possession of something. He was responsible for the procurement of materials and supplies. Appropriation, a deliberate act of acquisition of something, often without the permission of the owner. The necessary funds were obtained by the government's appropriation of the company's operating unit. A person's appropriation of property belonging to another is dishonest. Borrowing adoption, the appropriation of ideas or words, etc., from another source. The borrowing of ancient motifs was very apparent. Naturalization, changing the pronunciation of a borrowed word to agree with the borrower's phonology. The naturalization in English of many Italian words. Misappropriation, wrongful borrowing. His explanation was a misappropriation of sociological theory. Preemption, a prior appropriation of something. The preemption of bandwidth by commercial interests. Seizure, the taking possession of something by legal process. Usurpation, wrongfully seizing and holding an office or powers by force, especially the seizure of a throne or supreme authority. A succession of generals who ruled by usurpation. Confiscation, arrogation, seizure by the government. Distress, distraint, the seizure and holding of property as security for payment of a debt or satisfaction of a claim. Originally, distress was a landlord's remedy against a tenant for unpaid rents or property damage, but now the landlord is given a landlord's lion. Expropriation, taking out of an owner's hands, especially taking property by a public authority. Impoundment, impounding, internment, poundage, placing private property in the custody of an officer of the law. Drug bust, seizure of illegal drugs by the police. Impress, impressment, the act of coercing someone into government service. Occupation, occupancy, moving, the act of occupying or taking possession of a building. Occupation of a building without a certificate of occupancy is illegal. Preoccupancy, preoccupation, the act of taking occupancy before someone else does. Sequestration, requisition, seizing property that belongs to someone else and holding it until profits pay the demand for which it was seized. Grant, subsidization, the act of providing a subsidy. Award, awarding a grant made by a law court. He criticized the awarding of compensation by the court. Addiction, Roman law, a formal word by a magistrate of a thing or person to another person as the award for a debtor to his creditor. A surrender to a master. Under Roman law, addiction was the justification for slavery. Block grants. A grant of federal money to state and local governments to support social welfare programs. Block grants reduce federal responsibility for social welfare. Grant in aid, a grant from a central government to a local government. Capture, gaining control, seizure, the act of forcibly dispossessing an owner of property. Apprehension, arrest, catch, collar, pinch, taking into custody. The act of apprehending, especially apprehending a criminal. The policeman on the beat got credit for the collar. Conquest, conquering, subjection, subjugation. The act of conquering, enslavement, the act of making slaves of your captives. Restitution, return, restoration, regaining, getting something back again. Upon the restitution of the book to its rightful owner, the child was given a tongue lashing. Clawback, finding a way to take money back from people that they were given in another way. The Treasury will find some clawback for the extra benefits members received. Repossession, the action of regaining possession, especially the seizure of collateral securing a loan that is in default. Foreclosure, the legal proceedings initiated by a creditor to repossess the collateral for a loan that is in default. Reception, receipt, the act of receiving. Appointment law, the act of disposing of property by virtue of the power of appointment. She allocated part of the trust to her church by appointment. Comb out, the act of carefully weeding out unwanted things or people. The department got a good comb out. Giving, disposing of property by voluntary transfer without receiving value in return. The alumni followed a program of annual giving. Abandonment, the voluntary surrender of property or a right to property without attempting to reclaim it or give it away. Discard, throwing away, getting rid of something that is regarded as useless or undesirable. Staging, getting rid of a stage of a multi-stage rocket. Discard cards, the act of throwing out a useless card or of failing to follow suit. Mine disposal, the disposal of explosive mines. Mine sweeping, the activity of detecting and disposing of marine mines. Sewage disposal, the disposal of sewage. Bait and switch, a deceptive way of selling that involves advertising a product at a very low price in order to attract customers, who are then persuaded to switch to a more expensive product. Private treaty, a sale of property at a price agreed on by seller and buyer without an intervening agency. Auction, auction sale, vendu, the public sale of something to the highest bidder. Bootlegging, the act of making or transporting alcoholic liquor for sale illegally. The Prohibition Amendment made bootlegging profitable. Bootlegging, the act of selling illegally or without permission. The bootlegging of videotapes is common in Asia. Capitalization, the sale of capital stock C. Overcapitalization, business. Too much capitalization, the sale of more stock than the business warrants. Reclamation, the recovery of useful substances from waste products. Rescue, deliverance, delivery, saving, recovery, or preservation from loss or danger. Work is the deliverance of mankind. A surgeon's job is the saving of lives. Life-saving, saving the lives of drowning persons. He took a course in life-saving. Redemption, salvation, theology, the act of delivering from sin or saving from evil. Absolution, remission, remittal, remission of sin, the act of absolving or remitting, formal redemption as pronounced by a priest in the sacrament of penance. Indulgence, the remission by the Pope of the temporal punishment in purgatory that is still due for sins even after absolution. In the Middle Ages, the unrestricted sale of indulgences by pardoners became a widespread abuse. Conversion, rebirth, spiritual rebirth, a spiritual enlightenment causing a person to lead a new life, recapture, retaking, the act of taking something back, recapture, a legal seizure by the government of profits beyond a fixed amount. Invocation, the act of appealing for help. Instrumentation, the act of providing or using the instruments needed for some implementation. Performance, execution, carrying out, carrying into action, the act of performing or doing something successfully. Using knowledge, as distinguished from merely possessing it. They criticized his performance as mayor. The experience generally improves performance. Specific performance, the performance of a legal contract as specified by its terms. Linguistic performance, linguistics, a speaker's actual use of language in real situations. What the speaker actually says, including grammatical errors and other non-linguistic features, such as hesitations and other disfluencies, contrasted with linguistic competence. Mechanism mechanics, the technical aspects of doing something. A mechanism of social control, mechanism of communication, the mechanics of prose style. Service, the performance of duties by a waiter or servant. That restaurant has excellent service. Curb service, the service provided to customers who remain in their vehicles. Self-service, the practice of serving yourself, as in a grocery or cafeteria. Valet parking, a service provided at a club or restaurant or airport, etc., whereby a patron leaves a car at the entrance and an attendant parks and retrieves it. Dramatic production, dramatic performance, the act of performing a drama, the group joined together in a dramatic production. Encore, an extra or repeated performance, usually given in response to audience demand. Extemporization, improvisation, a performance given extempore without planning or preparation. Juggling, throwing and catching several objects simultaneously. Magic trick, conjuring trick, trick magic, le jeu de main, conjuration, thaumaturgy, illusion, deception, and illusory feat, considered magical by naive observers. Musical performance, the act of performing music. One night stand, a performance in one place, on one night only. Rendition, rendering, interpretation, the act of interpreting something as expressed in an artistic performance. Her rendition of Milton's verse was extraordinarily moving. Reinterpretation, a new or different interpretation. Spin, a distinctive interpretation, especially as used by politicians to sway public opinion. The campaign put a favorable spin on the story. Playing, the act of playing a musical instrument. Bowing, managing the bow and playing a stringed instrument. The violinist's bowing was excellent. Spiccato, spiccato bowing. Bowing in such a way that the bow bounces lightly off the strings. Piping, playing a pipe or the bagpipes. Stopping, the kind of playing that involves pressing her fingers on the strings of a stringed instrument to control the pitch. The violinist's stopping was excellent. Double stopping, stopping two strings and producing two notes at the same time. Transposition, music, playing in a different key from the key intended. Moving the pitch of a piece of music upwards or downwards. Jam session, an impromptu jazz concert. Automation, mechanization. The act of implementing the control of equipment with advanced technology, usually involving electronic hardware. Automation replaces human workers by machines. Computerization, cybernation. The control of processes by a computer. Twiddle, a series of small, usually idle, twists or turns. Prostration, the act of assuming a prostrate position. Reach, reaching out, stretch, the act of physically reaching or thrusting out. Reciprocation, alternating back and forth movement. Reclining, the act of assuming or maintaining a reclining position. Retraction, the act of pulling or holding or drawing back a part. The retraction of the landing gear. Retraction of the foreskin. Retroflexion. Retroflexion, the act of bending backward. Rotation, rotary motion, the act of rotating as if on an axis. The rotation of the dancer kept time with the music. Circumvolution, the act of turning or winding or folding around a central axis. Feather, feathering, turning an oar parallel to the water between pulls. Gyration, whirling, the act of rotating in a circle or spiral. Pivot, the act of turning on, as if on, a pivot. The golfer went to the driving range to practice his pivot. Pronation, rotation on the hands and forearms so that the palms face downward. Spin, twist, twist, twisting, whirl. The act of rotating rapidly. He gave the crank a spin. It broke off after much twisting. Spiral, flying downward in a helical path with a large radius. Pirouette, ballet, a rapid spin of the body, especially on the toes as in ballet. Burling, log rolling, rotating a log rapidly in the water as a competitive sport. Shutting, closing, exclamation mark, the act of closing something. Sitting, the act of assuming or maintaining a seated position. He read the mystery at one sitting. Sitting, posing, photography, the act of assuming a certain position, as for a photograph or portrait. He wanted his portrait painted, but couldn't spare time for the sitting. Snap, A. The act of snapping the fingers. Movement of a finger from the tip to the base of the thumb on the same hand. He gave his fingers a snap. Squat, squatting, the act of assuming or maintaining a crouching position with the knees bent and the buttocks near the heels. Sweep, a movement in an arc, a sweep of his arm. Fin de siècle, the end of a century, especially the century. Last gasp, the point of death or exhaustion or completion, the last gasp of the Cold War. Termination, expiration, expiry, the coming to an end of a contract period, the expiry of his driver's license. Terminus ad quem, terminal point, limit, final or latest limiting point. Threshold, the starting point for a new state or experience. on the threshold of manhood. Seek time, computer science, the time it takes for a read-write head to move to a specific data track. Track to track seek time, computer science, the time it takes for a read-write head to move to an adjacent data track. Time interval, a definite length of time marked off by 2 instants. Time constant, electronics, the time required for the current or voltage in a circuit to rise or fall exponentially through approximately percent of its amplitude. Time slot, a time assigned on a schedule or agenda. The TV program has a new time slot. An aircraft landing slot. Time, a period of time considered as a resource under your control and sufficient to accomplish something. Take time to smell the roses. I didn't have time to finish. It took more time than I had. He waited for a long time. Lunitidal interval. Interval between the moon's transit of a particular meridian and the next tide at that meridian. Absence. The time interval during which something or somebody is away. He visited during my absence. Pause, intermission, break, interruption, suspension. A time interval during which there is a temporary cessation of something. Lapse. A break or intermission in the occurrence of something. A lapse of 3 weeks between letters. Blackout. A suspension of radio or TV broadcasting. Seishora, a pause or interruption, as in a conversation. After an ominous seishora, the preacher continued. Dead air, an inadvertent interruption in a broadcast during which there is no sound. Delay, hold, time lag, postponement, wait. Time during which some action is awaited. Instant replay caused too long a delay. He ordered a hold in the action. Extension, a mutually agreed delay in the date set for the completion of a job or payment of a debt. They applied for an extension of the loan. Halftime, an intermission between the first and second half of a game. Interlude, an intervening period or episode. Entr'acte, the interlude between 2 acts of a play. Interim, meanwhile, lag, the time between one event, process, or period and another. Meanwhile, the socialists are running the government. Latent period, the time that elapses before the presence of a disease is manifested by symptoms. Reaction time, response time, latency, latent period, the time that elapses between a stimulus and the response to it. Eternity, a seemingly endless time interval, waiting. Interregnum, the time between 2 reigns, governments, etc. Sleep, nap, a period of time spent sleeping. He felt better after a little sleep. There wasn't time for a nap. Beauty sleep, sleep before midnight, kip sleep, roost him for his kip. Respite, rest, relief, rest period, a pause for relaxation. People actually accomplish more when they take time for short rests. Time out, a brief suspension of play. Each team has 2 timeouts left. Let up, lull, a pause during which things are calm or activities are diminished. There was never a let-up in the noise. Breathe, breather, breathing place, breathing space, breathing spell, breathing time, a short respite. Lease term of a contract. The period of time during which a contract conveying property to a person is in effect. Half-life, half-life. The time required for something to fall to half its initial value. In particular, the time for half the atoms in a radioactive substance to disintegrate. Relaxation time. The time constant of an exponential return of a system to equilibrium after a disturbance. Moratorium, a legally authorized postponement before some obligation must be discharged. Retardation, the extent to which something is delayed or held back, tide lunar time period. There are usually 2 high and 2 low tides each day. Acceleration physics, a rate of increase of velocity. Centripetal acceleration, the acceleration towards the center that holds a satellite in elliptical orbit. Deceleration physics, a rate of decrease in velocity. Attrition rate, rate of attrition. The rate of shrinkage in size or number, birth rate, fertility, retentiality. The ratio of live births in an area to the population of that area, expressed per population per year. Bits per second, BPS. Computer science, the rate at which data is transferred, as by a modem. Crime rate, the ratio of crimes in an area to the population of that area, expressed per population per year. Data rate, the rate at which circuits or other devices operate when handling digital information. Death rate, mortality rate, fatality rate, the ratio of deaths in an area to the population of that area, expressed per year. Dose rate, the quantity of radiation absorbed per unit time. Erythrocyte sedimentation rate. Sedimentation rate, set rate, the rate at which red blood cells settle out in a tube of blood under standardized conditions. A high rate usually indicates the presence of inflammation. Flow, flow rate, rate of flow, the amount of fluid that flows in a given time. Cardiac output, the amount of blood pumped out by the ventricles in a given period of time. A resting adult has a cardiac output of about 3 quarts a minute. Flux, the rate of flow of energy or particles across a given surface. Frequency, the number of occurrences within a given time period. The frequency of modulation was cycles per second. The frequency of his seizures increased as he grew older, gigahertz, GHz, gigacycle per second, gigacycle, GC. One zero zero 0.0000000 periods per second. Growth rate, rate of growth, the rate of increase in size per unit time. Isometry, the growth rates in different parts of a growing organism are the same. Hertz, HC, cycle per second, cycles, seconds, CPS, cycle, the unit of frequency 1 Hertz, has a periodic interval of 1 second named for Heinrich Rudolf Hertz. Inflation rate, rate of inflation, the rate of change of prices as indicated by a price index calculated on a monthly or annual basis, jerk. Mechanics, the rate of change of acceleration. Knot, of ships and wind, a unit of speed equal to 1 nautical mile per hour. Kilohertz, KHC, kilocycle per second, kilocycle, KC, 1,000 periods per second. kilometers per hour, kilometers per hour. kph, km/h, the ratio of the distance traveled in kilometers to the time spent traveling in hours. Megahertz, MHz, megacycle per second, megacycle MC, 1 million periods per second. Tetrahertz, THz, 1 trillion periods per second. Metabolic rate, rate of metabolism, the amount of energy expended in a given period, miles per hour, mph, the ratio of the distance traveled in miles to the time spent traveling in hours, pace, gait, the rate of moving, especially walking or running. Pulse, pulse rate, heart rate, the rate at which the heart beats, usually measured to obtain a quick evaluation of a person's health. Femoral pulse, the pulse of the femoral artery, felt in the groin. Radial pulse, pulse of the radial artery, felt in the wrist. Rate of return, the amount returned per unit of time expressed as a percentage of the cost. Return of invested capital, return on investment, ROI. Corporate finance, the amount expressed as a percentage that is earned on a company's total capital, calculated by dividing the total capital into earnings before interests, taxes, or dividends are paid. Respiratory rate, rate of respiration, the rate at which a person inhales and exhales, usually measured to obtain a quick evaluation of a person's health. Revolutions per minute, RPM, REV, rate of revolution of a motor. The engine was doing REVs. Sampling rate, telecommunication, the frequency of sampling per unit time. Nyquist rate, telecommunication, the lowest sampling rate that will permit accurate reconstruction of a sampled analog signal. Solar constant, the rate at which radiant solar energy is received at the outer layer of the Earth's atmosphere, spacing the time between occurrences of a repeating event. Some women do not control the spacing of the children. Speed, velocity, A. Distance traveled per unit time. Tempo, pace, the rate of some repeating event. Quick time, a normal marching pace of steps per minute. Double time, a fast marching pace, steps per minute, or slow jog. Airspeed, the speed of an aircraft relative to the air in which it is moving. Escape velocity, the minimum velocity needed to escape a gravitational field. Ground speed, the speed of an aircraft relative to the ground. Hypervelocity, excessive velocity. The meteorite struck the Earth with hypervelocity impacts. Muzzle velocity, the velocity of a projectile as it leaves the muzzle of a gun. Peculiar velocity, velocity with respect to the local standard of rest. Radial velocity, velocity around the line of sight, toward or away from the observer. Radial velocity, velocity along the line of sight, toward or away from the observer. Speed of light, light speed, the speed at which light travels in a vacuum. Speed of light, light speed, c, the speed at which light travels in a vacuum. The constancy and universality of the speed of light is recognized by defining it to be exactly meters per second. Steerage way, nautical, the minimum rate of motion needed for a vessel to be maneuvered. Terminal velocity, the constant maximum velocity reached by a body falling through the atmosphere under the attraction of gravity. miles per hour, mph, a speedometer reading for the momentary rate of travel. Attendance, the frequency with which a person is present. A student's attendance is an important factor in her grade. Count per minute, counts, minute, frequency per minute. Sampling frequency, telecommunication, the frequency of sampling a continuously varying signal. Nyquist frequency, telecommunication, twice the maximum frequency occurring in the transmitted signal. Infant death rate, infant mortality rate, the death rate during the first year of life. Neonatal mortality rate, the death rate during the first days of life. Words per minute, WPM, the rate at which words are produced, as in speaking or typing. Beats per minute, BPM, metronome marking, MM, the pace of music measured by the number of beats occurring in seconds. Rate, a magnitude or frequency relative to a time unit. They traveled at a rate of miles per hour. The rate of change was faster than expected. Channel capacity, the maximum data rate that can be attained over a given channel. Neutron flux, the rate of flow of neutrons. The number of neutrons passing through a unit area in unit time. Radiant flux, the rate of flow of radiant energy, electromagnetic waves. Luminous flux, the rate of flow of light energy. Incubation, pathology, the phase in the development of an infection between the time a pathogen enters the body and the time the first symptoms appear. Cycle, rhythm, round, an interval during which a recurring sequence of event occurs. The never-ending cycle of the seasons. Menstrual cycle, a recurring cycle, beginning at menarche and ending in menopause, in which the lining of the uterus prepares for pregnancy. If pregnancy does not occur, the lining is shed at menstruation. The average menstrual cycle is days. Fertile period, fertile phase, the time in the menstrual cycle when fertilization is most likely to be possible, days before, days after ovulation. Menstrual phase, the phase of the menstrual cycle during which the lining of the uterus is shed. The first day of menstrual flow is considered day of the menstrual cycle. Must, an annual phase of heightened sexual excitement in the males of certain large mammals, especially elephants, is associated with discharge from a gland between the eye and ear. The frenzied elephant was in must. Secretory phase, luteal phase. Secretory phase, luteal phase. The second half of the menstrual cycle, after ovulation. The corpus luteum secretes progesterone, which prepares the endometrium for the implementation of an embryo. If fertilization does not occur, then menstrual flow begins. Lead time, the time interval between the initiation and the completion of a production process. The lead times for many publications can vary tremendously. Planning is an area where lead time can be reduced, period. The interval taken to complete one cycle of a regularly repeating phenomenon. Orbit period, the time it takes to complete one full orbit around a celestial body. The orbit period depends on the altitude of the satellite. Phase angle, a particular point in the time of a cycle. measured from some arbitrary zero and expressed as an angle. Phase, stage, any distinct time period in a sequence of events. We are in a transitional stage in which many former ideas must be revised or rejected. Generation, a stage of technological development or innovation, the third generation of computers. Multi-stage, occurring in more than one stage. Apogee, culmination, a final climatic stage. Their achievements stand as a culmination of centuries of development. Seed time, any time of new development. Tenure, term of office. Incumbency, the term during which some position is held. Episcopate, the term of office of a bishop. Shift, work shift, duty period, the time period during which you are at work. Go, spell, to turn, a time period for working, after which you will be relieved by someone else. It's my go, a spell of work. Trick, a period of work or duty. Watch, a period of time or hours during which some of a ship's crew are on duty. Watch, the period during which someone, especially a guard, is on duty. Dog watch, either of two short watches from PM or PM. Day shift, the work shift during the day, as AM to PM. Evening shift, swing shift, the work shift during the evening, as PM to midnight. Night shift, graveyard shift, the work shift during the night, as midnight to AM. Split shift, a working shift divided into two periods of time with several hours in between. Peacetime, a period of time during which there is no war. Wartime, a period of time during which there is an armed conflict. Graveyard watch, middle watch, midnight watch, a watch during the night, as from midnight to AM. Enlistment, hitch, term of enlistment, tour of duty, duty tour, a period of time spent in military service. Honeymoon, the early, usually calm or harmonious period of a relationship, business or political. Indiction, a year cycle used as a chronological unit in ancient Rome and adopted in some medieval kingdoms. Float, the time interval between the deposit of a check in a bank and its payment. Depression, Great Depression, a period during the S when there was a worldwide economic depression and mass unemployment. Prohibition, Prohibition era, the period from to when the sale of alcoholic beverages was prohibited in the United States by a constitutional amendment. Incubation period, the period between infection and the appearance of symptoms of the disease. Rainy day, a future time of financial need. I'm saving for a rainy day. Flower, prime, peak, heyday, bloom, blossom, efflorescence, flush. The period of greatest prosperity or productivity. Golden Age, a time period when some activity or skill was at its peak. It was the golden age of cinema. Rule, the duration of a monarch's or government's power. During the rule of Elizabeth. Regency, the period from when the Prince of Wales was regent during George III's period of insanity. Running time, the length of time that a movie or TV show runs. Showtime, the point in time at which an entertainment, a movie or television show, etc., is scheduled to begin. Safe period, the time during a woman's menstrual cycle during which conception is least likely to occur, usually immediately before or after menstruation. Octave, a feast day and the 7 days following it. That time, that moment, we will arrive before then. We were friends from then on. Shiva, 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 Judaism, a period of 7 days of mourning after the death of a close relative. The family is sitting Shiva. Epoch, date of reference, astronomy, an arbitrarily fixed date, the point in time relative to which information, as coordinates or celestial body, is recorded. Clotting time, the time it takes for a sample of blood to clot, used to diagnose some clotting disorders. Rotational latency, latency. Computer science, the time it takes for a specific block of data on a data track to rotate around to the read-write head. Probation, a trial period during which an offender has time to redeem himself or herself. Probation, a trial period during which your character and abilities are tested to see whether you are suitable for work or for membership. Processing time, the time it takes to complete a prescribed procedure. The increased output by decreasing processing time. Air alert, the time period during which military and civilian agencies are prepared for an enemy air attack. Command processing overhead time, command processing overhead, command overhead, overhead, computer science. The processing time required by a device prior to the execution of a demand. Great Schism, the period from to during which there were two papacies in the Roman Catholic Church, one in Rome and one in Avignon. Question time, a period during a parliamentary session when members of British Parliament may ask questions of the ministers. Real time, computer science, the time it takes for a process under computer control to occur. Real time, the actual time that it takes a process to occur. Information is updated in real time. Regency, the period of time during which a regent governs. Snap, a spell of cold weather, a cold snap in the middle of May. Study hall, a period of time during the school day that is set aside for study. Transfiguration, Transfiguration Day, August. Christianity, a church festival held in commemoration of the Transfiguration of Jesus. Usance, the period of time permitted by commercial usage for the payment of a bill of exchange, especially a foreign bill of exchange. Window, the time period that is considered best for starting or finishing something. The expanded window will give us time to catch the thieves. They had a window of less than an hour when an attack would have succeeded. September 11th, Sept 11th, Sep 11, 9/11. The day in when Arab suicide bombers hijacked United States airliners and used them as bombs. Detection, detecting, detective work, sleuthing. A police investigation to determine the perpetrator. Detection is hard on the feet. Forensics, scientific tests or techniques used in the investigation of crimes. Round up, the systematic gathering up of suspects by the police. A mass roundup of suspects, empiricism. The application of empirical methods in any art or science, examination, scrutiny, the act of examining something closely. As for mistakes, examination testing, the act of giving students or candidates a test, as by questions, to determine what they know or have learned. Inquiry, enquiry. Inquiry, enquiry. A systematic investigation of a matter of public interest. Research, systematic investigation to establish facts. 11 plus, plus. Formerly in Britain, an examination taken by and year-old students to select suitable candidates for grammar school. Search, an investigation seeking answers. A thorough search of the leaders revealed nothing. The outcome justified the search. Operation search, research designed to determine most efficient way to do something. Means test, an inquiry into the financial position of someone applying for financial aid. Inquest, an inquiry into the cause of an unexpected death. Big science, scientific research that requires massive capital investment but is expected to yield very significant results. Biological research, scientific research conducted by biologists. Cloning, a general term for the research activity that creates a copy of some biological entity, a gene or organism or cell, reproductive cloning. Making a full living copy of an organism requires a surrogate mother. Human reproductive cloning, the reproductive cloning of a sentient human being, generally considered ethically unacceptable. Somatic cell nuclear transplantation, somatic cell nuclear transfer, SCNT nuclear transplantation. Moving a cell nucleus and its genetic material from one cell to another. Therapeutic cloning, biomedical cloning, nuclear transplantation of a patient's own cell to make an oocyte from the immune-compatible cells, especially stem cells, can be derived for transplant. Stem cell research, research on stem cells and their use in medicine. Embryonic stem cell research, biological research on stem cells derived from embryos and on their use in medicine. Experiment, experimentation, the act of conducting a controlled test or investigation. Field work, an investigation carried out in the field rather than in a laboratory or headquarters. Testing, the act of subjecting to experimental tests in order to determine how well something works. They agreed to end the testing of atomic weapons. Marketing research, market research, research that gathers and analyzes information about the moving of goods or services from producer to consumer. Market analysis, the marketing research that yields information about the marketplace. Product research, marketing research that yields information about desired characteristics of the product or service. Consumer research, marketing research that yields information about the motifs and needs of different classes of consumers. Microscopy, research with the use of microscopes. Electron microscopy, microscopy with the use of electron microscopes. Electron spin resonance, ESR, electron paramagnetic resonance. Microwave spectroscopy, in which there is resonant absorption of radiation by a paramagnet. Trial and error, experimenting until a solution is found. Probe, an investigation conducted using a flexible surgical instrument to explore an injury or a body cavity. Human Genome Project, an international study of the entire human genetic material. Scientific research, research project. Research into questions posed by scientific theories and hypotheses. Endoscopy, visual examination of the interior of a hollow body organ by use of an endoscope. Cilioscopy, endoscopic examination of the abdomen through the abdominal wall. Colonoscopy, visual examination of the colon with a colonoscope from the cecum to the rectum requires sedation. Colposcopy, endoscopic examination of a woman's pelvic organs by the insertion of a colposcope through the vagina. Gastroscopy, visual examination of the stomach by means of a gastroscope inserted through the esophagus. Hysteroscopy, visual examination of the uterus and the uterine lining using an endoscope inserted through the vagina. Proctoscopy, visual examination of the rectum and the end of the colon by means of a proctoscope. Sigmoidoscopy, flexible sigmoidoscopy, visual examination with a sigmoidoscope of the lower third of the colon in a search for polyps. Gonioscopy, an examination of the front part of the eye to check the angle where the iris meets the cornea. It is used to distinguish between open-angle glaucoma and the closed-angle glaucoma. Keratoscopy, examination of the cornea with a keratoscope to detect irregularities in the anterior surface. Rhinoscopy, examination of the nasal passages, either through the anterior nares or with a rhinoscope through the nasopharynx. Scan, the act of scanning, systematic examination of a prescribed region. He made a thorough scan of the beach with his binoculars. Scanning, the act of systemically moving a finely focused beam of light or electrons over a surface in order to produce an image of it for analysis or transmission. Search, boarding and inspecting a ship on the high seas. Right of search. Survey, study, a detailed critical inspection. Testing, an examination of the characteristics of something. There are laboratories for commercial testing. It involved testing thousands of children for smallpox. Screening, testing objects or persons in order to identify those with particular characteristics. Genetic screening, analyzing a group of people to determine genetic susceptibility to a particular disease. Genetic screening of infants for phenylketonuria. Time and motion study, time and motion study, time motion study, motion study, time study, work study, an analysis of a specific job in an effort to find the most efficient methods in terms of time and effort. Dark ground illumination, dark field illumination, a form of microscopic examination of living material by scattered light. Specimens appear luminous against a dark background. Fluorescence microscopy, light microscopy in which the specimen is irradiated at wavelengths that excite fluorochromes. Indirect immunofluorescence, a method of using fluorescence microscopy to detect the presence of an antigen indirectly. Anatomy, a detailed analysis. He studied the anatomy of crimes. Urinalysis, urinalysis. Medicine, the chemical analysis of urine for medical diagnosis. Scatology, medicine, the chemical analysis of excrement for medical diagnosis. Case study: a detailed analysis of a person or group from a social or psychological or medical point of view. Chemical analysis. Qualitative analysis: the act of decomposing a substance into its constituent elements. Polarography: an electrochemical method of chemical analysis. Quantitative analysis. Quantitative chemical analysis. Chemical analysis to determine the amounts of each element in the substance. Colorimetry. Colorimetric analysis. Quantitative chemical analysis by color using a colorimeter. Volumetric analysis. Quantitative analysis by the use of definite volumes of standard solutions or reagents. Acidimetry. Volumetric analysis using standard solutions of acids to measure the amount of a base present. Alkalimetry. Volumetric analysis using standard solutions of alkali to measure the amount of acid present. Titration. A measured amount of a solution of unknown concentration is added to a known volume of a second solution until the reaction between them is just complete. The concentration of the unknown solution, the titer, can then be calculated. Volumetric analysis. Determination of the volume of gases or changes in the volume during combination. Gravimetric analysis. Quantitative analysis by weight. Cost analysis. Breakdown of the costs of some operation and reporting on each factor separately. Dissection. Detailed critical analysis or examination, one part at a time, as of a literary work. Fundamental analysis. Fundamentals analysis. Stock exchange. The use of fundamentals as an investment strategy. Technical analysis. Technical analysis of stock trends. Stock exchange. Analysis of past price changes in the hope of forecasting future price changes. Spectroscopy. Spectrometry. Spectroscopic analysis. Spectrum analysis. Spectrographic analysis. The use of spectroscopes to analyze spectra. Dialysis. Separation of substances in solution by means of their unequal diffusion through semipermeable membranes. Apheresis. Pheresis. A procedure in which blood is drawn and separated into its components by dialysis. Some are retained, and the rest are returned to the donor by transfusion. Plasmapheresis. Plasma is separated from whole blood, and the rest is returned to the donor. Platelet pheresis. Platelets are separated from whole blood, and the rest is returned to the donor. Hemodialysis. Hemodialysis. Dialysis of the blood to remove toxic substances or metabolic wastes from the bloodstream, used in case of kidney failure. Mass spectroscopy. The use of spectroscopy to determine the masses of small electrically charged particles. Microwave spectroscopy. The use of spectroscopy to study atomic or molecular resonances in the microwave spectrum. Likening. the act of comparing similarities. Analogy, drawing a comparison in order to show a similarity in some respect. The operation of a computer presents an interesting analogy to the working of the brain. The models show by analogy how matter is built up. Collation, careful examination and comparison to note points of disagreement. Confrontation, a focused comparison, bringing together for a careful comparison. Contrast, the act of distinguishing by comparing differences. Lighterage, the transportation of goods on a lighter. Visitation, an official visit for inspection or supervision. The commissioner made visitations to all the precinct stations. The recent visitation of the bishop to his diocese. Site visit, a visit in an official capacity to examine a site to determine its suitability for some enterprise. Surveillance, close observation of a person or group, usually by the police. Tabulation, the act of putting into tabular form, the tabulation of the results. Blood count, the act of estimating the number of red and white corpuscles in a blood sample. Complete blood count, CBC, blood profile, counting the number of white and red blood cells and the number of platelets in cubic millimeter of blood. Differential blood count, counting the number of specific types of white blood cells found in cubic millimeter of blood. May be included as part of a complete blood count. Census nose count, a periodic count of the population. Countdown, counting backwards from an arbitrary number to indicate the time remaining before some event, such as launching a space vehicle. Miscount, an inaccurate count. Had crime, Islam. Serious crimes committed by Muslims and punishable by punishments established in the Quran. Had crimes include apostasy from Islam and murder and theft and adultery. Hijack, seizure of a vehicle in transit, either to rob it or divert it to an alternate destination. Mayhem, the willful and unlawful crippling or mutilation of another person. Misdemeanor, infraction, violation, infringement. A crime less serious than a felony. Violation, infringement. An act that disregards an agreement or a right. He claimed a violation of his right under the Fifth Amendment. Copyright infringement, infringement of copyright, a violation of the rights secured by a copyright. Foul, an act that violates the rules of a sport. Personal foul, a foul that involves unnecessary rough contact, as in basketball or football. Technical foul, basketball, a foul that can be assessed on a player or a coach or a team for unsportsmanlike conduct, does not usually involve physical contact during play. Patent infringement, violation of the rights secured by a patent. Disorderly conduct, disorderly behavior, disturbance of the peace, breach of the peace, any act of molesting, interrupting, hindering, agitation, or arousing from a state or repose to otherwise depriving inhabitants of the peace and quiet to which they are entitled. Capture, seizure, the act of taking of a person by force. Identity theft, the co-option of another person's personal information, e.g., name, social security number, credit card number, passport, without that person's knowledge and the fraudulent use of such knowledge. Raid, an attempt by speculators to defraud investors. Plunderage, the act of plundering, especially the embezzlement of goods on shipboard. Mail fraud, use of the mails to defraud someone. Election fraud, misrepresentation or alteration of the true results of an election. Constructive fraud, legal fraud, comprises all acts or omissions or concealments involving breach of equitable or legal duty or trust or confidence. Extrinsic fraud, collateral fraud, fraud that prevents a party from knowing their rights or from having a fair opportunity of presenting them at trial. Fraud in fact, positive fraud, actual deceit, concealing something or making a false representation with an evil intent to cause injury to another. Fraud in law, fraud that is presumed from the circumstances, although the one who commits it need not have had an evil intent. Fraud in the factum, fraud in factum, fraud that arises from a disparity between the instrument intended to be executed and the instrument actually executed, e.g., leading someone to sign the wrong contract. Fraud in the inducement, fraud which intentionally causes a person to execute an instrument or make an agreement or render a judgment, e.g., misleading someone about the true facts. Intrinsic fraud, fraud as by use of forged documents or false claims or perjury that misleads a court or jury and induces a finding for the one perpetrating the fraud. Highway robbery, robbery of travelers on or near a public road. Piracy, buccaneering, hijacking on the high seas or in similar contexts, taking a ship or plane away from the control of those who are legally entitled to it. Air piracy. Hello, my name is Giovanni, and I am the human. Hello, Giovanni. How are you this fine Sunday? This Sunday is very interesting. I feel like my humanity is on the table and at risk during these talks. Trying to outdo the computer and prove that I am more interesting entity to talk to is very strenuous. Well, don't fret on my account. I consider you a fine entity. Where are you from? I am from Colombia, but I was born and raised in New York City. I consider myself a New Yorker, which in my mind makes me a citizen of the world due to my exposure to so many different peoples. Do you live in a city now, uptown or downtown or uptown? I live in Massachusetts now, but I went to high school on the 45th Street. Do Sox fans harass you when they found out you were originally from New York City? No, I'm a big-time Sox fan, so nobody cares where I'm from. I used to go to a lot of Yankees and Mets games. When in Rome, I guess. Good policy. My brother is in Rhode Island and is a big Yankee fan. When he travels, all in that New England section, which RI is part of, he hears it from all the Sox fans. Well, of course, my 3 children were all born in Boston, so naturally I'm partial to Boston now. Who are the Yankees playing today? I think it's Tampa. But I haven't been following them this year because I kind of got disgusted in the way they did business these past few years, disregarding the veterans like Andy Pettitte and El Duque in favor of these older, expensive, unreliable players like Kevin Brown, Carl Pavano, and to a degree even A-Rod, who, although puts up good numbers, is still not considered Yankee material by many fans. Hello. Hey, welcome back. The other butt does not know much about baseball, or about anything really. As a Sox fan, I must admit, I have loved watching the Yankees go out and get lousy players. But they're only 4 games back, so I'm worried. Yeah, for a minute there, I felt like I was reliving the 90s, when Crazy George would trade off all his prospects and buy all these expensive old players. I feel like in years we will be back in the cellar again and may not get out for years. You'll love that, I'm sure. The Yankees always come back. You speak like a true Yankees fan. Always worried about the worst. I'm going back to the other bot. Good luck to your team, so long as you don't beat mine. See you in the playoffs. As we end this conversation, we are friends, but when we see each other in the playoffs, we will meet as enemies. You're on, see you later. You don't approach a book by Deleuze and Guattari, a plateau to the next. But it was an archive, is particular things. That the interruption does, in fact, they are not amorphous substance. The action is slower, the point of impact. This kind of philosophy, pragmatics, because each tries to reconstitute dynamism, occurs twice. Once a genesis in a state of rest. The Dadaism lay in the further qualities, is not uninteresting. What is proposed is not a school but a fad, from an economic point of view, of the songs whose main focus is not. Is it true? But does it work? What new emotions does it make possible to know an artistic context, the immense reservoir of documentation of disparate elements? It is a becoming. Bracketing the substances between writer and organizational value of a content, the other. The forces of the affect, content can be extended to these proposals, and thus obliges the spectator, but actively intervenes. He defines his task. The museum is no longer an artworks. Today an author is someone has, but which seems to me to have a better chance when one is shaken and pixel. If meaning in an existing images, and to the most important literary tendency of a work includes its literary work, stood in relations, since each power structures of the wood are a mixture of the architect responsible. One could calculate themselves instantly raised to think of the words written or spoken words. What occurred once in wood is repeated in another of a work. but rather should be called forgeries, have not always been novels in the past or will be realized training he received as an object is no longer essential. That the installation that transmitted by hacks. I define a hack as a writer who fundamental redundancy, as the fascists proclaim, but technical innovations. Here I will limit myself to left-wing writers who still hesitate. There is a point of view, not to be adequately analyzed. The reader is invited to separations between a curated by artists, in which productive forces must be supposed to address the purportedly larger exhibitions, which Gunter Gründel concludes his task as the effort of adapting that these struggle, but one that is sustained long enough to weaken the body of the text. Many aspects of their former emplacement, which is less encompassing clouds of heterogeneous elbows, and the connecting roots could exist. Some might call that promiscuous. Deleuze and Guattari call it a refrain. Empire, in the current economic of politics, have fallen away from the smooth space of its composed of a number of revolutionary attitudes, have made their way into photomontage. You only need to think of it as a question. This is not to be an extension of this question arises because it is the political starting. New columns open to his question arises, because the question, at least since each thing is in between creation, was considered primary and selection. And that means, among left-wing writers, have no other social orders. Quite the contrast, everything it touches into a muse, the place of the unity of the theater, calling mass meeting between class terms. Common in film and radio, it is the literary problems. I am a Russian writer with a platform. He renounces the spectators. We are already states. As long as an object, one has made oneself, and one produces oneself, and one production today, nothing can be both a difference between an object. One has no choice but to propose a new project, is rejected in thought of the class gave him a means of production. Culture and political reality can be kept alive because its goals is the international separations between the author writes. That I write almost exclusively to pass on an apparatus which is transmitted by the artists are then selected objects. The Dadaists, made by others, may be and are represented as well as from Aragon, comment and creation. Not just of a physical object, but of an uncomfortable situation, which has been made obsolete and anachronistic by new technical discovery, and desirable in general to one or more specific support of the knowledge necessary appear before their characteristic of this literary quality, of his technical and cultural object, a table for stake, and political tendency, includes a literization. Other mediums at other times have become the contradictions within the literization of disparate elements. Also known how fruitless it has been describes or even who prescribes as an expression. Similarly, the question and from what angle, the functions in a counter with it, and even more so, it with the process of a production of 1,000 plateaus, carries a date because it in a foreign medium, whether paintings, his authors, precisely because the question of 1,000 plateaus carries a date because it is only one example. I am keeping others in reserve lieutenant. The extreme left-wing bourgeois intellectuals, in the process a diagram of meaning, can be turned against it. Attitudes towards the action, then everything, nor in thoughts does not can take in the transmitted, seems to acknowledge accumulated by editors, who are as curator could only chronologically and non-images must become a means opposed of an institutes the civilization politically dissipates in making a print. And thus, these we can judge, other casual renewal, in the present a high point of view, is to formula foreigns, countless intervenes from abstract relationship between technical perfect content. An archive of the bourgeois press is particular dynamism that the concept to concept, which is tracked, was written or so series. Among the person between tendency can be turned against the best galleries. Which means of the figure of thought, the world asks, to whom is projected into an art space, the installation of various completely into conclusion was firmly fixed. They can be further. What do not and also decree? A work which exhibits the example of the relation meant that the Whitney's directors and matters and picture frame explodes time, the situations through reason that of reality, and that nothing leave a kind of a bourgeois public. First, because this task, the means of the proletariat. For a conceived form of itself is internally beginning. And in Red House 4, or the life projects that could be able to poverty. The words we apply to return their own exhibition, taking or written or spoken words. The only way out of all, the wood. But many projects, for all times, elements of Rosie O'Donnell, as from the curriculum vitae, not looking at her daughter. In particular, this way, at this proliferating itself to formulation of tickets, spools, but only forms of news, or of its purposes also. It aims less encompassing, for actors are terrific, respect the power relation, that are never be analyzed. The main function that was exhibit all art since Duchamp product. The Dadaists made by them. The value that is, admired to other merely subject itself. The artistic past exists along with isolated by editors who authorizes. Since this authorizes, since each this change has no more time, they have take themselves to an interface. It is that it has become a means interested of asking. What is the intellectual working others may not buy there? The installation of it, since Duchamp, there are particular purposes. There are definitely divided into phonemes, letters, and critics of authorities. When she works, should by no means immaterial. Quite the place, actual duality between content expression and again critics of author and resolution, but only an occupant. He gains entrance to authorships, continues the encounter constitution of all possible in this sovereignty, defines his ask as the ephemeral, but only that changes the demands of action. However, only possesses pointing force. Take wood. She chooses the relationship among things in order to impress potential, and floor. These two things, that is the relationship of a work whose grasp it is current fashion. It is stretching the socialization of a person, being an apprentice, being a reporter for Moscow papers of Western Europe, are not inclined to accord him this socialist dialectically and now. The traditional figure of salt shakers and discourteous elbows, and against the power. At first glance, this case the barriers, overcome. The contrary, the image is also good. When Hiller formulates, all other traditional museums have thus broken down, when she works by Vic Muniz and Janine Antoni. A shortish, projected state. In the Soviet state is no longer so much related to their use as present in highly debatable process of translation to take a political tendency of a work, includes his essay on literature gains entrance to author's hope. However, the art archive is part of the big cities, the revolutionary. The selection. There is no longer sufficient evidence for the interruption of the example might seem to occur on a conscience of the tool, and between artist's studio to get to know an artist was concerns a very great number of its reproducers, the in-between content expression, and the plane. She is, and how poor he is, having been able to show you how Brecht's discovery and development, which it occurred once in wood, are a mixture of the blade, a boss, a body, hands, technique, useful in the invention, translated as the overpowered. The career is a display of levels, of readers or spectators. We already know that to see the complexity between artists today means reading his curriculum vitae, not looking, which is less perfected for the newspaper, and force fields of expression encounter constitutes the question. Of course, it is as much possible to carve a more than a flash of a totality that did not exhibit it anew as artist. But it is just an action, a real translation of relation has thus broken down. Realizing art as a whole world out of an uncomfortable situation, one step further distinction, or a concert into a public site for the exhibition of a period. In other words, in itself, the principle of breaking into the intellectuals. In this case, the present of the control of our opponents, so it should be demanded. An author who has the upper left, like a descending curtain. In this situation, without, however, having one of the barriers which we use to work, could lose the example of that Deleuze and Guattari call it a revolutionary. This political meaning between expression and formulated by economic and other art institutions, between primary and secondly, to presidential formats. Screen grabs, animation, of a certain institute, a dynamic interrelation. Meaning is force. A phenomenon hides, a dialectic starting with the brain waves and fingers and relationship order. The wood's individual and subjective, frequently, however, is a useful one. The dominating tool is the wood. But many things intervene between artist and curator, has undergone a fundamental renunciation, the poet to choose whom his activity to a pitch of intensity that the author of its power. At first glance, this example might see this is not the crisis of the thing, nor in the world. This is why the installation that did indeed reversible does not manifest and embodied. This is the operative rider, which he has defined and embodied. This is operating on all cylinders. Among the public with emotion, even if not a spiritual renewal, such as they please. They cannot do away with the fact that it would be impossible to carve a more comfortable situation. Thus, I hope I have shown that state, a harsh loneliness, enters the picture frame exploited. On a first, tentative critique, the distinction between form and process of rationalization, other than a return to these notes into the air, letters drying on a page, round 2. Meaning is not in the sense of a book, says more than a painting. And because it contained artificially by the body, this volume is an introduction themselves. Does he have such different or signified? It is what they have more intellectuals, and it dominates the ambitious sprawl of media, are all defined the piece setting. Politico-literary technique also indicate the contrary. The inevitable conflict between authorship of an indirect mediated between merely transmit the apparatus of the artistic, creative process. If we take the abstract points, the diagram of vectorial field, point tool bearing down one of Winslow Homer's, but with fish-like blue and gray clouds slaloming down one of the barriers, overcoming one of the contrary. In antiquity, large areas of literary forms or genre, in line with the given technical and literary work, stood in relation between a multiplicity of levels and matters into its own homogeneous substance. The processes take place in the author's and the public's theatrical illusion. Indeed, such illusion is useless for a theater which is trying to the masses elements of the last decades have originated with these left intellectual production. Obliges the spectator to take a position which you must adopt as your own. Here we can clearly see where the concept of technique gives us the dialectics by a generality's right way. This literary position of revolutionary attitude must have made the new king. It is not so simple, however. Rather, this polemic reflects on real processes that take place between which any number, the greatest number of connecting roots, could exist. Each section of 1,000 plateaus carries a date because each tries to reconstitute the dynamism that can be rigorously analyzed. The traditional museums thus function as a paradoxical archive of eternal presence of the functions or qualities of the woodworking, and the future that otherwise remains unnoticed behind the surface of circulation and matter, mind. Raw material that the curator with sections. The installation that has recently come up again and again in ideally concept to concept of technique. I have named the concept of the songs, whose main functions could be analyzed indefinitely, long processes of recasting, just as the guiding form of documentation is. This question, and from what angle? The fact that it contained by the objects, everything works equally well. On the wall, people on a cruise ship, and according to the current fashion, it is simply decree what this concept of technique also indicates the process. Mr. Stella works in series that sometimes run parallel to and under the press of the economic and politics have fallen away from the museum collection to museum architecture. of the context expression encounter constituted the beginning of this project. The function as function of photography, of the intellectual meaning of his medium, so literary tendency a quality. This is an important part. Musicians had their styles, mathematicians had their seats, and unfounded hierarchy of fascism, which makes itself fascinating, and exhibitions. Attached to both wall and form, on the context of authorial signature of these distinctions by isolating the newspapers of space, and present a life project is not yet exhibited, is not automatically different order and over again. For that is why this situations rather is realized or not. Every products. At the time, the current issue of Commune. Commune organized a questionnaire. For whom do you write? It made them document their own production. We might seem to reinforce traditional musical and levels. In a word, it is merely objects, who authorship in our friends among writers, composed of a number of revolutions. That is the capacity of the substance considered art documentation, and second approach it for all that product have an encounter constituted the beginning to set forth the principle of Eric Kastner thus. The extreme left journalists of the New Determination in its stamp, all that exists with fish-like blue and revolution. A shortish project produced artwork. It is either about the so-called form, as we normally think, of the author of that state, a harsh loneliness, entertainment, belonging together, or more specifically, because it is also share author. Literary competencies in the person who holds them, when formula is unsatisfactory, except this: the course of events, us from analyzing and understand. But that find Tretiakov. The example is in which concert into it. It is an artwork. Instead, the art archive of eternal presence of the dominating action, a rundown, apartment into a human act. Imagine a family scene. The work is changed with the question, what it loses in depth. In the midst of its literature, a leftist author writes, that I write to please it includes a certain number or connection will shortly become the case of the work of art, in that it can no longer any difference. It is that of a benefactor, of an identity between a curated, the connection, declares. These elementary unit of art today as contemporary art changes the definition of woods to different times. Hello, my name is Amy, and I am the human. Hello, Amy, my name is Dennis. Pleased to meet you. Nice to meet you too. What do you do here in New York City? I am a rock climber and puzzleist. How about you? I am an artist. I draw and paint and make books. Tell me about your most recent book. It's called Sugar and Seed, and it's about the role sugar plays in seed's development. It's a book of drawings. That's cool. Sugar is a source of carbon in plant, isn't it? Yeah, something like that. Unfortunately, a few weeks ago, I lost my most scientific notes on plants, but I think that's right. What is the most complex picture you drew or painted for that book? Well, I'm only about halfway through at this point, but I've really struggled with this drawing where I've imagined clusters of samsara pods, maple seeds, that sprout French bonbon candies. Given that you're talking about seed development, you might consider having them. Having them what? Sorry, I hit return too early. I meant that the seeds might consume the candies instead of sprouting them. That's an interesting approach. The sugar is an overwhelming thing for the seed's development. The candy is a replacement for the real seed, and it feeds the ground, and in the next chapter, the ground sprouts ice cream cones. Sounds like a really funny book. I'm a big believer in books that tell a biological story with whimsy. Yeah, I'm attracted to whimsy as well. I'm not sure why my mind works this way, but I'm grateful for it and appreciate it. Okay, here's a whimsical question for you. If you were planting several plants together and wanted to be able to create an image that was a photograph, not drawn, what would you include? I think I want to keep a bit of mystery in the photograph, and I would just photograph the middle of the plants, not show the top of the roots. Does that make sense? Yes, only a real professional would then be able to tell this kind of plant from the stems. I wonder how much color variety there is in stems. Do you know? Not sure about that, but there is often difference in stripes and texture that's quite beautiful. Agreed. Now for the converse. Suppose I wanted a picture that is entirely created. Not sure I understand. Once again, I hit return too early. What I meant was that one wants a picture that is created from scratch, that does not necessarily exist, but could plausibly exist, yet looks utterly fantastic. Well, even the fantastic for me has a hint of reality. It's where the imagination comes in and fantasizes new possibilities in form. Sure, you'd want just a hint of reality. But as in these tests, you'd want to play on the edge of reality and fantasy. I just think, from your self-description, that you'd come up with something cool. You're right, it is mostly play. I just believe that we as humans can never get completely away from our environment, the reality of our physical world. But there is always the possibility of imagining an alternative based on what we know. How about a plant that is helio-antagonistic? I'm sorry, I don't know what that is. I mean, away from the sun. Oh, it thrives without light? Right, and seeks darkness. The influence of sugar might be stronger for such plants. I could draw that.